Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and whose pheromones so irresistible, it drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex, way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations, nothing like the rest. No, I don't know nobody when you get down. Just want you to be around. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me. I don't know nobody when you get down. Want you to be around. Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much iconic. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it.
Yeah.
Yo.
Good day.
How you
A1.
feeling? What's up? How you feeling?
Oh, man, you know me. Just fighting to be enlightened.
Let's go.
Same old Titan, man. Just fighting to be enlightened. What you got going down, man?
I'm chilling like a villain, you know.
Yeah,
Maxing and relaxing.
You been putting in that work, boy. You got that smile on you. You must have been treating that smile like your money, boy.
You know it.
Shout out to the chat if anybody in there already. You know, we jumped this one off from my man BABYLUNDun, man, because Babylon been asking me to come up and build with me the last few days. And I've been telling him, but the panel always be stocked with information. So I'm trying to get my man in here. That's why this is, in your opinion, with BABYLUNDun and friends. It's an open panel, man. Y'all go ahead and jump up in here. We ain't doing nothing.
Shout out BABYLUNDun, man. He's been doing this thing in the chat for a minute, man. It's time we gave him the stage. Go ahead and click that link.
Him and my man, Jay Snake. Shout out Jay Snake. Jay Snake done hit the panel a couple times. BABYLUNDun done hit it a lot too, but it don't never be on his accord. Got to see what these other minds is talking about. Might see if they built enough to be a Titan, man.
Mm.
Shit. Y'all always searching for Titans. And while we wait for them, might as well let them know how you can start your process into, because we don't affiliate, we initiate.
Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box you in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box you in. Don't matter, paradigms, the clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers.
Yeah, man. That's how you can get in on that. Titans Debate League.
Shout out BABYLUNDun in the chat. Shout out Copper Draco. I was watching this old debate last night. Copper Draco, he was on there asking questions at the end. I'm like, look at young light skinned Copper Draco, man. Shout out to Caesar in the building.
We ain't had no visit from the Caesar in a few weeks, man. Silverback in the building. Your goons is just me.
And shout out Silverback Cartel. How you feeling? What's up with you, Caesar?
Caesar, you there? Can you hear? Oh, man.
Can't hear me.
Caesar.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? My bad. What up, everyone? What up, Oli?
Chilling. How you feeling?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm feeling good, man. Shit, I just called to tap in, man. Tell y'all I've been checking out the shows, the reactions to y'all shows, man. I just wanted to give y'all as a fan, man, somebody that ain't just deep in with y'all, to just watch you guys for some enlightenment, man. Let y'all know y'all doing a good job, man. Teaching people stuff that might not be off into those subjects and kind of want to learn more, because I'll be learning a lot from you guys. So I just want to let y'all know that from a fan point, you know what I'm saying? Not a competitor point or none of that. You know what I'm saying? Just as a fan, man, y'all doing good.
Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you.
Thanks,
Just hit
Caesar.
1K subscribers, so it's a celebration. Appreciate you being here for sure.
Yeah. Because when you blow up, I want you to know I've been here. I'm still a Titan. I might not be official right now. I'm the unofficial.
No, you an official Titan, man.
Hey, listen, because I'll be checking out other spaces too, and I like a couple of them other ones, but yours is unique. And I'm gonna just say it like that. I ain't gonna give all your stuff away. If they don't know, they don't know. But yours is unique, man. And yeah, I like it.
I'm gonna get a mix of that stuff that be right up your alley coming up soon too, man. You know what? I'm glad every time I see you pop up, it's a reminder. So if you don't see it, keep popping up until you see it.
Yeah, and since you got on that, I also want to know nothing wrong with it. And
Can you figure out if you could be a little clearer? You sound
your mic sound muffled. Probably got some headphones in.
That's how I be sounding when I got my Bluetooth shit in at work.
No, can y'all hear me now, or am I still muffled?
It sound you louder, but it sound muffled still.
Sound like you got a mouthful of spit and it's pissing me off.
I'm
just fucking with you.
Who did I say that about? I was mad one day and I said that shit about somebody, and he been saying that every day.
Caesar, remember that video? Remember Sabio?
He keep messing with me. He reminded me when I spazzed out. You was funny, man.
Shout
You
out
ain't
to
got a mouth
Sabio,
full of
wherever you may
spit.
be. It's your thick tongue. My
You
bad.
gotta
Let's get
put
a
a
better
pause
fish.
after that. That sounds crazy.
Shout
Hey,
out.
but
All right, sorry,
I wanted
sorry.
to ask y'all, did y'all see that show with? I mean, you brought that up about you was gonna bring up the with
You cut out.
uh I wanted to ask you guys something. Like, like when people I've noticed, like, and it's good to me, you know what I'm saying, so far as like knowing this stuff, because I feel like black people, we are the most conscious people. We were the conscious people. Everybody was on, what you guys be on at one time. Well, majority of black people was, And but do you think that intellectual conversation is more important in the world than just what am I trying to say? Regular conversations about things. I don't know how to like put it, but if y'all can understand what I'm trying to say, like basically, like if we was all talking, and then somebody from the outside start coming in trying to make our conversation intellectual all the time.
I mean, in the real world,
I might be saying it wrong. What I'm saying is
nah,
everything.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, like when we just having a regular conversation, talking, here comes somebody. What instance are y'all saying that in? And this, hey man, everything ain't like that. So what I'm trying to say is regular, everyday, common sense conversation in everyday life, is that more important than intellectual conversation?
More important. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just different strokes for different folks. Some people don't want to entertain.
Well, yeah,
Some people don't want to entertain the intellectual stuff.
right.
So, I mean, and then it's a medium in between. It's like some people can only do so much, and then they gotta go play 2K or something.
Now, what I'm saying is, do you think that um, that it's used more, like it's like in everyday life, do people use more intellectual thoughts or more common sense everyday struggle, like, not stuff about uh, Africa and the past and hieroglyphs and different types of Canaanites and barbarians and things. Do y'all think that that is more important in today's time, that conversation, than today's time with them getting the voting rights back? uh, uh, Knocking off DEI, knocking off affirmative action, firing all those black people up off in the Pentagon, firing all the black people out of those. Do intellectual people that talk about stuff like that, do they think that that's more important than politics and stuff that affects us right now today?
Half of that you was cutting out. I couldn't really hear you.
I think I know what you said. You was cutting out stuff, but you saying like, do we think it's more? Your question was, do you think that people think it's more important to talk about those things, like the things that we know that's going on today and how you can change them,
Like
or to keep talking about, something like, are we Hebrews? Are we
yeah,
lost? Are you saying, and you saying like the conversations that people have, are those conversations helping us
right,
when we
because
could
they feel
when we should be worried about, like, they done took all the black people out of the Pentagon for some reason, and so we know that they can't be Hebrews.
black folks. And I hear a lot of
Is
I
your
see a
phone upside down? See if your phone upside
That
down.
shit was funny. I was over here laughing at that shit.
no, what happened?
No, I know. I think
He
that's
says
what
your
I think
phone
that's
upside down.
Copper Draco told me to ask you that because it do sound like something wrong with your phone. But
I guess I just on the phone, but it ain't never sound like that. Do I need to drop down and come back up? Because my phone ain't never sounded like that before. Y'all ain't never sounded like that.
I don't know. Do you got something? Try to close every other app but this one. Try to close everything that's open except for this right here. Because it might be another microphone open somewhere soon. What's up, Babylon? Show, man.
Hey, what's going on, Oli? You down to put a nigga on the spot. My battery dead and everything. I ain't know you was gonna do
I'm always fucking up in the right way, ain't it?
Yeah, that's what to do though. That's what to do.
Excuse my
Hey,
language too, man.
yeah. But regarding old boy, and I'm gonna go out and come back in, but I'm gonna answer old boy question. I want to at least respond to old boy question where he asked about, is intellectual conversation better than just regular everyday conversation? And it's really no thing where you say better, but I think what he's trying to explain is something called the language game, right? You can look up a dude called Ludwig Wittgenstein, brother. It's something called a language game. And so let's say we was playing basketball. And let's say somebody came on the basketball court and every time somebody shot, they said, a wormhole is not a black hole. And then somebody else shoot a shot and then they say, an artery is not a vein. We wouldn't necessarily stop playing the game with that person. We would just say, long as they played by the rules and stayed in bounds and dribbled the ball, didn't double dribble, didn't travel, and they knew how to play the game, they could say what they want to say in the game. You see what I'm saying? Like, we wouldn't necessarily respond to them. We would probably say that person crazy as hell. They playing a different language game. So you're right. When we having a regular conversation and then somebody come in and try to over intellectualize it, they playing a different language game. They like the person at the basketball game. They keep talking about black holes and we talking about board, dribbling, 3-pointers, and these niggas up here keep talking about other shit. So you're right, bro. I know
the black
exactly
hole
what
is
you're
over
talking
there.
about. Yeah. The coach said get in the game. The wormhole is bigger than the black hole. What the fuck, bro? Get out of here. So you're right, bro. I know what you're talking about.
Me myself, I believe that both those types of conversations are very important because some people just aren't trying to answer the intellectual question about those topics. Some of the questions that people are asking about the topic, and that's why I'm real big on asking questions and asking my question correctly. Like, because if you ask the wrong question and like you trying to ask me something and I answer the question and like he Caesar said, me and him was just now talking about the Bible and just some of the things in the Bible, not if it's true or not, but somebody, well, that they found that Jesus is more likely that he didn't walk the earth because of this. And we wasn't even worried about that right now. We was talking about something else. And so I believe both those types of conversations are needed. It's just in the right place at the right time. And what do we all got the right to do? If somebody come in there and you was the first in the conversation, and this is a quantum onlyism outlook. It's called the first discomfort. But if me and Caesar having a conversation and or Babylon and Caesar having a conversation, A1 come join the conversation. A1 didn't change nothing, but I come in and I say, like I was just talking about. No, man, y'all talking about that, and there's archaeological evidence that it's more likely that Jesus didn't walk the earth. Y'all have the right to say, hey, man, we wasn't talking about that right now. Can you go ahead and find somebody else to talk about it with? But the same thing with somebody who having an intellectual conversation and somebody come in, what y'all over there talking about that for? Man, Jesus. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Babylon,
Yeah,
can
but
you hear
you,
Caesar?
but yeah, you right on what you were saying. I'm
I
listening.
hear.
All right, bet. But yeah,
Hey, and
that's
hey, when you get through punch, I won't.
who
Well,
is
I
Punch.
don't want. I mean, Oli, and could you have Babylon kind of go deeper into what he was talking about? I want to hear what he was talking about.
Yeah. Well, I landed already. You can go ahead,
Okay.
Babylon.
Yeah, I mean, what I mean, what you want to know, brother,
Oh
about
no,
language game?
no, because you was on to what I was saying, and I just, I don't know what, but you said something about some dude. It was called something. I just wanted to, for you to expand a little bit more on that.
Oh,
Ludwig
yeah,
Wittgenstein.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, 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 yes. Because I'm just asking
Ludwig
a question. I'm not arguing
Wittgenstein.
or nothing. I'm just asking a question. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
No, it
father
don't
of
matter to me
philosophy
either
of
way.
language.
But yeah, his name is Ludwig Wittgenstein. 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 They'll say Wittgenstein with a V, but we ain't
Yeah.
gonna get into that in German, all right? So, nevertheless, his name is Ludwig Wittgenstein, and he came up with the idea of something called a language game, and he specialized in the philosophy of
Of
language.
language.
He
Yep, he
actually
started.
taught, yeah, he actually taught people that most of the problems in philosophy, most of the arguments like we have on these shows and stuff and debate are based on language errors and not really based on anything of substance. It's really a linguistic mistake or error or something that we have in there and not a real argument. But yeah, so when you said that people come along and they try to over intellectualize, right? That's the word for it. Over
Right.
intellectualize our conversations, they become detrimental. And I agree with you. If we having an extensive, regular conversation about regular life, about regular children, about regular people, about regular food, then it would be inappropriate to come in and talk about the atoms and the molecules and the
Right.
and the
Right.
corpuscles in the food and the vitamins and the fucking nutrients in the food when we just talking about how the food tastes. We're not.
Right.
So you got it, the conversation has to be in context. The person has to be appropriate. And I'm just saying that well, not we. I agree wholeheartedly with what you were saying, and I comprehend what you're saying. You are right. If it's a time and a place for everything, and if the conversation is one way, then if the person come in and playing a different language game, you got the right to be offended, and you got the right to tell that person, "Yo, look, we weren't even talking about that." Now,
But
if somebody having a dumbass conversation though, and then somebody come in and try to pick it up, that's another level though. You know what I'm saying? If the
yeah, I
conversation
agree
is
with that
dumb as
too.
fuck,
I
and
agree with
somebody
that
come
too.
in and try to intellectualize that conversation, then if somebody get mad, they dumb as fuck for not wanting to raise the level of the conversation and the vibration.
But don't you
Well,
agree that
see, then
that
then then
intellectual
that's
talk actually got sorry about that, Oli, but don't you think that even when, because I agree with you, I feel like if two people having just a dumb conversation and you right there around, and I'm talking about you with them, you ain't no stranger or nothing, and they having
No,
a conversation and you around, I
you
think
cutting out
that
you cutting out real bad. You
okay,
cutting out real bad. See,
okay, well, I just think, well, I'm gonna just say this real
can
quick, and
you
I'm gonna
I
say
say
it
I,
can
again?
hear.
I'm saying you clear now.
oh, I can feel him on what he was saying. Is all I'm saying. I feel it all. I was just asking a question, but yeah, y'all enlighten me. So I just want to
Yeah.
put that out there.
I'm with you on that too. But then I come with this right here. If I'm having a regular conversation and somebody come try to bring it intellectual, me being an intellectual, I would be upset that an intellectual tried to put his uh, thought into it. But the same with if I see two people having a conversation, that if I walk up on a silly conversation, I should be intellectual enough and have enough restraint not to even get in that dumb conversation, because when you do, it's gonna make them feel just like the other way made them feel. So it's the same type of It's the same type of situation. I don't think what I really don't think is that people should be jumping in people's conversation, whether the people having a dumb conversation and you a little bit more intellectual, or y'all both intellectual, but y'all just having a regular conversation and somebody try to take it to that level.
Yeah.
Because, and I say that because go ahead.
Oh, no,
Okay,
that's why I
sorry to
put
interrupt you. This is what I want to
go
say,
ahead,
Oli,
Babylon.
is that like my thing is though is that it's like the brothers, man, people. When I say people don't have a spine these days, bro, and it's no middle ground. We shouldn't be straddling the fence or monkeying around in the middle. Like we have to take a stand on one side or the other. Like there are things that's true and there are things that's false. And it's not where you could just say like, well, I'm just gonna play the middle ground. Like that's what I see be going on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
no, the brother is right off the muscle. We have to agree. Let's just agree that if we talking about racing on a running track and we at a track meet and our children are racing and we talking about racing, would you not agree that it's inappropriate to come up and start telling the children about black holes and wormholes when they focus on running the race? Would you
Right.
not agree with that, bro?
No,
I agree
but
with
I
that.
definitely agree with that. I definitely
Okay,
agree.
then. So then, if you agree with that, then it's no middle ground. Like the whole other conversation is just a whole other conversation where people talk intellectual and people having an intellectual conversation, or people having a dumb conversation, and we come in and have an intellectual conversation. That's a totally different conversation than the one that we talking about where the children having a race at. And that's what I'm
Right.
saying. Things get confused. That's two different instances. If somebody having a dumbass conversation and we come in and intellectualize it, that's different than somebody talking about something specific like races and somebody come in and over intellectualize that. One of
Right.
them is appropriate and one of them is stupid. And we
Well,
have to understand that. We have to be
well,
willing to do that. We have to be, last thing, we have to be willing to say, there is a dumb question. There,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, everybody can't be the teacher. Everybody can't be the fucking chief. It's too many chiefs and not enough Indians. It's teachers and then there are students. And ain't nobody trying to be above nobody, but we just have to recognize that. You can't come into the fucking university and tell the professor what to fucking do.
right,
Right.
and that's what I'm saying. I can't come to the and tell the
Oh.
professor what to do, like I say, but the professor can't come over here to the park and interject on my. I don't care how smart or dumb. I agree with you on that. What I'm saying
Yeah,
is, if I'm looking at it that way, though, I don't. If somebody having a dumb conversation and I wasn't a part of it from the first, now, because that's what I believe we're talking about. We're talking about somebody just coming in and trying to change
Well,
somebody's
hey,
conversation
hold
with
up.
a.
Well, we got to
Now,
put it in context in reality, though. Like, say we all together, us four that's on this panel right now, and
uh-huh.
say Oli and Babylon, y'all having a nice intellectual conversation. I'm just into top, but we all together, so it makes sense. And then I just come in and get to trying to talk intellectual
That's
to you
rude.
guys, and y'all talking about like something in a regular context, and here I come talking to like Babylon just said. I'm talking about atoms and where did it come from, and do you know where it? Man, that ain't what we was talking about, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah, and that's why I say
things
I
like
agree
that.
with that. But
I
it's
got a
the
question
same.
also that I want to ask you guys.
All right, let me land real
Oli,
quick.
okay, my bad.
Like I said, though, we ain't supposed to take apart from if me and Babylon having a conversation and we having an intellectual conversation about atoms and stuff. And you say, man, y'all over here talking about atoms and stuff. Did you see the basketball game last night? It's like
Yeah,
when you
it can
come
go
in,
both ways, is what you
yeah,
said. It
yeah,
can
you
go
got to
both
you got
ways.
to go both ways with it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Unless now, like you said,
I
now
was
if
just
we have now if we
I was
okay,
specifically
gotcha.
talking about just people having everyday life though, like just talking everyday life and then the intellect. But you know,
And somebody
it
come
can
in,
go both
yeah, yeah.
ways though.
Yeah, because like if you sitting there talking about atoms and stuff, and then I come, well, don't nobody want to hear about no damn atoms. Did you see LeBron James got traded?
I hate them niggas too. I hate them niggas too. I mean, them brothers
You know what
too.
I'm
Sorry
saying?
about that. A1, sorry about that, Titan.
I know y'all good, but that was a good point though. It is though, but the main point was like you said, like Babylon said. That's kind of why I say I know I agree with that one point. Like sometimes it be niggas or dang, I apologize. Sometimes it be people coming to conversations and trying to intellectualize and put extra things on topics that's being talked about. I hate it when I be talking about a topic and end up in Mesopotamia or Kemet or something. When I was talking about
Yeah. Hey, well, I got another question. I wanted to ask. So, like the debates that, be going on that, people in society be having, you know what I'm saying, so far with the Black community. Do you think that the conversations kind of like that we be having, so far as like about, like we was talking about, just intellectual conversation. Do y'all think that us as Black men right now, even though we know we got to focus on intellectual things to put us ahead, in the time that's going on right now, would it be more important to discuss Black men mobilizing, us trying to get rid of gangs? Because we know that with the gangs, Black power or us enhancing in this society is probably zero with the gangs still being around. They gutting like I said, they gutting the voting, you know what I'm saying, the Voting Rights Act. Everything that Black people, our ancestors, worked hard for and to pass, they're coming back overturning everything that they did back then. So what I want to know is, are those conversations more important than those conversations?
If I can go first, Oli, when you
oh,
say
break it down.
when you first started out your other question, your question was it better? You know what I'm saying? Was one conversation better than the other? I just want to be clear that no, one conversation is not better than the other. And in this one you have, is one of them more important? And I just want to say neither conversation can be more important than the other. It's just a subjective experience. Meaning, like, like if you feel, and that's what subjective mean, if you feel, how you think about a thing, that's what subjective mean. Subjective mean how you feel or think about a thing. It's an experience. It's a subjective experience. I'm gonna define it again for people that's in the back that can't hardly hear, that have these conversations and keep running over the show. I'm finna say it again. Subjective is simply how you feel or think about a thing. Your feelings and your thoughts are subjective because they're not material, they're not physical. That's why they call subjective. Now, and that's consciousness. Consciousness is subjective. Now, your brain and your body is objective. It can be felt, it's material. It can be touched, it's material. So your brain and your body are objective. That's your objective experience. That's called cognitive or cognition. So you have cognitive body and brain, which is physical, and you have conscious mind and emotions, which is not physical. So that's subjective. The conscious, the mind, and the emotions are subjective. The body, the brain, and cognition are objective. End of story. We could talk about it all day. We can run around the bush forever with niggas arguing with me, and that's the bottom line. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all. I'm just saying the way the word subjective is used, I'm giving y'all the real mnemonic for what the thing is. And then they'll say subjective knowledge, subjective this. And when they add a word onto objective, subjective, objective, then the word subjective, objective is no longer a noun. It becomes an adjective. It starts to describe something. So if I say subjective knowledge, I'm using subjective as an adjective. I'm no longer using it to define what I'm really talking about. So, but back to the point.
those conversations, bro, I want to tell you this. The conversation that you having and the things that you worried about, though, are the things that I think about and I worry about too, because that's real world events. And I appreciate the conversation that you bring it to the table right now, because it's very important that we do put. Now, when I say one ain't more important than the other, now I want to add this new word to the conversation, because you probably thinking along these lines already. Priority. Well then, Babylon, isn't there a priority or a ranking to things? Shouldn't we do, isn't a thing called first things first? And I would say, bro, you absolutely right. We have to rank that. We have to consider what's more important to us right now as a people, and that'll take us coming together. That take unity. That take a consensus. That take a think tank. That take us understanding and talking to each other for real as brothers and sisters. We can't do
Exactly.
that in this way that we doing it now. You see what I'm saying? I'll stop right there.
No. I agree. I agree with that, and that's what I'm saying. I feel like, real world things like so far as with the conversations, I feel like I can live without some of those intellectual conversations that people be having, the things that they're talking about. I feel like these conversations over here, it's really stuff housing. I mean, it's really stuff happening. People really can't afford housing. People really can't put their kids through college. People really can't get loans and grants. They really putting people in office, getting money, looting the treasury. We see all these is all facts, things that we can really run down right now and really see. And so I just feel like myself, just personally,
Come on, man.
subjective or whatever, I feel like those conversations are more important to me than the other conversations.
Yeah. If I can, hold on one.
I think when I open my mic, it do that noise, but I'm muted.
No, that was me, Babylon. Excuse me. We got a shout out to Brendan G. L. King. He said, hello there. I'm new here. Well, we'd like to welcome you to Titans Debate League and the Coliseum of Arguments.
That's right.
Sister channel. And this morning we got my man Babylon in the studio, Caesar, and we just having a in my opinion conversation. The name of this segment right here is In My Opinion. Well, we just having an In My Opinion segment, and right now we talking about people coming. Oh no, thank you for coming. Make sure you like and share if you can, man. Shoot, you know what I'm saying? We shout out the people over here because we know that all of our support that we get comes from the chat and the people in the chat. And then if you have a nice view or something or anything you like to speak on, we always hold on one second. I forgot it's over here.
Especially if you got a question, please put it in. Please come on the show and ask it, because they don't always look at the chat. But if you got a question
Yes.
while I'm on here, I love to try to answer questions. I love to work with people. The harder the question, I like it.
Yeah. And there go the stream. If you like to, you said you might subscribe. That's fine, man. But thank you for stopping through anyway, because what we're doing here is having a nice discussion. Now, like Babylon said, man, I agree with all that, you know. And that's why I pushed the update. It's something that I recognize. And one thing, I mean, there's a lot of things I recognize, but I recognize that it don't matter where I'm from. I'm somewhere right now. And things have to be done. If we sit here as older people and keep on arguing about those old things, as opposed to knowing that we should be getting the next generations ready for what they have to go through in the update, and stop worrying about our world being, because we as well as we gonna be when it comes to a people. We can only get better. The only way to get better is with the next generation, with new information and questioning, not us sticking in these old arguments about who is who, where they from, where they need to go back to, and the ancestors. I love my ancestors. Each one that I know I'm from and the ones that I don't know. I love everything in the past that got us to where we at right now. Even though it's been atrocities, even though I know that we could have gotten here without those atrocities.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's up, Brendan White?
I see you gave.
I brought
I
you
see
to the
you gave me a.
stage. That was. Can you hold on for just 1 second? I was in the middle of my spiel. I didn't know you
I
was gonna come in
see.
and interrupt
I
like
see.
that. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and I see you gave me a. You gave me a shout out while I talked in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. This you, Brendan King. Yeah. I'll speak to you in just a moment if you don't mind. Can you hold on for just 1 second? I was almost in the middle of something.
This is my first
Matter of
time
fact-
meeting you.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and let you see who I am. My name is Oli.
My name is Brandon White 2000, and my avatar is Looney Tunes.
Okay, let me move you.
AI.
Let me move your chat real quick.
AI.
Yep,
Looney Tunes.
my avatars have.
I think he might be a little bit.
Yeah. This is my. This is my first time meeting you people.
And Oli, I know you got a lot of patience, right? But you said I'm on the show. So, I mean, bro, I
This
really
your show.
don't.
Hey, this your show.
I really don't do the whole you people thing and all the going him come on him and embarrass us and talk down to us in a slick way and then we tolerate it and then we take the upper road. No, man, I don't want to do that. This is not that language game, like the brother said. It's a time for that. This is not the place. We were holding a good conversation. I definitely don't want to be interrupted with no rhetoric fool like that. I can already see what he's gonna do.
I think he got. I don't think he's mentally as stable as somebody. I don't think he's even one of those intellectual speakers or anything. That's why. Brendan, I'll get back right back at you in a minute. But like I said, you can go like and subscribe. And we'll have a day that we can talk to you. I can tell that you might need special attention in these places. So man, go ahead and like and sub because we do have a resident psychologist. Well, I ain't gonna say it like that, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you, Brandon, for scrubbing and Babylon. In my assessment, he's not as mentally stable as one may think.
I guess I'm just on another level with the whole thing because let's go back to earlier today. Let's go back to earlier today, Oli, when they talked about authority and the sister Issa, right? I forget her name. Issa Queen. Yeah, Issa Queen. When she was on there, she was talking intellectual, right? But then a group of brothers decided to take the low road, namely Roy Chess and Suave. So that's the opposite of what we're talking about. Like when somebody says something intellectual and she stated her premise outright, she came and stated it clearly. She said, I'm talking about authority, and authority does not apply to this thing or another. And a parent is not necessarily authoritarian over a child. They went and used their own opinions and said, well, a parent is an authority over a child. See, that's stupid. That's wrong. The person already stated what they define and what authority and what a parent is. And then for somebody to come behind them and say, no, a parent is this, is stupid. And the way you know it was stupid, because Brother Humble told Roy Chess, he said, all humans are mammals. Now, this is a succinct statement. This go back as far as the Greeks. This is something that Socrates and Plato and Aristotle them use. It's called a syllogism. All humans are mammals. Roy Chess said, no, they not. Yes, the hell they are. That's an objective fact that all humans are mammals. And the way we say that's an objective fact, it's not only objective fact, it's an analytic fact. An analytic fact means that it's true by definition of the word. Like if I say bachelor, all bachelors are married. What I said is true by definition of the word. The definition of a bachelor is married man. So all bachelors are married. The definition of a human is mammal. So all humans are mammals. But believe it or not, Roy Chess and Swab argued with this sister over things like that. Ridiculous.
Right. Ridiculous. And going at a black woman like that too. I don't care. And
Yeah.
she right. And
she right.
Y'all act like y'all don't know the definition to these little bitty words. I didn't go to college or nothing. I'm not even gonna lie, but I know that a mammal has babies and everything else has eggs and stuff. I mean, that's what I thought it was.
That go back to that conversation you said, brother, when the sister Issa Queen came on and spoke just regular, plain, regular talk to somebody, which I called intellectual a few minutes ago, which when she said it, I thought was just like clear, regular, obstetric English, that a parent doesn't necessarily have to be an authoritarian over a child. And so what we need to do, they need to study, like what I said, like a definition that's analytically true. That means true by definition.
And
like then the definition.
In the context that people have in their conversation is because instead of authoritarian, I'm going to say I'm their parent.
Yeah.
So
see, listen. Parent, the word parent, if we look up the word parent, we will not find the word authority. If we look up the word authority, we won't find the word parent. The word parent is not dependent on being an authority. It does not include, it does not predicate being an authority. It is not analytically in the word parent authority. What's in the word parent is you gave birth to a child. You produced a child. That's what a parent is, not an authority. An authority has nothing to do with a parent. When you add authority, you just giving the parent an adjective. Then you telling the parent, giving the parent something to do. But that's not what a parent is.
No.
A parent is a mother or a father. That's what a parent is. And right now, today, legally, a parent might include guardian. And then when somebody come in with stupid stuff like that, like he was doing, like Roy Chess and Swab was doing, like naming outliers, like all humans don't have two legs. All humans are not bipedal. Some people got amputated. That's stupid. That's an outlier. That's not what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
See, they bring in stupid stuff like that that don't have nothing to do with the conversation. And that is not, then at that point, we're not talking about human beings. You know what we're talking about? We're talking about taxonomy. When he say that all humans, some humans get amputated, some humans born without a brain or a liver or whatever, then now we're talking about taxonomy. And you're taxonomizing the human beings, taxonomizing animals. And that's why Roy Chess made the mistake and said that he included animals in the feelings when animals are not humans. They not filed in the same rank with us. When you say all humans, listen to me now, all fathers, all sons, all fathers are sons, but not all sons are fathers. It's an asymmetric relationship. All fathers are sons, but not all sons are fathers. That's what they got to understand. So watch this. All humans are mammals. We can't say nothing else. We can't say an asymmetric relationship. We can't breed a symmetric or asymmetric relationship. The relationship is what it is. All humans are mammals. We don't get to make another move. I'll stop right there though. I'm just saying that the logic is mixed up on the brothers though. The brothers' logic is mixed up. And so when we talk about true by analytic, it's something called true synthetic. An analytic definition is necessarily true. It's always true. A synthetic definition is contingent upon what you see in the world. It's contingent upon your experience. Like if I say it's raining and it's either raining or not raining, then you can't say nothing to that. That's true either way. It's nonsense, but it's raining or it's not raining. That's true analytically. But if I say it's raining outside, that's a synthetic truth. Because what you got to do is get up and go and look outside and check and verify if it's raining in the physical world, make an objective fact, and then come back to me and say, yes, it is raining. Right. So I'm saying that these type of sentences and these type of conversations keep getting mixed up. And I think that our people should focus on logic a little bit more and language a little bit more. And especially a little bit of mathematics while you're doing the logic. But logic and language would take our people a long way if we just studied those two.
Right. Hey, at J Snake 65.
Yeah, I did sub to your channel, by the way.
Right about that.
All right, Brandon, thank you for subbing. You got anything to say on the conversation?
This is my first time meeting you people. Open panel of my opinion. That's in the title one here. And you gave me a shout out. You gave me a shout out, which is that's the reason why I subbed to you.
Okay, well, thank you, man. And we like to have you. But we're gonna put you back in the chat. I think I was right about what I was thinking about. So and I'll have you back up a little bit later because we're having an intellectual conversation that I don't think you are, but I think you go over there and watch Fred Flintstone real quick. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Appreciate that, Olu.
Yeah, man. I had to look at the scene again. It's just as I thought. He ain't mentally advanced as he should be. So we got to handle those carefully. But
that's right.
Continue, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, he eating, he cooking. He cooking.
Yeah, Babylon, man, shoot. I can't wait to get to talk to him to get to that mathematics that he got. And I see
Babylon got to be a Black American.
Facts.
I could just tell, you know what I'm saying? And they be wanting, we ain't gonna get into that, but yeah, that's right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man, he
because we spit a little different. We be spitting a little different, and our output on things are a little different. You know what I'm saying? And I can tell when, I can just tell.
Yeah, we got some people we got Tahuti and
tell them to come up and bring some questions or come up and build.
Ken Hurt, Jay. Yeah, come on up and build, man.
Ask some questions in the chat. Put us on, man, so we ain't just like talking. I don't like to just talk. I did come up here with some beef though, but I can't really look it up.
but Babylon, I want to ask you.
I know you did. That's why I heard you.
Evolution. Babylon, what's your thoughts on creation and evolution?
Oh man, good question. Well, let's start with the latter, with the second one first. My thoughts on evolution is that's one of them language words that's been taken out of context. And evolution, as far as Darwin go, is not proven, and people try to make like it's proven a fact and this and that, and all of it is just hypothesis and conjecture to this very day. Evolution, if you look it up, it just means change. That's all evolution is change. Now I'm gonna add a couple of other words to that. You have adaptations and you have mutations. And that's what evolution is. When things adapt to their environment or mutate in their environment. And these can come by external forces or internal forces can cause these genetic mutations or genetic adaptations. And so when we talk about evolution, we just talking about whatever species, animal, plant, human, we say how it changes, how it adapts, and how it mutates. Evolution in itself is not a real thing, if you understand what I'm saying. It's just a definition or a description, really, of a process. Evolution describes the process of adaptation and mutation. It's not a thing. Everything changes. Listen to this. If it don't change, it's not real. Everything in the universe is always changing, so everything is always evolving. So to say that things evolve is to say absolutely nothing, because everything is already evolving, changing, adapting, and mutating. Everything here is already doing that. So to say evolution is to say nothing. It's to just repeat the obvious. Monkeys don't change into humans. Humans don't change into monkeys. Snakes don't change into humans. Humans don't change into and this never happened. We never seen it. We didn't confirm it. We never observed it. And that's the definition of science: to observe the observable, to see. Right. So if we can't observe a monkey changing into a human, then we can't confirm evolution. If we can't confirm a single cell organism changing into multicellular organisms, then we can't confirm it. And Louis Pasteur confirmed this and proved that abiogenesis was impossible. You can't get life from death. You can't get it. You're not gonna get it. It's not gonna happen. So abiogenesis, listen to me now, I'm giving the facts. Abiogenesis is disproven. It disproved that single cell organism, that they know anything about a single cell organism. Back to the language game. When I mention symmetric relationships, a single cell organism would be a symmetric relationship. It would be a father, right? It would be a father, that's a son, right? But it would be a son, but no father. It wouldn't have a father. That would be the single cell organism, an impossibility. So evolution is debunked just based on the language of the word, but people go on with it because they have developed the theory behind it and they have a language to talk about it. So once you develop a language to talk about a subject, it's hard to debunk it because people then bought into the whole system. It's just like money. If I say money ain't real, people will say, well, give me all your fucking money. You see? Even though money is not real, but we have a language and a way to use it and talk about it. So to say it ain't real is being a little bit, not in the world that we live in. Kind of like that language game, like talking about black holes while we playing basketball. To say money ain't real when we use it every day and we buying stuff and it's an active thing in the world. It's an objective fact. But subjectively, money is not real. You see? So we have to understand this, that evolution is not real. It's a word that's used to describe a process.
So I'm asking a question. So if we're always evolving, is that evolution?
Yes, that's you could call it evolution, you could call it change, you can call it mutation, you can call it adaptation. All of those words are fit. It is a form of evolution. But to say it is evolution, the word is work like an equal sign. Remember that. Now it work in other ways. You have auxiliary verbs, linking verbs, being verb, is all kind of verbs. But is, when you say it in the sentence, like you say 1 + 1 is 2, then is there is working like an equal sign. So if we say evolution is, then we have to say what it is. Evolution is change, mutation, adaptation. But now watch this. Evolution is when one species change into another species. All of us know that's a damn lie. All of us know that's not the definition of evolution. Evolution is mutation. See what I'm saying? But if somebody come in with their opinion and say evolution is when species change, evolution is, then that's a lie. That's why evolution ain't real.
creation? What's your take on creation?
Okay, creation, matter or energy cannot be created or destroyed. So there is no such thing as called creation from nothing. But that doesn't exclude the word creation, because I'm about to give you what creation is. Like I told you, that evolution is change, mutation, and adaptation. Creation is growth. That's it. Creation is the growth of a thing. When things grow, then things are being created. Things are being renewed. When you grow, you are creating. You becoming a new person. You becoming taller, way more. You got more mass. You got more atoms. You see different. You think different. You feel different. Your cognitive self change. Everything change about you. In fact, every cell in your body change out every 7 to 10 years. You're not even the same person you was when you was 10 years old. When you turned 10, you was a totally different person. When you turned 20, you was a totally different person. Every cell in your body had changed out. You couldn't even be the same person you was. Now, only thing remains is your memory and your cognition and your consciousness. And that's what tells you that your consciousness is yourself, because that's the only thing carried along with your body. Despite changing everything in your body, you still maintain consciousness and you still maintain in touch with yourself. That's called self-identity and self-reference. And those two words cause most of the problems in mathematics and in language. Look it up. Self-reference and self-identity. When they run into problems that cause for things to talk about themselves, that's called metacognition or metacognitive, metaconscious, then the thing can't talk about itself. Like, then they run into a problem. Like, if you try to, like they say, a word, you can't use the word to define the word. That's metacognition, because the word got to talk about itself. But that's not true. That's not true. The word can talk about itself. And that's what my book is about. It's about meta mathematics. And you have proto language and you have a meta language. So the meta language will allow you to talk about the proto language in the proto language. But this is a whole nother level. But that's what it is. So creation is not a thing when people say creating from nothing, because nothing ain't a thing. See, nothing is something. If you can't type nothing in a computer. You can't write nothing on a paper. If you do, you're going to be doing something. You can't say I'm doing nothing. Because if you say you're doing nothing, you're doing just that. The nothing becomes something. You're doing nothing. That is something. So the language game of nothing has got in people's head the concept that they can imagine nothing, and they can't even imagine this, right? We can't even imagine nothing. Because if we imagine nothing, we still imagine space. Even if we imagine nothing, we have to have a space for the nothing. So we can't even imagine nothing. So why would we even think that nothing exists when we can't even imagine nothing? Ain't nowhere in the world do we find nothing. We can't even observe nothing. Even to argue about nothing is ridiculous. Like they say, there is no God. You can't say there is no God, because the minute you say there is no God, you just saying you arguing about nothing then. Because if you say there is no God, then it's nothing to argue about. You shouldn't even say there is no God, because there is no God is not necessary if there is no God. There must be a God if you say there is no God. While you saying there is no God, you just produced a God. You just produced God. When you said there is no God, that is God. There must be a God, because you said there's no God. So there must be one.
Yeah. So by definition, I'm just trying to get this right now.
Yeah.
So by the definition, the way I was hearing it, I want you to kind of elaborate a little bit more on it.
Wait till the ambulance go by. The police department. Say it again now. Listen.
My bad.
Wouldn't by definition, I'm saying, just by the two definitions, you know, the way that I was hearing you explaining it, wouldn't creation be a part of evolution?
No. Just like existence predates creation, like existence predates creation. You have to exist in order to create. So there's a hierarchy, there's a taxonomy, there's a priority here, there's a bias here. Like existence predates creation, but creation would predate evolution. You have to have a creature in order to evolve, and a creature implies creation. So you can't have evolution without creation, but you could have creation without evolution. It's not symmetrical. One of them is above the other in order and rank.
Right.
Existence, creation, evolution, in that way. And I would agree with you that evolution would be a form of growth. But once again, if evolution is a form of growth, it's falling under the definition of creation and not above it. But not above it. But not above it. It's not equal to it. It's inside of it. Like, I'll give you this example. Like I said earlier, a father can give birth to a son, but a son can't give birth to his father. That son can become a father himself and give birth to a son, but his son could never give birth to him. So to say the statement like they say in the Bible, the Father's in me and I'm in the Father, that just must only mean genetically, because you can't be in your father. Your father is in you, but you can't be in your father. That's a symmetric relationship. If you saying your genes are in your father, I'm with you. But if you saying anything other than that, that debunk the Christian myth of the Bible. So yeah, let me give you one more example. I talk about identity and equality. This sort of like self-identity is self-reference, because equality is the reference and the identity is the, you know, the same thing. So identity means the same and reference means equality, right? So now watch this. If I have two things the same thing, they the exact same thing, they identical. Are they equal? That's a question. If I have two things that's identical, are they equal?
I don't think that'd be
If two things
if
are
I
identical,
have two things that now listen to the definition. I'm giving you the definition in the word, so you can't think really. Listen, hold up. If two things are the exact same thing, they are identical.
Yeah.
Are they equal?
yeah, they're equal.
Yes, they are equal, Oli. They can't help but be equal. They exactly the same
They're the
thing.
same
They
thing.
are identical. The circle is 360 degrees. The square is 360 degrees. They are equal. I don't care how much you want to put in your head. One of them got arcs. One of them got angles. I don't care if you say one of them look bigger. One of them look. I don't care how you feel. This is not subjective. It's an objective fact that the circle is 360 degrees, the square is 360 degrees, and 360 equal 360. 360 miles an hour in a car is 360 miles an hour on a bus. 360 pounds of feathers is the same as 360 pounds of rocks. 360 degree circle is the same as a 360 degree square. They are equal, regardless to how you feel. So that's what we got to get past. That's why people say facts over feelings, because people allow what they objectively feel to mess up.
Well, wouldn't that be like the context that we're still putting it in, though? Like we were talking about kind of earlier, because
that's what he's saying.
360 miles per hour in the truck full of rocks ain't gonna be the same as, I mean, you know, in a certain context, so far as in a small, just regular economy car.
No, I just gave you several different examples of things that were equal. They were not supposed to be the same exact thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I just gave you those as examples of things that's equal. But nevertheless, if you have something that's identical, what I'm trying to show you is that equality is a part of identity. But identity is not necessarily part of equality. Equality is contingently a part of identity. Identity is necessary to have identity and not have equality. But you can have equality and not have identity.
No, and the
Because
only equality we have is
one plus one equals two, right?
that's exactly what I was gonna say. The equality is the individual of each thing.
Yeah, two don't look like 1 plus 1. They just equal. They not identical. Those not the identical things. Because -1 times -1 is a +1. And a +1 times a +1 is a +1. But nobody would assume that -1 is the same thing as +1.
What up to the stage, Jay Snake? I think you might
What up?
got a little echo too, Jay.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Yes, we hear you, brother.
Oh, okay. I don't believe that they're identical though. They just had the same measurements, bro.
That's what we
No,
just
that's what
said.
he was saying was
Oh, okay, my bad.
in identity, and that was his point. I think he was saying that each individual thing is still equal because it's an individual thing that's itself.
That's right, Oli. That's right.
Yeah, and I definitely believe in that. And that's before we jump to the point about evolution and stuff. That's why I say in quantum onlyism, the process that existence goes through for me is morphogenesis, because morphogenesis doesn't just stop at biology. It's the transformation of all things within existence. And so for me, time and nature, when people ask me, well, if time and nature is the necessary conditions, what processes they provide? That process is morphogenesis, because evolution, metamorphosis, all of those things that cause for transformation is within morphogenesis. It's not like a separate process. It's like the expression, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly is metamorphosis, but it's still morphogenesis because it's the formation of a new structure from an existing. Evolution is the same thing. Now, like you said, evolution isn't a proven fact. It's more likely.
That's what I word you mentioned it too. You mentioned that word metamorphosis.
Exactly.
That's important.
That's very important. Like you say, when we talk about words, we gotta understand. Basically, when they say the etymology, but I mean, not even just the etymology. It's the definition of the person that's using it. That's why I love philosophy so much, because if you're not changing a word but expanding on the word,
some reason you echoing, Oli. Some reason you echoing real bad, Oli.
I think it's because Jay Snake. I think it's because Jay Snake ain't on mute. Yeah. It was Jay Snake was having a little echo. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, that's what you was talking about when you was talking about the words and when people using them. When you expand on words, if you're gonna be using them, you should expand on that word, and you should let everybody know you expanding on that word. We can't go into conversations and be talking, and then I come in and start using morphogenesis, and people like, well, morphogenesis is a biological term. But in philosophy, if I'm expanding it, because if morphogenesis is the change within biology, and I see in my research, in my things, because I'm trying to answer the question of existence and time and nature, then I have to ask, does morphogenesis expand? And it does, in my view, because if we're just talking about the transformation, and even though we're using it in biology, does anything else transform? Yes, it does. Then morphogenesis is taking place in other places of the universe, and then or existence. And when you expand on that, then you can expand on the horizons of the answers that you're looking for when asking questions.
Yeah, they I think only that they try to take away your ability to create new words, and they don't understand philosophy, because all philosophy create new words. The word being might not mean the word being that people use it in everyday life. Like we were talking about everyday conversation, that's called the extensive definition or use of words. But
Right.
when we talking about philosophy, then that don't apply. Philosophy turn into almost like legalese. You know what I'm saying? Like if you use the word extension, it doesn't mean extension like you use it in everyday life and things like that. So I agree with you.
Yeah, it's called uh, nomenclature. You have the right
Yes.
to nomenclature, and so
And the person that creates the word is called a what? A neologist, right?
yeah, yeah,
Neologist. Yeah, they ain't heard that word before. That's a new one for them niggas. Neologist. All right, y'all. Neologist. That's the person who create words and language.
right. And then
And a
when you
logician
look
is
at
the
my
person who create
philosophy,
mathematics.
when you look at my philosophy, that's why I say I make sure that people know that I don't take away none of the definitions that's already been in existence. I just expand on those words, and then I justify how I expand on them and stuff. And that's why I be telling people, like, when it comes to arguing me, once I do get into this tournament, which lets me remember this, that we do have to get one of them commercials, but it's gonna be a sight to see, because of if you don't come in the philosophical way, I'm gonna beat you down. But mentioning that tournament,
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained?
yeah, man, we got that coming up. I can't wait. I'm happy to be a part of that. Babylon, you done jumped in there?
Yeah, I'm here. Shout out to A1. A1, peace, A1. I meant to say that when I came on, my bad. But shout out A1.
Yeah,
And thank you for providing panel, bro. And, you know, especially even welcoming a brother like me onto your panel, bro. I ain't trying to put myself down or nothing, bro, but I'm blackballed on every channel around here just because of how I talk and what I say. So for you to, you know, even allow me on here to talk, bro, that speak volumes about your character and what you're trying to do for the community, and how you not biased and not just blackballing people based on no reason. So I appreciate that, bro. Let's go, Oli. Let's get it.
Yeah, man. Especially shout out A1, like I say, Caesar, is you on mute?
No, I ain't on mute.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody said something. But yeah, man, shout out A1, the leader of the
What's
Titans.
up, Caesar? I like that name, bro.
Appreciate that.
And man, yeah, Babylon, that's why I took into the Coliseum, because I do have different views, and A1 let me get it out there, because if it makes sense, even if ain't nobody else heard it or anything, don't mean that when they hear it, they can't catch hold of it and use it for what it's worth. And I appreciate it every bit the Titans Debate League and the Coliseum of Arguments, what it's doing for quantum onlyism.
Yeah. Hey, Caesar, are you the same brother that was asking the first questions? I was bouncing back and forth with us.
Yeah, that was Caesar.
That was Caesar. Okay, I just want to say this, that bro, I appreciate them questions. I wish other people would come on here, all the dudes that support evolution, and come on here and have a talk with me and Oli about evolution, so you could see how I actually answer those questions. Because I know your question is deeper than just the actual definition of the word evolution. What you really probably want to know is evolution a real thing, and is it true? And what we did was we showed by definition how it can't be true. But I would like to, but I touched a little bit on abiogenesis, and I talked about Louis Pasteur, and I gave you a source to look up how asymmetric creation, or single cell evolution, is not proven.
Right.
It's not proven. So,
well, I asked that question because so far as like my own understanding, not doing no studies, nothing, just from what I know and what I kind of like think, just by being just me, I feel like everything evolves, but you only evolve to what's better, what you are. Like you said, ain't no gorillas finna turn into no human. It wasn't no humans, no gorillas. We just gonna get better as humans. You know what I'm saying? Our DNA, whatever on down the line. We just gonna get better at what we are. We ain't gonna change into nothing else.
Well, wait. Let me say this. Let me say one thing. You use the word better again. Now listen to me. I'm just gonna show you something. It's a man named Donald Hoffman, right? And he a pretty good scientist, but don't listen to everything he say, because I ain't with that panpsychism shit. I ain't with none of that. But where he come off right at is where he make a point where he says that, evolution is not based on getting better at a thing. It's not based on, like, the most intelligent beings, like we thought, the most intelligent beings survived. That's not true. Like they used to say when we was younger, survival of the fittest, that happened to be the truth right there. It's survival of the fittest. And not the fittest don't mean the strongest or the smartest either. The fittest mean who fit for the environment. The best one fit for the environment at the time. As the environment evolves, as the environment changes, it causes the organisms or the creatures to evolve. So you can't really have evolution without an outside. And I said this in the beginning, remember, you can't, evolution is based off of external and internal forces. So without those forces acting to promote what you call in the change, the mutation, or the adaptation, you can't have evolution. So these things, I'll stop right there, but I want you to understand what I'm saying, that evolution doesn't make a thing better. It's no such thing as upward evolution. In fact, check this out. If I put a piece of paper, if I make a copy, a facsimile, I make a copy of a paper, and then I put the same copy of paper in the printer, and then it makes me another copy, and then I do the same thing with the second sheet of paper, not the first one, but the second sheet of paper. I make a copy of that one. And then I make a copy of the third sheet of paper. And I keep making copies of the copy. And not the original. I'm just making copies of the copy. Even though I still have the same amount of my reception, the picture, the what you'll call it, the clarity. Yeah, the clarity of the picture of the photo of the print that I'm printing will become weaker. Listen to what I'm saying. Now, I got the same ink, but because I changed the thing that I'm copying, when I made the first copy, it wasn't identical. It looked identical. It looked equal to the first copy. When I make the copy of it again, it gets weaker. And I make another copy, it gets weaker. So let's take this same thing and relate it to DNA or evolution. If I evolve from the first human beings, Do you think I'm gonna evolve better after making copy after copy after copy after copy? Or do you think it's possible that the original was already the best and then niggas is de-evolving?
Ooh, that's. I mean, yeah. I mean, I could see that angle.
Yeah, because
I could see that
yeah,
angle.
I mean, science speaks to this. The pyramids, all of the stuff that's looking better and built bigger and built with all the stones and all the craft and all of that, that was done way early. Now
I
they
think
build
that
with
things
plastic.
that I think that things come after would be better, because I think that it would, like, whatever was there, so far as in, what we
That's
talking about
easy
so
to
far
think.
as in life. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying that's a reasonable thing to think. If you're thinking about evolution, somebody need to mute because I'm echo. But listen, if you're thinking about evolution and you believe in evolution and upward evolution, which I'm telling you has been debunked, it's never been proven. Now I'm letting you know now that upward evolution, meaning evolution to evolve to be better, smarter, bigger, stronger, like Kanye West say, faster. This is a lie. This is made up. You've been taught that in order for you to buy into the theory of time and that things will get better over time. And as you've been here, if you question yourself and say, since I was little, have things gotten better over time? And you would say, hell no, they haven't gotten better. Then you go back to your ancestors and say, let me look at my ancestors. Did things get better over time? You would say, hell no. So at what point do you look back objectively and observe scientifically that anything evolved upwardly and got better? Science even states that a thing cannot be higher, that cannot rise or evolve higher than its source.
I mean,
That's science.
humans get faster and stronger and things like that, so far as things that's on record and things like that.
No, they got better tennis shoes and rubber tracks and different things like that, and more aerodynamic. I'm not saying that we don't develop different skills to do things different. Wait, and we don't improve. We can improve, but improvement is not upward evolution. We can improve.
Right, maybe I used the wrong word then. So I would say I would use that word. Then if you saying it like that, then that's, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Go ahead.
Because I'm saying our words are important. See, because in evolution is not the word improvement. If we look up the word evolution, we won't see getting better. We won't see evolution. We won't see upward. We won't see nothing about positivity. Because evolution don't have nothing to do with that. That's all our humans. See, we humans. And so if I had ancestors live a long time ago and they taught me that they were cavemen and they lived in caves and that they came from monkeys, then it's easy for me to see that I'm evolving into a better species. But if I don't buy that at all, if I don't believe at all that I came from a monkey, if I believe that human beings always been here as human beings, Homo sapiens always been Homo sapiens, then that evolution theory doesn't fit into my paradigm. It doesn't work in my paradigm. And I'm willing to allow the evolutionists to have their paradigm because they ain't here to change their paradigm. They just talking out the side of their neck though, because scientifically we know we can't prove nothing they saying. And I ain't giving nothing to prove. You see what I'm saying? Because I know it can't be proved. But the evolution tries to give something. It tries to give a mechanism. Like, for instance, they always say, what's the mechanism for evolution? What's the mechanism for evolution? Watch this, Brother Caesar. Watch this. Now, I had this conversation with somebody. I forget who it was, but it was about nature. So when they say natural selection, it's almost like the Big Bang. They hate it. But when you say, what started the Big Bang? Because just like abiogenesis debunks evolution, it's something called baryonics, right? Baryonics. Baryonics, abaryonics, like asymmetric. I'm calling it, I'm neologism now. Abaryonics. Look it up. Baryonics debunks the Big Bang. They can't have a single particle and then tell us what the single particle evolved into. The same way they can't have a single cell and tell us what the single cell evolved into. They can't have a single atom or single particle and say it banged or exploded or inflated or whatever. They can't do it. It can't be proven. There's no evidence of it. They can't see it. They can't prove it. It's out. It's nothing on it. You just have people like on them channel, the community of skeptics. You have people like that talking about scientific this and scientific that, STEM this and STEM that, but none of that matters. It doesn't matter. Can it be proven or not? If evolution can be proven, prove it to me right now. Show me where the proof is. You see, like I can show you that coffee is real. I could pull out a thing of coffee, cut on my camera, and show you that coffee is real. You can't do nothing to show me that evolution is real. Now watch this. The minute I ask who does the selection, we right back in the God particle. They done created science, and in place of God, they put the word nature or natural selection. Because science, right? Science is about things that's observable. Can we observe nature?
Yes.
We can observe things in nature. We can't observe nature itself. We can observe everything in nature, but we can't observe nature itself. Nature itself does not.
Of nature?
I'm finna tell you. Watch this. Nature itself does not exist. You gonna get it? Wait, hold up. Listen to me. Remember, I told you that things could be in things, and it could be an asymmetrical relationship. Right. Nature. You talk about nature, and we talk about nature as if nature exists. But just ask yourself, where can I find nature? Can I look at nature itself under a microscope, through a telescope? No, not nature. I can look at the things in nature, and I can describe the things and say they act natural. And I can give all these names for these things. But the word nature and nature itself does not exist. It's just like word like evolution. It describes a process. It describes a state of things. Nature describes the state of the world that you're looking at. And it's an overall word so that you could just say something about the whole thing and make sense of it. But you making sense of it don't mean that nature itself actually exists. It's an abstract object. It's an abstract fact. It's not a concrete subject. It's not a concrete fact. Nature is abstract. We can't hold it. We can't observe it. We can't put it in nothing. So when science says nature, you should say nature is metaphysical. Nature is like self. It's like emotions. It's like the mind. We can't grab it. We can't hold it. So if you're a scientist, why are you talking about nature? Why are you saying something about natural selection when you can't observe nature? When you say natural selection, you are simply selecting the things, the objects, the animals in nature, not nature itself. That's why he calls it natural selection, because he is making a selection. Nature ain't selected a goddamn thing, because nature can't select. Nature can't act. Nature is acausal, non-causal. Nature can't cause an effect on nothing here. Nature is abstract. So when they say natural selection, they making up something and people buying into it. When they say natural science, it's no such thing as natural science. What they mean is physical science, like you got taught at school correctly, physical science, because physical can be observed, but nature is metaphysical. There go that word again, meta. And metaphysical in this observance, in this context, means above and beyond. Physical is transcendental. It's above and beyond the physical. So Immanuel Kant, you can look him up. He's a racist, just like Darwin. But Immanuel Kant, you can look him up, and he showed them this. You know, that kind of like what I'm saying.
He used the he was the he used the transcendental argument for God in the creation. But that's
Yeah,
that what you're saying right there is exactly why I choose philosophy as a way of explanation. And when I talk of nature, I give nature a technical meaning. So it
there
isn't
you
just
go.
the trees and the animals or environment. When I say it, that's why when people say, "What is nature?" and I give them the definition, but the definition ends up saying that it's like a principle of structure, form, the persistence. But the
Mhm.
main word in it is the identity, individual in the individuality of each thing. It's the
Mm.
condition that allows anything to be distinguishable from anything else. So when somebody like you said, is nature real? Um, for me, yes, but if when you talking about nature, you talking about the structures and relationships that give things identity. I ain't just talking about because, like you said, when you use it and you say identify nature, if you're talking about the thing as a noun, as nature as being like a noun and being a thing, a person, place, or thing,
That's
then
right.
you'll be able to identify it. Well, in my research and thing, and that's why I say when I give my explanations, I don't take away from the term that already is. I expand on it so people can see. And when I expand on it, I see, like you said, nature is actually doing something. When they saying nature, they ain't just talking about that thing right there. They talking about a process that makes that thing the individual thing that it is within existence. And
That's
so
right.
when I say nature, I say it's the moment that anything has its own identity. It's the processes and the structures of the thing that is relative to your individuality and that you're using in your perception as an intelligible answer to what you're looking to the question that you're asking when you start talking about nature. And I always say this in the first place, because that's where it takes place. That's where it takes. Jay, I see you've been coming off
Mm.
mute quite a while and going back on. You got something you want to say?
Yeah, the bro said there's no evidence of the Big Bang. There is evidence of the Big Bang. It doesn't mean it's true or not, but there is evidence of the Big Bang though.
Okay, I'm gonna stand on that. But I didn't say it was no evidence, but
You did,
I
bro.
am
Yeah,
gonna
you we
say,
can rewind it. You did say it, bro. I got good memory.
okay, well then evidence, right? I don't remember saying the word evidence, but I'll give you that. I was saying I'll stand on that. Even though I don't say it, I say I don't say it, I'll stand on that. No, there is not evidence of a Big Bang.
There is though, bro.
If
Look it
you're
up.
looking at
Present some evidence
microwave
real quick.
background, if you're looking at background,
Bro,
go
you
ahead,
cut me off though.
you
You
go.
cut me off though. You've been talking
No,
for
you
like
go.
10
Go
minutes.
ahead.
Okay. If there wasn't no evidence of the Big Bang, bro, the explain the universe expanding in all directions. If you press the rewind button on something expanding in all directions, it's gonna end up in one point, bro. Sometime in the far past.
That's a theory. That's a hypothesis. That's conjecture.
That's common sense, bro.
No, that's not common sense. That's
Push
conjecture.
rewind on something
If I
expanding. Like
blow
if
up a
you have a
balloon,
video of
if I
something
blow up
expanding,
a
right, and you
balloon,
push rewind on it, what's gonna happen to it in the beginning of the video?
bro, you want to have a conversation or you want to talk?
That's what I'm asking about you too. But go ahead, bro. This is your show, so go ahead.
Okay, so listen, bro. You saying that the universe expanded?
It is
You
expanding.
making that
All you
up?
gotta do is have a
You,
telescope. You can see it.
bro, are you gonna let me talk? You can't prove that the universe ever expanded. You don't know nothing about the universe. All you doing is going off of what you heard. And what they doing is they done looked at something what they call cosmic background radiation. And they looking at something called infrared shift or blue shift in light. And they looking back in what they call the past, and they saying that the universe itself is expanding, which is nonsense because they can't talk about the universe itself, because the only thing science knows about is the observable universe. It has nothing to say about the universe that it can't see. So every time you talk about science, you only talking about the things that you can observe. And you and them have never observed a single atom or particle expanding into no rate of seconds that y'all say, Planck or otherwise, into what you call a universe. In fact, the Big Bang is not the only theory. Have you ever heard of the Big Rip? Have you ever heard of the Big Bounce? Have you ever heard of the Big Crunch? All of these are theories in science right now that are as strong as ever as you say the Big Bang is.
Why are you getting
Look
so
it up.
upset,
The
bro?
Big Rip, the Big Crunch, the Big
But
Bounce.
I
Look it up.
presented evidence, though, bro. You're just presenting subjective opinions, bro. I
No,
presented
I'm not
evidence.
about to do that.
You know what I'm
I'm not
saying?
about to do that.
Why? Because
You
I'm
ain't presented
disagreeing
no
with you, or I'm
evidence.
saying that you might
You
not
made
be
a
wrong. You
statement.
might not be right about a certain thing, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're
No, have
saying.
you?
Everyone else is wrong. You're saying everyone else is wrong about
Hey,
what they
bro,
believe,
we were
right?
having a conversation and we were not arguing about personal. Wasn't nobody trying to make me a
Bro, I'm not
know-it-all.
arguing. You're
Wasn't
the one
nobody
that's
trying to
arguing,
do
bro.
none of
You
that.
won't let no one
You have an
talk in your argument.
argument about the Big Bang. Stick to the Big Bang. We talking about the Big Bang and we talking about whether or not you got proof that the Big Bang is real. I stated
So
that the
wait. I
Big
gotta
Bang is
stick
a
to the Big Bang,
conjecture.
but you can move to the Big
I'm
Crunch and
talking.
the Big Wave and
Hey,
shit like that.
hey,
Come on, bro. Stop it.
hey, humble. Oli. Mute us out and then let each brother talk. I'm not gonna do that, bro. I'm just like Sister Issa. I'm a
Bro, you
teacher.
interrupted me my whole
I
time. So
teach
this is supposed to be
people
my time
that don't
talking
know
right now,
more
bro.
than
You
me,
interrupted me like
and
seven
I
times.
talk to people that know as much as me. I'm not gonna do this. He asked the question, and yet he want to give the answer too. Why even ask the question if you dogmatic about your answer? If you already know your answer, then you didn't come on here with a question. Because when
Bro,
your
you're
question
claiming
gets
things about
answered,
me.
you don't
You're
like the
saying things
answer
about me
and you get mad.
that's coming out of your mind,
All right,
bro. That's
So I'm
nothing
gonna
to
let
do.
you
Babylon.
talk. I'm giving him the whole floor.
Yeah, yeah.
No, we're gonna give him the whole floor
Let's get
and let him have it. And then I'm gonna talk.
bet.
Okay,
All right,
like
Jay,
you said,
because we've
bro,
been up here
it's
talking
just
for
a
a minute. Go ahead
theory,
and give you.
and that's my opinion. And why, if I'm talking about the Big Bang, why not stay on the Big Bang? But you brought up Big Crunch, Big Wave, Big Bounce, so it's okay for you to go all over the fucking place, but I gotta stay where you want me to stay at to make your point right. Now, go ahead.
Okay, like I said, that's personal, and you talking to me directly. Like, do you want me to stay there where you want me to stay at? Oh, that's personal, bro. I'm growner than that. You got to talk about the Big Bang. That's what I was saying. Stay on topic. The Big Crunch, the Big Bounce, and the Big Rip, it are things that's related to the Big Bang. But you talking about me and how I'm doing myself is not related to the Big Bang. So if you have a question about the Big Bang, go ahead. If you don't have a question, I already answered your question. I'm good.
But bro, I got personal, but you said I'm dogmatic. Saying I'm dogmatic is you. It makes sense, Babylundun.
You still personal. Oli, I'm done. I'm going to mute up. And unless somebody else come on, I'm not going to have a personal conversation. If it's not about science, not about history, not about math, not about logic, not about a subject other than me and me personally, I don't want to talk about it. I'm good.
Can someone tell me how I talked about him personally? Though I don't see where that happened though.
Bro, if you have a question about science, do it. If you don't, shut up and move on. That's what's happening on this show. You're not getting
Bro,
the memo.
my whole thing was about science, and I don't have to shut up if
Okay,
I don't
then
want
ask
to,
a
bro.
question. Ask a question. You got the floor. Ask a question. Go. Ask a science question. You got it. Go.
Hey, let me say something. Hold on. Let me say something real quick. I think
No,
what we
only
have
let
here.
this nigga, let him make a fool out of himself. Let him ask a question, a science
See,
question.
look,
Let him go.
Ollie,
Let him have the floor.
hold
let it go.
on, Ollie, hold up. It's not personal, right? But I'm a fool. I'm a nigga. You feel
No,
me? But it's not personal
no.
though.
You got the floor. Make a scientific statement.
Hold on.
Make
Well, let me say something.
a statement.
Let
Have
me
I
say
called
something
this
before
man
he
any
start.
names? Have
Hold
I
on.
ad homed against
Hold
him,
on. Hold
Ollie?
on.
Have I
Exactly,
did that at
man.
all, bro?
Hold
Get
on.
rid of him.
Let me
Get
say
rid of
something real
him.
quick.
Only
Let
thing
me
you
say
want to do
something
is
real quick.
talk personal. Get rid of
Listen,
him,
hold on.
please.
Hold on. Listen, this ain't what we got here is a debate topic about is evolution proof and what or is it not? Now I think what we got here is a debate topic. I don't think nobody getting
No, we don't have a debate
personal.
topic, bro. I mean, that go to middle ground again, Oli. Stop doing that, man. It's an argument. Somebody right and somebody wrong.
I know it, but I'm saying so. And how do you prove that somebody right and somebody wrong?
There you
That's what I'm
go.
saying. We don't have to prove. We don't have to prove whether somebody's right or wrong, but we can know
I
whether
got you. I
somebody's
got you.
right or wrong. And when we know somebody's right or wrong, we just go with that. Now it's obvious that we talking about, like the brother said earlier, Caesar. We talking about science and we talking about the Big Bang. If somebody asks a question like, "Hey, well, what am I doing to you?" And then I say, "Well, I don't want to talk personally. I want to talk about the Big Bang." Then that person say, "Did I call that brother a name? Did I say something personal?" Yes, the fact that you asking me about me and what you did to me or what I did to you is personal, bro. I don't want to talk about the little boy thing. We
When
talking
did that
about the
happen though?
Big Bang. We talking
When did I
about the
do that to
Big
you?
Bang,
Tell me
and
when
you
I did
made
that
a
to you though.
statement. Go ahead, you talk, bro.
Tell me when I did that to you though, bro. Let's not play
No,
make
I'm not
believe.
going
Tell
to
me when
talk
I did
about
that to you.
personal. I'm not going to
Okay.
tell you anything you did to me. I'm going to talk about the Big Bang, or we're going to end the conversation. And
So
only I'm going to go
calling me
ahead and hang up
dogmatic, a
if we
nigga.
can't get on with a real conversation, bro. I'm not going to be
Okay.
done like that everywhere I go, where I got to argue and seem like
Well then
belligerent
stop arguing,
just
bro.
to make just to get off what I want to teach the people. Honestly,
I got
like
you.
I'm
I got you.
really trying to teach the people and give the
I'm
people
just having a
knowledge, so
conversation where
y'all
bro
bring
he's
the
flying
clown
off the
on here
handle
to
because I
burst
got
me
evidence
and talk
that goes
over me.
against him.
I got you. I got you, Babylon.
That's ridiculous, man. It don't work like that. I'm not gonna do that.
But once again, bro, I haven't said anything personal to you about you. I haven't called you any names. You've done all of the above towards me.
All right, can you move on and talk about the Big Bang?
I just did, but you got all personal with it.
Okay, so I got personal. Can you move on and talk about the Big Bang now?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about it? I mean, what
Okay,
aspect?
you go. No, you talk about it. You got on here talking about it. Go.
I did. I said that the universe
Okay,
is
then. So you
expanding in
done?
all directions,
So
and
you done?
you're damn okay. Well, I can talk, but now you're cutting me off. Go ahead, bro. Go
No,
ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
asking. Are you
No,
gonna
go
talk
ahead.
about the
Run
Big
your mouth
Bang, or are
about
you gonna
nothing. Go
talk
ahead,
about
bro. You're
me?
good at that. You're good at that, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I was talking about the Big Bang, but you see, the niggas can't even talk. They are women. I mean, not even women. Y'all are for
Bro,
real.
ain't nothing
Y'all
bitch
niggas
about
Come
don't
on,
me,
even
listen.
know.
bro.
Hey man,
Ain't
come on.
nothing
We ain't
bitch
gonna.
about
Let's
me,
not get
bro.
like
I'll
that, y'all.
beat your
Let's not get like
motherfucking
that.
ass
Ain't
in
no
real
get
life,
like
bro.
Let's not
nothing,
get
Ain't
like
man.
nothing
that,
bitch
man.
Call a
about me over
spade a
here. Let's not
spade.
go there, bro.
Come
Let's
on,
not
man.
go there,
Call
bro.
a
Come on,
spade
man,
a
we
spade.
supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
You can try that shit with someone else, homeboy.
It's a such thing as a dumb question, and it's a such thing as a dummy. And you're a dummy.
Come on, man. Let's not with the ad
You see what I'm
hominems,
talking
man.
about, Ali? You see what I'm
Ain't
talking
no
about,
ad
bro?
hom. Ain't no see what we talking about. Get rid of this nigga.
You see what I'm talking about? Bro, he ain't
I
gonna
ain't
get
got
rid of
no
me for your
level.
punk ass,
I will
bro. Come
stoop
on
to this
now.
nigga level, and I will get
Bro, you
rid of
don't
this
hold no
nigga
weight over
myself.
here, bro, with me, bro. You don't hold no weight over here with me, bro.
Hey,
We ain't bros, dog.
I know we ain't, cause I'll beat your
Yeah,
ass the minute I see you.
yeah.
man. I
Hey,
think
On
Oli,
God,
I'm
nigga.
out of here, bro. I'll talk to you later, bro. I'll
Yeah,
holler.
get up out of here, nigga.
thanks Babylon for coming up, man. With the info. I don't know what just happened, man. I don't.
Bro, you
Jason.
seen he flipped out, bro. Bro, I didn't throw no ad hominems to the nigga try to compare me to a woman or a bitch, bro. That's what we're
Nah,
not gonna
you
do,
did.
bro. He can
You
come to
did.
my city, I come to his city. We're recording, nigga. I'll embarrass that nigga, bro. On everything I love, dead homies, nigga. Embarrass him with knowledge, hands, whatever he wants, bro.
Yeah, man. I just
I
feel
was
like you
totally
just came
calm,
up.
bro. I brought up the expansion of the universe. This nigga lost his fucking mind, bro.
Right, right, and that's what I say. That's what I seen. You just came up and said you just disagreed with me. You told why
Thank
you
you, bro.
disagreed.
That's all I said. I said, and I didn't even say I disagree. I mean, I did, but I'm like, nigga, I said that you said that there's no evidence. If you rewind the thing, he said there's no evidence of the Big Bang. All I
Right,
did was bring a piece of evidence.
and that's what you said. You said there is evidence of it. Now, I don't. I didn't ever see no ad hominems from you or nothing.
Which A1
But
always says. He says that, like, when I'm in the chat cooking niggas, he always says, hop up on here. So I hopped up on here. All I said was one thing, bro. One thing. I
yeah, man.
presented some evidence. This nigga lost his mind. Started calling me a woman, said I'm dumb, said this and that. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say one of them things about that nigga. Even though I could say 100 things about that nigga that unflattering.
Yeah, man. Dang, we be trying to have intellectual conversations.
And I didn't even mean to ruin his or
you
this
didn't
show,
ruin.
bro.
You didn't ruin
All I
nothing,
did was
man.
bring I brought one piece of evidence that nigga couldn't handle it, bro. And then look, he's not even as smart as he says he is or thinks he is. Why he's calling me a dummy? Because he brings up red and blue background radiation shift, nigga. That proves the Big Bang. That's evidence. Nothing.
Right,
Look, when something's red shifted, it means it's going all the way in this direction. If something's blue shifted on the spectrum, it means it's going all the way in the opposite direction, bro. That's proof and evidence of expansion from one point to another point.
right.
I just came up here to give you know what I mean, give a little pushback to him. He couldn't take it, bro. Lost his mind, start calling names and shit. Usually I do that. Usually I'm the first one to flip the fuck out because I'm not a debater. But nigga, he took the cake this day.
Yeah.
And I didn't even want to take the show here, bro. You know what I mean? I kind of want to hop off because I feel like I ruined the show. But I know I didn't ruin the show.
You didn't. Babylon was in his zone, and you came with a fair assessment about his conclusion. I don't think he was ready to do that. For some reason, he think you.
And I never said
Did
the brother was wrong, bro. I never said he was wrong. I
don't
never
think
said
the
that.
person. Oh, here back. You can.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean my bad, bro.
No,
But
you
what
did.
I was saying is, I never said that he was wrong in the first place. I was never like, you know what I'm saying? It's not true what you're saying. The Big Bang does exist. The theory of all that other shit is completely false. I didn't say none of that. All I did was bring one piece of evidence.
Yeah. Babylon, you back? Did you want to say something?
Hey, Oli,
Yeah,
have you ever heard the saying like, if a man ain't present, you don't really talk about him?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's old school respect right there. You know what I'm saying? Like if the man ain't really present and then another nigga keep talking about the man, I'll tell that nigga like, yo, man, that nigga gone, yo. That nigga living in your head rent free or some shit. Yo, let's move on.
We both were
Let's move
discussing it.
on.
So
Is it
are
something
you
else we
addressing
could
me or
talk about
Ollie?
or something? I
I mean,
mean,
are you
we on this
addressing
show. We
you
on this
addressing me or
show
Ollie,
talking
bro? We
about.
were both
Hey,
discussing it.
bro, I'm talking. Oli, golly, man. Will you
Yeah.
get this? Come
My
on
bad.
now.
My bad. I shouldn't have been talking about you, man. My bad.
Yeah, bro. I'm just saying though, bro. I'm just saying, like, when with all due respect, Oli, if I was anywhere and somebody said something about you, I'll say, yo, talk to Oli about that.
Yeah.
Don't come talk to me about Oli onlyism. I'm not here to defend his onlyism. I'm not the spokesperson for onlyism. Go talk to Oli. Why you won't talk to Oli? Okay,
Yeah.
and then when a man tell another man, yo, let's move on. As men, let's move on. We had the argument. Okay, we done with that. Let's talk about what we talking about. Nah, but you. I was talking about it, but you. I was doing this, but you. This and that, but you. It's still on me. And even while I'm gone, it's still on me. I was just trying to tell the nigga. I didn't even say this to the nigga. I didn't do this to the nigga. It's always that, bro. We having a scientific conversation. And we just had this conversation with the brother Caesar about people coming in and having a different language game. We not playing the language game of let's talk about Babylundun or let's talk about how each other feel about a subject. We were talking about the science of everything. And we were having a good conversation. And why the brother can't see that when he came in, the conversation fell off? I don't know why he can't see that. So I'm back to try to have another conversation, but I'm not going to talk about me. I'm going to talk about scientific evolution, linguistics, mathematics, logic, the world, history, children, women, men, but not personal. I'll stop right there, Oli.
Gotcha, man. And that's my fault. I was trying to close up the conversation. So I was just trying to make my assessment. I did say something about you, and he was answering me. So it wasn't him. It was me just saying I was upset that you was leaving because, you know, like you said, we was having a good conversation. I think, you know what I'm saying, the pushback, that if it's fair pushback, it is. If you feel like he getting personal, then I apologize for that. And I don't think Jay Snake was trying to get personal from the beginning. Now you different. You see something different. I can't tell you what you see or not. I think the fair assessment for me was that he was just disagreeing with your point. And like you said,
can you tell me what he disagreed on? Can me and you talk about that? Can me and you talk about that point? Just give me the gist of what's the disagreement.
Bet his disagreement was when you said it wasn't no evidence for the Big Bang. He said there is evidence. He didn't say exactly what evidence. I'm assuming that he's talking about the red shift, the blue shift, and the things that they found that would be evidence for a Big Bang. Not saying that it 100% justifies that the Big Bang happened, just part of the evidence that you would need to justify it. And I think that's what he was trying to say. I could be wrong, but that's what I think he was saying. I think he was just giving you pushback, like.
But I call him dogmatic. Now, the way you said it, there's no way I would agree with somebody saying it as humble as that. Like, it's not 100%. Hold on. You said it's not 100%, Oli. That ain't what he said. He was saying that the Big Bang is a thing. It has been proven. It is.
I never said that. I never said that. Rewind the tape. I never said that,
hey,
bro.
I'm talking.
Now you're lying, bro.
Go ahead, talk. Go ahead. You talk, then I'm
bro.
talk.
If you're gonna lie, why are you up here, bro? If you're gonna lie, why? And Ali, me and Ali said the same thing, but it's cool if Ali says it's not cool if I say it. That don't make no sense. You know what that shows? That shows hate, bro. That shows nothing but hate. And the reason why your hate comes towards me, I don't know, and I don't give a fuck, bro. Cause I don't focus on haters. Now, if a hater want to focus on me, I can't change that, bro. But just know that to the world, you are labeled a hater to anyone who has open eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Oli. So back to the Big Bang. I had wrote in the chat that what I'm saying about the red shift and the blue shift and all that stuff is that's called an effect, Oli. You a philosopher, Oli. If you ever have you heard of the philosopher David Hume?
Yeah.
You know David Hume proved that they can't prove causality or cause and effect. Science cannot prove cause and effect. So let me show you what I mean. If I look at the red shift or the blue shift, that's what I'm calling the effect of something that I can't see. I can't prove what I'm saying. I can't prove what I'm seeing. I'm just making a conjecture, and I'm associating what I see, the effects of what I see, with something that could have possibly happened before that. That's called abductive reasoning. That's not inductive, and that's not deductive reasoning. That's abductive reasoning. That's not a real reduction to say that because I see microwave background radiation, that give me validity or that verifies that the Big Bang took place. That's saying that from the effect, I gather the cause. You can gather effect from a cause, but you can't gather a cause from an effect. Got me? So no, the Big Bang is not proven. No, he is wrong. And that's just the end of the story. And he said that I said there is no evidence of the Big Bang. I didn't say evidence, but even if you say I said evidence, I stand on it. So at that point, it's nothing to argue about. The man done said he stand on what you saying, and he agreed that there is no evidence. You don't have evidence. What you have is conjecture. Like I said, you have a theory. You have effects that you see, and from those effects, you gathering causes. It's like walking in and seeing a pool table with the balls spread over the table, and then you assume that because you see a stick that somebody was playing a game. But just because it looked like that don't mean nobody was playing a goddamn thing. Maybe it was an earthquake. Maybe somebody bumped the table and the ball was moved. anything, but you can't gather the
That's called
conclusion
conjecture, brother.
and
That's called
say
conjecture.
that this happened because I see this. Do you understand? So microwave background radiation does not prove no Big Bang, and it's a million other things that would fit the story of background radiation. Like I said, the Big Crunch, you would have background radiation. The Big Rip, you will have background radiation. The
They
Big
would be moving
Bounce,
in different
you will have
directions, though.
background radiation. So you can see those things no matter what theory you came up with, you could probably still see those things. So
That's
they
not
don't
correct.
prove nothing.
And for one, bro, I don't speak in absolutes. So no one said it proved anything because I don't talk like that. I'm not dumb like you, bro. You feel me? I gave you evidence. Evidence is proof of a theory. It helps prove a theory. I never said I was right or wrong. That's you saying that you're right and everyone's wrong, bro. Quit projecting, bro. Just speak on what you speak on and what you think. Don't try to tell me what I think because you thinking that you can think how I think is going to hurt your brain, bro. And I don't want to do that to you.
Yeah, so Oli, so this Big Bang thing is a real big deal in the community because you got a bunch of people walking around saying what even scientists don't say. Even scientists don't say the Big Bang is a fact or it's true or microwave background radiation proves the Big Bang is real. Scientists don't say that. It's just a bunch of dumb Negroes that's running around trying to seem scientific saying something they don't know. Because nowhere in a book will we find that science says we prove the Big Bang. If the Big Bang was proven, we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
Okay, let's bet $1,000 if I said it proves it or not. Let's bet $1,000. Let's put our money where our mouth is. Can you do that? Or are you just gonna talk? Let's put our money where our mouth is, bro. Can we do that? Or are you gonna get all quiet on me and shit because your pockets is empty? Just let me know now, and I'll leave that subject alone.
Hey, Oli, it's a
Yeah,
ghost talking on your line, bro. You need to answer the ghost or some shit, some kind of thing talking. I don't know. If it ain't you, bro, I can't really understand it. It's an animal, something.
Then you don't need to be up here, bro. Your show is
Now
ended.
that was Jay Snake. He said,
Oh yeah, I knew it was a snake. I knew it was an animal, some type of non-speaking mammal.
My man,
Bro, on God, I'll
let's
slap this shit.
look at
Bro,
the chat for a second. I got Sapphire said I was speaking for Jay Snake. I wasn't speaking for Jay Snake. Sapphire Babylon asked me a question, and I was telling him what I believe Jay Snake said, and I don't think Jay
But
Snake
Ali, you
disagreed
could
with
be
me.
taken out of the context. She might be talking about that nigga.
So with that being said, Sapphire, we got a face off coming up. When we finish this, you can always step up here and we can find our debate topic for the tournament. But
Yeah, you see that nigga shut the fuck up. He ain't got $1,000 to bet on whether he's lying or not, bro. Yeah. Put your money where your mouth is, bro. Are you right about what I said, or am I right about what you said? We can rewind the tape, bro. The truth is in the tape. Crickets, just like I thought. Sit your broke ass down somewhere, nigga. Buy a book or something.
yeah, I don't think he even listened to you now. I don't think he even listened to you now. But your pushback, man, is I don't, like I said, I see it in a different way because I'm on the outside looking in, and but it's fair pushback. It's you know what I'm saying. I
Yeah,
do
that's because you're
I do
unbiased, bro.
distinctly.
That's because
I
you're
do. I ain't gonna
unbiased.
even
You
lie
you
though.
listen to the information. You don't listen to who you think the person is, who you think the person ain't, what you like about the person, what you don't like about the person. That's true knowledge right there. I don't know what this nigga's doing over here though. You know what I'm saying? I can't even call it what he's attempting to achieve today on this show.
Hey, Oli, can you tell me something, Oli, brother?
Okay.
Oli, can you tell me something, brother? I got a question. I got a question for you. Hey, bro, like, okay, now tell me if I told the truth or not. When I said that a man should be able to move on from a conversation, and I said that, I'm good with what happened earlier. I'm back on the show. Let's move on. Let's talk science. I don't want to talk personal. And no matter what, like every single sentence, and I got a witness here. I've been listening to the whole thing. Every single sentence the brother done said done been about me. Everything he's saying is about me. It has nothing to do with the Big Bang. If you have evidence, then you present the evidence. And he presented his evidence. His evidence was blue. I mentioned his fucking evidence, first of all. He didn't mention it. I told him what his evidence was. Blue and red shift. And then he says, okay, so then that's evidence. Then I come back and I say, that's not evidence, that's an effect. And from the effect, you can't gather a cause. From the effect, you can't gather a cause. I gave a source. I said, hey, read David Hume. David Hume is a philosopher. He proved that is called abductive reasoning. I gave that. I said, hey, listen, that's not even inductive or deductive reasoning by using that type of logic to gather that the Big Bang took place or not. I even went so far as to say that cosmic background radiation can be found in many different theories. Because it's a part of the universe, people don't even really make theories that don't include it. So it's 1,000 theories that would include microwave background radiation that we can say are true. But because the word Big Bang is like the word hip hop, it rhymes like the cat in the hat. Like, these people get caught up on these catchwords and they start repeating what I'm talking, and he keep interrupting me. And when he interrupts me and you let him unmute, it makes me sound like I'm arguing and bargaining over somebody, which is unnecessary when I'm just holding a conversation and just trying to get out what I'm saying and trying to express myself and show this brother that I have addressed his question in totality on all different types of level, and he's not listening. So I told him that many theories can have background radiation, which should show him that, hey, if his other things, the big bounce, big crunch, big rip, big this, other than the Big Bang, that can show background radiation, gravity, and everything else, then I need to step back and I need to go read and look up what big crunch, big rip, big bounce is, and see if what BABYLUNDUN is talking about is true. I don't need to argue with the brother because I don't know what the hell a big crunch is. I don't know what a big rip is. I don't know what a big bounce is. I only know what I've been told about the Big Bang. And what I've been told, he done debunked that because he's saying that the cosmic background radiation is an effect. And I would have to agree that's an effect because it's not the Big Bang itself. So if I'm not looking at observing the Big Bang itself, I'm not observing the Big Bang, then I'm observing something that I'm assuming. Now I'm assuming that this background radiation comes from its effect. And if I'm making an assumption, then I'm making an abductive reasoning. I'm not inducing anything. I'm not deducing anything. I'm not reducing anything. I'm abducting the whole conversation. And my argument is in my argument, my conclusion is in my premise. What I'm saying, I already done said that the Big Bang includes background radiation. It includes and if that's the case, then your premise includes your conclusion, you begging the question. That's called reductio ad absurdum. And that's absurd. So you're wrong, brother. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter about smarts or nothing. You're wrong.
Bro, I'm not wrong. That's your
I got you.
Because look. I'm going to explain something to you because since he don't know what he's talking about, the big crunch would be the Big Bang in reverse. The big bounce would be after the big crunch, the other Big Bang, if that theory is correct. And with all these theories, yes, there is background radiation, but it moves in a different direction for each theory. You would know that if you knew what you were talking about, my friend.
Thanks to Google.
Okay, we got Master Herc on the stand. Let's cut in for a minute because I think what BABYLUNDUN was trying to say right there with that answer is that he just gonna disagree. Y'all gonna disagree, and he want to move on to something else, unless he want to
That's
speak
cool.
on it again.
That's
But
cool. That's
message.
his prerogative. That's
No,
his
we can
prerogative, Father.
continue to talk about the Big Bang, just not me. I have
Oh,
no
okay.
problem talking about any subject on the planet. I'm here for
Oh, okay.
questions, I'm here for answers, and I'm here to talk to my brothers and my sisters. I'm here in
Okay,
peace, but I don't
because he
want to
did.
talk about me.
Gotcha. Because he did give you a nice rebuttal. And but before you come back with that, because I heard you say he had to Google it, so that must mean you know about the different directions of the
Yeah,
infrared
thank
and the
you.
blue shift. But I see you Herc, what you got something to say, man, before we can continue this discourse? It done got
Hey,
back
hey,
peaceful, and I'm so happy.
hey, what's going on, fam? What's going on, yeah?
Chilling.
Yeah, I was just been listening. And the only thing, so I guess my pushback with Babylon would be that, you know what I'm saying? You say that I got a lot of pushback, but I'm gonna just stick to one area. So for me, it's like I'm more so come from. I try not to use a Western standard when I analyze these things anymore because I'm not believing that anymore. You know what I'm saying? I shift my focus from an African-centered point of view, but I'm not. But from that, but I'm not using that right now. So right now, I want to say is I want to ask you. It's like, how do you saying that you're not observing the Big Bang? Of course, I would say that of course you cannot observe the Big Bang or the Big Crunch or whatever you want to call it, that singularity because it already happened. So how would you say you would? How could you observe it? How could they observe it if it already had happened? You know what I'm saying? It was a singularity that it already took place. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's even possible to observe it at all. It's over with and done. So that's my question. Like, I'm just curious. Like, how do you get to that point to say that it's not it can't be observed? But here, oh damn, he already dropped off. Oh, I guess he'll be back. I guess he'll be back. Um, but yeah, I'm just curious about that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's an event that already took place. So how can you say, what I'm saying, how is it? It's not, what I'm saying, it's not observable. I don't understand. That's for me. It just don't make sense when they say
Correct,
that.
brother. I mean,
So that was
I'm
just one
gonna
thing I
give an
wanted to say.
analogy. I'm gonna give an analogy real quick, which isn't perfect, you feel me, but it kind of explains where the Big Bang's coming from, okay? And it kind of explains why his hypothesis of why it don't exist because he can't see it is kind of crazy. Okay, say I pull the trigger on a gun, boom, bang, a big ass bang, right? You know what I'm saying? Fire, everything shooting out that motherfucker. The bullet expands from the barrel, right? Ends up hitting somebody, kills somebody. No one's seen it. It's not caught on camera. When the police come, are they gonna say it's nonsense that someone theorized that this bullet expanded out of a barrel and shit and hit somebody because they didn't see it, so you can't go off the trajectory and that fact that bullets come out of guns and shit, like, you know what I mean? It don't make no sense, bro. Evidence points to things. It doesn't necessarily prove them, but it gets you on the right path to proving certain things if you're on the right path with the right evidence.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
that's exactly what you. Oh, my bad, Herc. I didn't mean to.
No,
But
no, I was
real
just saying,
quick,
yeah,
but that,
I,
and that's exactly what you stated. Like you said, it ain't proof. 100%. You did say that it's evidence because that's what he said. He didn't say nothing about proof or anything. He said that there is no evidence, and you came and said that there is some evidence, and so that's why I understand the pushback.
That's all I
Herc
was
had the
trying to do.
same pushback too, and you know what I'm saying. Those are what I
yeah,
call
because
pushbacks that way some.
yeah, because the other question that was my first question that was the first question I wanted to ask. My second question, Babylon, for when you come back on, so hopefully you're listening, is that because scientists, the physicists and stuff, they because you can mathematically like extrapolate this, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you can, trying to think of an example. Like I guess like if you plant a seed for a tree, and you could calculate when it's going to grow, and how long it's going to take. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying, and then you could do that in the reverse because you see a tree, you know how tall it is, or you know what I'm saying, you could cut it open, see the rings of it, and you know how long ago it grew, you know, when it grew. So you could mathematically extrapolate about the red shift and blue shift, you know, say how long it's been existed and going backwards to that single point. And I just wanted to ask him, like, what he thinks about that. What do you think about that? What do you think about that part? Oh, you back? What's up, bro? So did you hear my first question? Babylon.
Babylon, I don't know if you're talking, you on mute though. If you is, Herc had a couple questions for you.
I'm here.
Did you hear his first and second? He had. I don't know if you heard the first one. I thought you might have did.
I didn't. I didn't hear neither one of them. I was trying to get straight with my phone and stuff. Man, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, bro, right now. Man, I don't know what the temp is. I don't want to lie, bro. Man, my phone's straight overheating because I'm out here in the valley. For real. So I'm out here in the sun devil. That's why I keep calling back in. But go ahead, Herc. I want to hear that question.
I just asked because you mentioned how, you know, the singularity, the big bang and stuff cannot be observed. So my question is, like, how would it have been, or how would it be observed when the event already took place? You know what I'm saying? It's like it already happened. So what would you be looking at if it already took place? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's a good question, but you answering your own question. That's my point. You making my point. How would you be able to say, you know, if you can't scientifically use science observation to see the singularity? How do you gather that there ever was a singularity in the first place? How did you come up with that?
And so, yeah, that would lead to the second question. My second question is, like, wouldn't you, because I think that the physicists today, they use, they would just mathematically extrapolate on the, bringing it back to that time point or bringing it back. So wouldn't you, like, agree that you can do that? You know, you could just extrapolate that time period and say that something had to take place at this time.
Of course, you could say something had to take place. Anybody could say that. But to say that you're going to extrapolate, estimate, guesstimate is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about whether the event took place and whether or not you could prove the event took place. If you're in the same place with Brother Oli, where you saying, hey, we have some effects that we can look at, we can extrapolate, meaning abductive reason, down to the fact that, hey, we can say if we see the universe appears to be expanding, then we could say that it came from a certain point. However, somebody could say, if you see the universe expanding, maybe the universe always was, always will be expanding and never was at a single point. The universe is what it is. And then suppose they say, in fact, you can only see the observable universe. You're a scientist. So you can only see as far as your telescopes, your Webb telescope, JT, whatever, all those telescopes can see. But once you get to the barrier of what you can see, you can't speak on the unobservable universe. So all scientists, brother, what I'm trying to tell you, agree with me. They will tell you that, hey, what he is saying is the truth. We don't have a fact about it. These are theories. Ain't no way we can look back in the past and know. The same question you asked is exactly what we going with, but that's what makes us scientists. That's what makes this exciting. That's what makes the journey fun, is that we don't know. If we knew, it wouldn't be no reason to do the science. So we're gonna keep on extrapolating, and we're gonna keep on making guesses and estimations until the end of the world and call it science. And if we convince some fools out there to walk around and march our story as if it's the scientific facts, oh, well, so be it. We never said that. We only doing science. We know we only looking into the thing. We know we can't see nature. We know that if you think a scientist could come on here and argue with me on this, let's bring them on. Let's bring the scientists on and let's sit down and talk about whether or not he can get a cause from an effect, whether or not cosmic background radiation is proof that there is a Big Bang. It could prove a million other things. And the expansion of the universe, I just explained that, it could prove a million other things.
Well, once again, he's incorrect. He says all scientists would agree with him. Another thing he's incorrect about is saying that we can't see in the past, bro. The farther you look with a telescope, the farther in the past you're observing, bro. Light moves at 186,000 miles a second, bro. You feel me? It takes a certain amount of time, no matter how fast that shit moves, to get here from Earth, depending where you're at in the universe. So the farther you look with a telescope, the farther back in time you see, and that is a fact, and you can't argue with that, my nigga.
I don't disagree with that. The further I tell people about the zodiac, that was my teaching. That when people say they looking at the zodiac and they gonna tell you about your future, they looking at the past when they look at the stars, bro. I know what a light year is. I know how light is measured. So I agree with that, but that ain't got nothing to do with my point. My point is the observable universe. I didn't say whether light speed or whether we can look at things in the past or the future. We're not talking about that. We're talking about whether we can observe them, not whether or not we can extrapolate about them. Can you observe things in the past? You mentioned earlier, you said if we could press rewind, and we can't press rewind, but if we could press rewind, right, what would you see? You saying you think you'll see the universe. You said you think you'll see the universe come back into a single point, into a ball, into a single point, a singularity.
That's my opinion. It's not proof,
That's
though.
what you think.
My opinion, bro.
That's what you think, and that's your opinion. But that's not a fact. And so, like I said, nobody. Will you please mute up so I ain't doing that? So that's what I said. So when you say people look in the past, when you say you looking back at the Big Bang, you're assuming that the Big Bang is not still happening. You're assuming that the Big Bang is a past event. Those are all assumptions on your part and assumptions by scientists. Nobody ever can prove that the Big Bang is not still happening. If you say the universe is expanding, then whatever is in the center of the universe that's causing the universe to expand is still there, active, which would what you would call the Big Bang. So the Big Bang is still happening. It's not a past event.
That's not a fact. That's not a fact that it's still there. That's your opinion.
I'm not stating a fact or opinion. I didn't state nothing that could be a fact or opinion.
But you just said, bro,
I didn't state something that could be true or false. I didn't make an accusation at all.
You did, though. You said I
didn't declare anything.
You said that I said if the universe is expanding, then it came from then whatever that's making it expand is still there. That's what you just said, bro. That's
not a declaration. I said if you say the Big Bang is that the universe is expanding,
you just declared it, nigga.
then you are saying at the same time, if you say the one,
you are assuming
bro,
that I'm saying
I am
that.
talking.
I never said that. I never said that.
I listen to you make your statement. I listen to you make your statement. I did not interrupt you. Can you have a conversation and mute your phone? Because when your phone is not muted, you make me echo. Can you mute your phone and allow me to answer? And then I will let you answer again. We having a conversation. Now, I said I didn't make an accusation. I didn't make an assumption. I didn't make a declaration. I didn't make an assertion. I said if you, which is a counterfactual, if you say the fucking Big Bang happened already, then you, not me, making nothing. You are assuming that the Big Bang happened in the past. You are assuming that inflation took place. You are assuming that if inflation was reversed, meaning you said if you press rewind, you can't, you would return the universe to a single point, which you can't prove because you can't see the single point, and you don't know if it was ever a single point to begin with, because
I
you
never said
can't
I did.
prove baryogenics, which I said was abaryogenics earlier, which I proved, which was the same thing as single cell evolution, which was proven as abiogenics, right? Not abaryogenics. So no, you can't. Both of those been debunked. The Big Bang and evolution by Babylon Done today. Get off of it. It's nothing you can do. Only thing you can do is give me a bunch of scientific
You
extrapolation.
never
But
proved
go ahead.
anything, bro. You never proved not one thing. All you're doing is running your mouth up here. And then when people give you pushback on the stuff you're running your mouth about, you lose your mind because you have no decorum and you're not disciplined, bro. That's all that is. Just you know
But
what I
where
mean?
your daddy?
Just admit it, bro.
Where your
It's
daddy?
okay. It's okay,
Cause you
bro.
want to talk about me, you need a daddy.
Where your mama at, nigga?
Where your
Tell
daddy
her I
at,
want to see
nigga?
her. Tell her I want to see her, bro.
Go get your daddy. You probably at the punk club.
Oh, where your spiritual father is?
Yeah. You probably at the faggot club.
Where your spiritual father is, nigga? Nigga, I got 3
Yeah,
bitches of
nigga.
mine in the picture,
Nigga, I
nigga.
ain't got
Where's
no
your
levels,
hoes
so
at?
you
Where's
might as
your
well
hoes at?
leave Babylon down alone. Do you see my fucking name, nigga? You think I give a fuck about you, nigga? I'm a teacher, nigga. Don't
Let's
give a
give
fuck
baby.
about
Hey,
your
hey,
dark
hey, hey,
ass,
I'm
hold on,
nigga.
hold on.
online
Stop
Hold up,
24/7
smoking
hold up,
today.
weed, nigga.
hold up.
Stop smoking weed
I'm
and
on your
getting on
line
this
24/7
motherfucker
today,
being
bro.
dogged out, nigga.
Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers. Come on, man, we supposed to be brothers.
Yeah,
I can't get my hoes in the picture. This nigga talking about make believe shit.
can't handle their weed. They get on here all high and shit. Can't handle their weed. Getting mad, taking shit personal. This nigga still talking about me. Everything he
Bro, you
done said
just
been
talked
about
about
me.
me for
I
20
just be
minutes,
talking
bro.
about the Big Bang,
You
all
just
that shit
talked
I
about me
said,
for
and
20
this nigga
minutes, bro.
say, "Oh yeah," and you, nigga, and you. This nigga gay as fuck. Any man want to talk about another man, and the man done told him to his fucking face, "Yo, bro, back the fuck up, step the fuck off. Don't talk about me. Watch the fuck out. Get the fuck off my nuts. Stay off my dick, bitch." Now, what the fuck you
Bro,
mean,
the fact
All
that
right,
you
all
bringing
right,
up
yo,
same sex
language, y'all,
scenarios
language,
between me.
language,
Hold up.
language.
Hold up, King Hercules. I'm gonna let you go after I say this. I'm gonna let you go, I promise. The fact that you're bringing up same sex fantasy scenarios about me makes you the gay one, my nigga.
Yeah, say what you want to say, but you're as a faggot. Stay the fuck off of me.
Yo, come on, yo, language, y'all, language.
Keep my name out your mouth, and stop talking about me and talk about the subject.
You
Nigga,
see
you
them
can't
3
stay
bitches
on
in the
topic,
avatar,
nigga.
them's all mine, bro. You see them 3 bitches in the avatar, they ain't no AI
Get on
picture.
topic.
That's
Get
a
on
real
topic.
actual picture of pimping, nigga. Something you could never
Yeah.
do, never be, never achieve, nigga. None of that, nigga. So
My
sit
daddy
your
told
make
me a
believe
pimp would do the
ass.
same thing.
And you know
My
what? I
daddy
can't
told
stop
me.
you. I
My
can't stop
daddy
you.
taught me
I
when I
can't
was
stop you
7 years
I
old
can't
that
stop
a
you
pimp
for
would do
sex
the
from
same
sexually
thing he asked
fantasizing
his
about
woman
me.
to do.
But that shit's
He'll
weird,
fuck for
bro.
money.
That shit's
My
weird.
daddy told me that a pimp ain't shit, and a pimp would do the same thing he asked the woman to do. He'll fuck for the money. If that bitch won't suck dick, he will. A pimp ain't shit, nigga. You ain't shit for that.
Hey,
Fuck you.
hey, hey, come on, y'all. Let's let's remember the decorum we got, man. We trying to stop the
Ain't no
you know,
decorum. You got
y'all.
a nigga on this bitch talking about he a pimp, pimping women, pimping our people. This nigga ain't shit.
I said let's stop talking about it. Let's, I thought we had a
No,
thing.
no,
Hurt
no.
done.
I say don't talk about me, but now you finally say let's not talk about the nigga that admit he fucking pimping our
So
people.
what, nigga? That's what
Let's
I
not
do.
talk
So
about
what?
none of that. I said let's not talk about none of that.
Fuck,
That's what I just said.
fuck
I
out of
stepped away my
here.
computer before I could.
But he can talk about his homosexual fantasies. That's weird,
No,
bro.
man, listen. What we should be talking about still is the disagreements. You
I know,
rebutted
but what
him. He
we're
rebutted you.
but bro, we were talking about that. Who went
They
left
gonna
field
get
once
you,
again?
humble. Them niggas can't move forward. They gonna get you. They gonna tell you about what you was talking about, and they gonna start talking about me again. Them niggas ain't here for no scientific conversation, and you not understanding that, Oli.
But Ollie, you were sitting there quiet in the background, so you're observing from the outside. You just witnessed this nigga talk about me for 25 minutes, bro. So what he's saying, it doesn't make no sense, bro. He keeps projecting. If you don't want someone to talk about you, don't talk about another nigga for 20 minutes. I mean, it's that plain and simple. And if we're discussing what we disagree with each other, at some point in time, we gonna say something about each other. You said this, I said that, bro. I mean, come on, bro. If you want to talk to yourself, go stand in front of the mirror, my nigga.
I just stood up here for 20 fucking minutes and gave a whole breakdown of the Big Bang, and I didn't have to mention a single motherfucker. I don't need to mention a nigga because I'm talking about the Big Bang. And no, you don't have to bring other people up just because you're having a fucking conversation about something else. Unless you're talking about that person, their name don't have to come up. And you don't have to say, well, you did. No, you don't have to do that. That's fucking childish. You making a point, stick to the
Babylon, you just did that though.
fucking
It's
point.
childish.
And the point is microwave background radiation. Now we're gonna start this motherfucker over. Microwave background radiation. Is that a fucking fact or is that a fact? That's the question. Is microwave background radiation? I'm asking a fucking question, you idiot.
And
Is
I'm
microwave
answering your
background
question.
radiation
It's a fact.
a fact or is it an effect? Is it a fact or is it an effect? That's the question.
It's a fact that cause effects. It's a fact
Okay,
that
so
affects the shit around it, bro.
So now can I respond? Already we're in a conundrum because you said it's a fact that cause an effect. Facts do not cause anything. A fact can't cause any fucking thing. It's not a mechanism. So start over. Let's go.
Bro, a fact can cause several things. A fact can cause the truth. A fact can cause understanding. A fact can cause what's not a fact by proving that it is a fact. Therefore, disproving everything else. A fact can do all kinds of things, bro. Stop thinking
I
two
think
dimensions.
I think the kind of cause you trying to project into this conversation is not the type of cause that we're talking about. We're talking about cause and effect on a concrete level. We're not talking about causal things on a metaphysical level. So let's get back to the fucking conversation. We're talking about physical microwave background radiation. Is that an effect or is it a fact?
It's a fact that there's background radiation or it wouldn't be able to be measured. Dumbass.
Background radiation is a fact. Okay, let's go with that. So background radiation is a fact. So now, how from this fact do you get the cause of the Big Bang? How do you get the cause from that fact?
Okay, what you are is remedial right now. The cause, the Big Bang would cause background radiation. I mean, are you stupid or just dumb, my nigga? At this point, I want to know. I want to know for sure. You feel me?
So we can't say the Big Bang caused nothing because you can't prove the Big Bang. Only thing you can see is the background radiation. And remember, you moving from the effect
Okay, there you go. You know, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, BABYLUNDUN.
I'm
I'll give you that
talking,
one.
bro. I'm talking, bro. You're not gonna overtalk me. I'm not gonna do it. We're not gonna be singing together. I'm not your friend like that. Let me just say what I gotta say, and you go next. I let you talk. Let me talk. Damn, why I gotta keep repeating the same thing? That's
Quit
the way a
trying to talk,
conversation
nigga.
happens.
Shut the fuck up
That's
and
the
talk.
fucking
Lying
way
ass
a
nigga.
conversation happen, little boy. That's the way the shit go. You talk, then I talk. Then I talk, then you talk. It don't go with both of us talking. You got it? You finally fucking got it? Okay, now I'm moving forward. So now, the Big Bang, you said the Big Bang caused the background radiation. Once again, that's reductio ad absurdum. Your conclusion is already in your premise. You can't say the Big Bang caused background radiation Cause only thing you can see is the fucking background radiation. You can't see the Big Bang. You can't observe it. And what you can observe in science is not fucking science. Go ahead.
Okay, I like I said, I'll give you that one. You know what I mean? I'm mature enough to realize when I misspoke. So do I get the chance to rephrase it?
Bro, stop stalling. You ain't got you
Okay,
own the
okay.
floor.
Like
Go
like I
ahead.
said, anyways, the expansion of the universe causes background radiation.
The expansion of the universe is causing the background radiation.
Absolutely.
So what causing the expansion of the universe?
That I don't know, and I'm not gonna pretend that I know that, bro. Like you
Oh,
do.
I'll answer that for you. It's called the Big Bang. The Big Bang is what they say caused the expansion of the universe. And once again, we get back to the singularity. We get back to they don't know what the fuck they talking about. And it's an extrapolation, it's a guesstimation, it's an estimation, and it's simply abductive reasoning. That's what you're doing here. You're moving from an effect to a cause. You're moving from a universal to an existential, from a general to a particular, and it's wrong.
And for your information, most things in the universe are observable, bro. There's things called filters where you can put a red, you know what I mean, red spectrum filter. You can put an ultraviolet spectrum filter, infra blue filter. You feel me? You can see things that the
Okay,
normal eye
I
can't
got a
see.
question.
So there's many things in the universe that you can't observe with your naked eye. That if you have filters that filter certain wavelengths, it makes it absolutely observable.
Are you sure that most of the things in the universe are observable?
Most
You
of
made
the
that statement.
things, yeah, most of the you
Okay,
hear the
so
word
how much
most,
dark
that
matter?
means
How
there's
much
some
of the
things that
universe is
aren't
made of dark?
observable.
I got a question, bro. Just slow down. How much of the universe is
Nigga,
made
I'm
of dark
talking. You
matter?
can wait till I'm done talking, little nigga.
How much of the universe is made of dark matter? I'm asking questions.
I think it's something like most of the universe is made of dark matter.
But you just said most of it was observable, and we can't observe dark matter at all. That's why it's called fucking dark matter.
But you don't know for a fact that that is dark matter. You just
So
can't
you
observe
gonna
it.
say
So
bet
they
and
gave it a
not say
name. So
you
they
wrong.
gave it a name. So they gave it a
You're not
name. So
just
they gave
gonna
it a
say
name.
you wrong. You gonna say bet after
Because it's
that.
outside of
Y'all niggas
bro.
crazy,
It's
bro.
outside of the spectrums. Can you show me dark matter? Can you show me dark matter? Can you pull up a source that shows dark matter?
No, you can't either. That's my fucking point.
Okay. So we don't know. So look, the dark matter falls under the same thing as
And
the
if you
Big
can't
Bang, nigga.
show
It's
it,
a
and if you
fucking
can't
theory,
show it,
nigga.
how can it be
It's a
science?
theory. Big Bang is a theory.
Exactly.
Dark matter is a theory. Dark matter is
It's a
not provable,
conjecture.
bro.
It's not even a
Dark
theory.
matter
It's a
is not.
conjecture.
Hey,
I'm gonna
I'm
move your
talking. I'm
ass
talking.
down.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, nigga. Mute your mic. Dark matter. Dark matter is not provable, bro. It's a theory. You feel me? That explains something that you cannot see or we don't get yet. It attempts to explain it. Just like the Big Bang. So if you're gonna bring up dark matter as an absolute, which you always do with shit that isn't an absolute, then you got to do the same thing for the Big Bang. If not, don't bring up dark matter as an absolute or a fact, my nigga.
The word absolute hasn't come out my fucking mouth until now. So, and just saying people speak in absolutes is bullshit. I just wrote in the chat the other day that when people say I don't speak in absolutes, I say, is that an absolute fact that you don't speak in absolutes? Because if you saying that it's an absolute fact, you speaking in an absolute right now. So stop saying that I said I speak in fucking absolutes. I am a logician and a mathematician, so I don't get into absolutes my damn self. You are speaking in absolutes by saying
No, you
this.
keep saying things are facts that
Dodo.
aren't facts. Those are called absolutes.
Yeah.
Learn what the word is before you try to use it. You end up looking stupid. You know everyone can see you and hear you, right? So you're looking and sounding stupid.
Yeah, but bro, I'm not about to talk to you or talk about me. There you go again with your girl shit right there, with your gay fandom, your boy band right there. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You see, I'm teaching. I'm not studying you.
So quit addressing me, dumbass.
Hey, Oli, what's up, though, bro? Do you want to build more on this Big Bang thing, or you want to move on to something more, linguistics, mathematics, anything, bro? I'm just here for the give gap.
but not for the you know. I guess Oli rocked out, but you know, I mean, that's what I got to say on the subject of that thing right there. But dark matter, right? My point with the dark matter is that if somebody say that most of the universe is observable, and then I bring up dark matter, and then they say, well, you got to do the dark matter the same way you do the other thing. No, I don't have to do anything because science is proposing these things, and I'm just repeating what science say, and I'm debunking it at the same time. And they get mad because they get caught in a catch-22 and fall down that rabbit hole. Because he know, like I know, that once I said dark matter, and he had said that most of the universe is observable, he was wrong and had been debunked. And he should have admitted that and moved on. But we didn't. And that's how these conversations go. But I want the people out there to know that it is a such thing as truth and falsehood, man. It is a such thing as right and wrong. You don't have to straddle the fence. And you don't have to be a freaking know-it-all to do that. Only thing you got to do is just do what we be saying. Stand on business. Like, if you know you can't prove it, you know you not the one that seen it, and you know, do all that to it the same way you do the brothers that you talk to on this line. If you did that, if you did to me, if you did to scientists what you doing to me, you would be done debunked science your damn self. Because they couldn't stand on no leg if you asked them the questions that you asking me. Because they haven't answered the questions that you asking me. That's what's weird about it, man. Y'all, we got to learn how to, you know, like respect our brothers and respect our sisters that's teachers. Like when the sister Issa Queen came on, respect that she's teaching. You know dang well that you don't know more than our sister on the subject that she bringing to the table. Allow her to express that and teach the community, and don't argue over things that ain't true, and you know it ain't true, and words you don't know. Like authority. Authority does not mean parent. Okay? So stuff like that, man. Let's just keep it clear. Oli, you there? Because I ain't with the rambling. I'll try to look through my thing, though. Okay, let me see. Man, I was trying to pull up my thing right here. Let me see. I got something.
My bad. I stepped away for a minute. Y'all didn't need nothing, did y'all?
I was trying to look up my AI because I had kept some stuff in the memory that y'all had talked about on the show. But if I do it on the StreamYard, if I fall off, you could let me back on. I'm trying to pull something up.
Yeah,
Oli?
yeah. What yeah, I can let you back up. You on your screen? You on your phone?
I'm on my phone, so I'm finna try to pull something up from my AI memory and just try to keep the conversation going. Put this up. I have something to say though, for real.
Got you.
Yeah.
I stepped off.
Okay. Hold up one second.
Let me see. While we do wait on that, you know, it ain't nothing like playing that good commercial, man.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking an ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone,
Oli.
they're gone forever. We're
Oli.
keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets its
this
purpose
only
and to
look
keep
like
the
you
playing
fell
field
off.
fair. The
Look
odds,
like I'm the only
we're
one in the
picking a
chat.
brand
I
new
mean,
winner for
on
every
the
20
panel.
tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the note so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in now and claim your crown. Winners picked this Friday. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, and remember we had the first month's winner already. That does go by month. Our first month winner was Michigan Natural Livings. He getting his 2 t-shirts. So make sure if you can join that. I think I heard you trying to say something when that commercial was playing, Babylon. I couldn't stop it. Could you not hear that commercial? Babylon might be have a lag. Can you hear me, Jay Snake?
Yes, sir.
Babylon, you can't hear me? Babylon might got a lag. Yeah, I think he might have had a lag. Stepped up to come back. My bad. I stepped away a while ago. Somebody pulled up. I had to go help him get some stuff out the car. So I don't know exactly where the conversation went, if it got better or not. Maybe Babylon to come back. Let me see what the chat's saying. Exactly, Cosmo. I told him to stay in the chat. Who? Jay getting beat up again? Oh, that's Cosmo. I say you getting beat up, Jay.
Like I told Babylon with Cosmon too, bro. We can put our money where our mouth is, bro. In anything, bro. Whether it's speaking, debating, nigga, hands, whatever, nigga. I'll put my money where the mouth is. I don't just talk, bro. You feel me? And my shit's backed up by science. Where everybody's saying, I mean, not everybody, but niggas like Cosmon, whoever person is agreeing with him, prove what I'm saying is wrong. Prove it wrong.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I
don't resort to be like, oh, I think this nigga's a fag, and then where the fuck does that come from? You feel me? That's projection, bro. And I mean, I know I look good, but you shouldn't be telling the world that you think of me like that. You feel me? Keep that to yourself, my nigga. And
that's why I
Cosmon,
say deal
I'm
with
speaking directly to you, Cosmon. You feel me? Put the money where the mouth is anytime, bro. Anytime. On whatever.
Because information is what we deal with. Jay put some information out. Like I say, it was a nice little discourse to me because he had something. You had a rebuttal. He had a rebuttal, and it started going good. But
yeah, all I did was match his energy. You feel me? All I did was match his energy. When he came at me sideways, I came at his ass upside down. You feel me? Nigga, if you wanna be on the correct path and go about things the right way, we can go there all day, bro. But I'll go wherever you want me to also, all day long, bro.
Cosmo said, bet. Let me see if Cosmo is come up. Let me put this stream in there. And remember, we're just having discourses if we can't find a topic to talk about. I don't know if Babylon came back or not. Evolutionist just popped up. Let's see what evolution. Oh, there go Cosmo and Evolutionist.
What up, Cosmo? You got a lot to say, nigga. What's up?
What up with it, Big Cos?
What up, dog? What's the word, Jelly Bird?
Jelly Bird? You
What's
know what
the
it
word?
is, man.
Hey, hey, that boy, man. Hey, Jay, what you mad about, son? Tell me what you mad about.
Bro, for one, I'm not your son, and I ain't mad about
Hold on,
anything,
that's my
bro.
background. My background.
You feel
My
me?
bad. My bad.
Being broke's the only thing that upsets me, and I ain't been that in about 20, 25 years.
What you mad about? What you want to debate about?
Wherever you want to go.
What you mad about? You brought up money. I just said that you was getting beat up by Babylon Dunn, so you must have jumped in your feelings.
Tell me how I'm getting beat up, because I don't like people lying on me, bro. Tell me how I'm getting beat
No,
up.
you was just getting beat up, bro.
Tell me how, bro. Explain
Right, because he was exposing your your logical fallacy.
Specifically,
like expansion.
Okay.
It's a theory.
No, expansion is provable, bro. It's observed.
It's not.
It is, bro. Things are not in the same spot they observed them 20 years ago, bro.
Brother, that just means things are moving. That don't mean they're expanding.
Bro, expanding. If you're moving away from something from a certain point, bro, that's called expansion, bro. Just you don't know the proper term.
It's not. Have you ever? Do you know what it means to oscillate?
Bro, that's not called oscillate. Let's bet $1,000, bro. That's called precession. That's called precession, my nigga. Let's bet $1,000 on it.
I'm talking about
the oscillation of a planet. That's called precession.
And guess what? From a point of view, it looks like it's coming towards you and then away from you and then back towards you and away from you. That's oscillation.
No, sir. That's called moving in an orbit.
No, that's called oscillation, just like what he said.
No, bro.
No. Oscillation don't mean moving in a circle. Any wave always oscillate up and down, right to left, forward and backward. That's called an oscillation. You're right.
That's not what the Earth does, bro. That's not what the Earth does. I can prove it, bro. I'll pull it up if you want me to.
Go ahead, prove it. Okay. Show us what an oscillation isn't. We're saying it's like a snake's pattern, up and down, up and down. Show us what show us that it's not that.
Bro, that's called precession, bro.
No, precession is the movement of the Earth, the movement of the Earth around the sun.
Right.
That's not what.
And the sun.
Y'all want me to tell you what precession is? He asked me the question. You know what precession is? Precession is the Earth moving back and forth. Because for one, the top is heavier than the middle, so it wobbles one way. The fucking sun pulls on it. The sun pulls on it, so it moves another way. Also, the moon's gravity pulls on the Earth, just like the Earth is pulling on both of them. So it fucking, it's called precession, bro. Look it up.
No, that's not precession. Precession deals with the solar center, the central solar, and it deals with the Earth rotating on its axis. And revolving around the sun.
Well, correct. But even to be more specific, that's correct what the brother just said.
Precession, bro, I'm talking, man. Shut the fuck up. Precession has nothing to do with the moon pulling on the Earth's tides and the tides of the Earth, like you said. That's wrong. Precession has to do with the rotation of the Earth and the revolution of the Earth on its axis around the sun. That's what precession is.
That's pretty much right. You dig what I'm talking about? But it actually even more specifically deals with the slow wobble that the Earth has on its on that rotational axis.
Yeah, that's true.
And that changes the orientation of the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? And trying to clear up the fallacy that this brother was talking about. Now that's when our planet moves in space over time, and it does get closer and further from the sun, right? But that deals with more with seasonal. You dig what I'm talking about? But the precession deals with the wobble that the Earth had.
And that's why I mentioned both of them. That's why I mentioned rotation and revolution. Rotation is on its axis, meaning thing could spin in one place on its axis. So that's the Earth rotating on its axis. And then the rotation of Rome. And the two combined is what creates the precession. But you are right, brother, when you say it's the wobble. But I was describing the wobble by saying that. But yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So we agree.
I was just pointing that nigga didn't know.
But the oscillation is a moving back and forth up and down.
Clearly, he don't get that.
For a nigga who's getting cooked, he sure needs two niggas to tag team. You feel me?
You just didn't know what you was talking about.
Okay.
I'm up here on my own, bro. So don't start that shit right there.
I'm starting it because it's true, bro.
I'm on my own goddamn phone.
Hey, look, just to kill all this, I don't do all that arguing.
Hey, bro, can we talk one? Watch out with the personal talk. Watch out with the putting brothers together and shit. Just stick to the subject, man.
Bro, the subject is anything, bro. You feel me?
Listen, the subject is an oscillation, and the brother didn't know what one was. An oscillation is a continuous, repetitive movement back and forth or up and down around a central neutral position. He didn't know that. Hadouken, nigga. So, you dig what I'm saying? I'm not up here to argue with people who just talking. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not here to argue nothing. This is objective. This is what's in
the what did you come up here to talk to me for then, nigga?
All right, I'm just trying to figure out what is you mad about and what you want to debate about.
You came up here to talk to me. I didn't come up here to
what you mad about and what you want to debate about. I just said you was getting punched on by Babylon Dunn.
Well, that's cool. That's your opinion, bro.
You was getting beat. That's not my opinion. That's objective. I'm watching you put his motherfucking intellectual hands and feet on your ass.
Okay, if you say so, Cosmo.
So now that's not my that's not no perspective.
And you believe
I'm up here. I'm a 100 dude. I'm not lying.
Neither am I.
You dig what I'm saying? So my thing is, I came up here to see what you was mad about and what did you want to put some money on.
What do you want to put some money on, my nigga?
You said it.
To put it on there.
You said it. You said it. What do you want to debate?
What do you want to do?
What do you want to do? That's why I came up here to ask. I'm checking your temperature.
I keep bands on the Cash App. What do you want to do, my nigga?
Okay, we're not worried about that. I'm asking you, what do you want to debate about?
Bro, I don't have a topic. I'm saying.
All right, well, shut up then. You ain't ready to put no money on it.
Shit, nigga, please.
You one of them fake Hebrews, right?
Bro, I'm not a fucking Hebrew, bro.
First of all,
y'all keep projecting shit on me that has nothing to do with
me. I apologize. You're not a Hebrew. What is you? What are you standing on?
Bro, I'm not a
because you be acting like a fake Hebrew when you pom-pomming for JJ 7000 or Yara or any of the rest of the brews. You be up there seal clapping.
Hold on. This the same nigga the other day in the chat that I brought up a book. He asked me what other fucking volumes and books that I have. I told a nigga and he said I was bragging about books. You feel me?
No.
You make no sense, bro.
You just listen. You just mad, man. No sense, trying to make up something. That wasn't the thing then.
And then the nigga said,
my whole point is you're trying to duck away. You're trying to duck away from the fact that you don't want to debate.
You can't try to sound or be smart, bro. You feel me? A motherfucker can try to be stupid, but you can't fake to be smart. You feel me?
Right. You can't fake being smart. That's why everybody know I'm hella intelligent and I just beat you up. Because you didn't know what oscillate means because you're a dummy. I'm sorry. You didn't know that. Oscillate is a thing we learned in about 5th grade.
If that makes you feel better, buddy, go ahead.
I mean, no, it should make you feel worse.
For what?
So what? I'm just pointing out facts that you're not as smart as you claim to be. Now I'm trying to get some smoke with you.
Who claimed to be any kind of smoke?
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
All I'm saying, I'm just saying you up here acting.
You're a hater, bro. You're a fucking hater.
All I want to do is punch on you.
You're a hater, nigga.
So I want to do what Babylon Dunn was doing.
We'll bet on that, on punching, nigga. I guarantee you don't win that one, nigga. I guarantee that, nigga.
I guarantee you ain't gonna shut up all that gangster. I don't buy it.
I guarantee
I don't buy it.
Yeah, nigga.
Because when it was time to be intellectual, when you start punching against Babylon Dunn stumped you out.
You talking about
he made you put your teeth on the curve.
Okay, if you say so.
All I want to
Hey,
know
hey,
is
hey, hey.
what do you want to debate Cosmon about? I beat you up on that for the
Hey,
money.
Lee, I think my phone got cut out, bro. Was I being heard when I said what I said earlier?
You said what you
Lee.
said earlier. We heard you.
Okay, appreciate that, man.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
not
yeah.
talk about each other, bro. Let's move forward now, man. We
No,
can talk about something else. That
all
shit
right.
ain't
I wanted
important.
to talk about a debate topic. This brother said he
Yeah, hey,
wanted to
before we
debate
move,
me for the money.
Hey,
yeah, we can talk
you
about that.
obviously
Let's
didn't hear what I said.
evolution.
I said the name on the show. The name on the show reads Babylon Done. So that's what the
Go
name
ahead,
on the
man.
show reads. So
You
I'm
right.
just gonna ask that with
I just
all due
came up here to
respect,
check this nigga
I'm just with all due respect, bro. If you could mute your phone so I ain't echoing, thinking you talking back to me and shit. With all due respect, I just would ask that let's move forward and talk about topics. I'm not here to talk about personal people debates or personal things or particular things. I'm here to teach the people, and that's what I want us as brothers to be doing, to be teaching the people or talking about things that they can learn from or build on. Ain't nobody building on or getting nothing from the same old conversation y'all keep having. Every show is the same. It's the same rhetoric. It's the same argument. It's the same, I want to debate. And I noticed the argument lead. But before this started, the brother Oli said, we don't just do arguments over here, bro. We sometimes we sit down and we talk things out and we do this. Today is one of the days where we ain't arguing. We ain't doing that today. Today is the day. The name of the show is In My Opinion. So we expressing opinions, not debating. The name on the show says Babylon Done. When the show started, we talked about context and we talked about people playing a language game. Right now, I'm playing a certain language game. And y'all want me to play the other language game. And I'm saying, no, y'all out of place, y'all out of line. Based on the title of the show, based on who name on the show, y'all probably need to go somewhere else because this is not the place for that today. If you want to just talk about, hey, you did this to me last time. I keep saying this science, mathematics, logic, ask a question, make a comment that people can question. Other than that, shut up and listen.
Okay, like I was saying, I was just bringing up. I was staying on topic. I was talking about oscillation and on the universe and what we was talking about. I don't fit with the convo. So I was just showing up here to prove the dog. You dig what I'm talking about? That he ain't really actually know what he was talking about. You dig what I'm talking about? Then he called me out because I seen him.
Yeah, that's cool, but we ain't here to talk about him. So now that we know that,
okay, now
we know
that
what you're saying. We
like
know
I
we
said, that
understand
ain't
your
got nothing
point.
to do with me.
We moving on.
Okay, so that don't mean that you get to talk over me because your name
no,
is
we moving on from talking like that. We moving on.
I didn't talk over you, fam.
Go ahead. We moving on from that though. Go ahead.
Right. All right. So like I was saying, I was just staying on topic, man. Hey, but look, now that I done got the answer that I want, the cuz don't really want none. I'm gonna go on ahead and get up off the channel like bruh said.
Appreciate that.
All right, y'all, peace.
All right, Cosmo. Evolution.
Peace. Oli. All right, my guys, man. Y'all stay low and keep firing.
Yeah, man. Make sure you come back when I have another panel, man. This is Babylon right now. We letting him get his.
Yeah. No, he can do whatever he want to do. I ain't got nothing to do.
Thank you for being in the chat. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's always a pleasure to have you in your presence
all the
anywhere,
time,
even if you just go back to the chat.
All right, brothers. I'll holler at y'all later, man. I got to get ready. Peace.
What's up, evolutionists?
Yeah, Oli, what's good, bro? Just here listening, you know. It's A1 Babylon J. What's good, bro?
What's good, man?
Peace.
Yeah. Jay, you hold it up. You held it down pretty well still. Babylon, you did your thing too.
Thank you, bro. I fight on my tippy toes. You feel me?
Yeah, you did your thing though. There's a lot of misinformation, so I know it's hard to navigate. You know.
You feel me?
Hey, brother, introduce yourself. Who talking?
That was Evolutionist.
That's the Evolutionist. I'm in the Evolutionist. You already know me.
Oh yeah, I know.
Psycho, been all over. Pseudo killers. I'm here
Yep.
with the
Evolution has
Titan.
got a debate coming up with OTK.
Whenever TK is ready, I got my information ready.
Y'all part of the tournament.
I think I told you that already. I got mine ready.
Yeah.
So whenever he's ready, you know, we could set it up, do the face off, whatever. Make it entertaining, because you already know I'm gonna make it entertaining.
Yeah, man. That's what we got going on the other way. You and OTK gonna be debating, but Babylon, you was teaching earlier a little bit about.
And I am teaching. I'm sorry, Oli. I'm just reminded. I keep slipping saying teacher just because I get a little bit carried away. But we just reminding each other. Ain't nobody teaching nobody nothing. But go ahead. I'm listening.
Right. I got you.
Yeah. You guys break down a lot since this morning, still, because I was listening. You guys started on I think some biology, talking about evolution and stuff. Then y'all went to like astronomy and stuff, talking about the galaxies, the universe. So it was a lot. You know, where you want to start, Babylon?
Well, Oli was about to say something. Oli, what you was gonna say?
I don't know. Can you hear me, evolutionist?
Oh, yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I was about to say evolutionist, I can't hear me. No, what I was about to say was that Babylon was doing a little bit of reminding about some things, and one of the key points that I like that Babylon always point out, because I be pointing it out too, is that when we talking about proofs and proving over different topics, some of us do be having the wrong idea about evidence being put forth. Like Jay Snake said, what's proven as according to that, but that's just a step that's evidence, but it doesn't mean that a certain or particular topic is proven. It just shows evidence for that argument. And Babylon be coming with that real good information about the language that people using when they do start. And so what I wanted Babylon to go back and touch on again was what he was pointing to and reminding us of about evolution and the Big Bang and just those theories. You don't have to really go in depth, but just your outlook, your overview of the entire thing.
Well,
because the reason I asked that,
evolutionist Fargo.
No, you could break it down so I understand your where you're coming from before I say anything.
And that's what I was about to say. The reason I said that, Babylon, because it might have been some people who wasn't here earlier when things started, so you can go back and touch.
Yeah, definitely. I didn't hear everything.
I do my best. So what the question was, the brother asked, he asked, was evolution, with things getting better over evolution, over evolutionary time? And basically the question came down to, do I believe in evolution, and is evolution real? And I explained to him that linguistically, right, and that's most important, linguistically, is that evolution simply means to mutate or to adapt. That's what evolution is. It's a mutation or adaptation by a creature or a species. And by the creature or species, we ran into the word creation. So then we held two words, evolution and creation, is what he was asking me about. And so I had said that evolution, like I said, was adaptation and mutation. And I said creation was growth into form. That's what creation is growth of a thing. And so basically, I said that evolution has been debunked, because if they take evolution back to a state of talking about single cell organisms like eukaryotes, prokaryotes, and all those, and archaea, bacteria and things like that, then once we get back to that single cell organism,
then evolution story breaks down and it falls apart, and they don't address that or try to, because it ain't no addressing. Because a man by the name of Louis Pasteur, you can look him up, that's where the word pasteurized come from, like pasteurized milk. Louis Pasteur, right, did the experiment and he proved that abiogenesis, and I explained that the A in abiogenesis is for asymmetric, meaning an asymmetric relationship exists, meaning things came from a single thing. And that right there, that statement that multiple things, multiple cells evolved from a single cell, is what science and nobody, evolution and nobody, not even using a mechanism, so-called natural selection, which is not a mechanism at all, because I explained that nature, right, is just like the word evolution and creation. Nature is describing a process or a state. Evolution is describing a process or a state. Creation is describing a process or a state. So they are not things. They are descriptions. They are words. They are adjectives. They describe things, but people treat them like nouns and say, I was out in nature, or nature, and science studies nature. That's not a noun. Nature is not a noun. Nature is not something we could put under a telescope. So when we say natural selection, if somebody said, well, what's doing the selecting? They'll say nature. And then you say, well, what's nature? They'll say, well, nothing. Don't nobody define nature, because nature is not a physical thing. Nature is abstract. And once we get to that point, we say, so you saying the abstract things cause physical things? Cause concrete things? You saying that subjective world, the conscious world, causes the material physical world? That's what you're saying? You see? So science really can't speak on evolution and truth, but because they scientists, and because science means to seek or to search, then they have every right to seek or search. But it's people that cross the line and start saying, that's a fact. That's the truth. The Big Bang happened. Evolution is real. It's a fact. No, scientists and science never says that it's a fact, that it's the truth. They say we have a theory about evolution, and we postulate, we conjecture, we hypothesize about this thing. And based on what we can see and observe, we extrapolate, we guesstimate, we estimate, we turn back the hands of time even though we can't turn back the hands of time. We press rewind even though we can't press rewind. But we say, because in our everyday experience, if we see the pool ball get hit, it moves, and it hits the other pool ball, it moves. We say that's cause and effect. We say for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. But you've moved too fast. That's not true. You can't say that the stick caused the ball to move because a hand was on the stick. So did the stick cause the ball to move, or did the hand cause the ball to move? Okay, the hand was on the stick, so the hand caused the ball to move. Okay, then did the brain that told the hand to move cause the hand to move, or did the hand move by itself? So this is called a butterfly effect. This is called turtles all the way down. This is called self-recursion, infinite continuous recursion. This is called an infinite regression. And that's what you run into when you talk about evolution and the Big Bang. You run into a singularity. And even in mathematics, when they talk about a singularity, the singularity is a hypothetical thing. They don't know if it exists. They've never seen a monopole. Every time you split a magnet, it turns into a positive and negative, a north and a south pole. They've never seen a monopole. So for them to even talk about a singularity, it's just conjecture. And then when they do talk about the singularity, they tell you, they say, well, it's asymptotic. What does asymptotic mean? It means
hold on. Can I interject 1 second?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
is it possible for us to like bring up one point and then talk about that one point before we dive into like 5 different points? Because it's going to be very hard to extrapolate through 5 points. So
Well,
I
hold
think
on.
you started off talking about I forgot nature, but you even said something before nature. You were talking about something, but no, we've gone into.
Okay, wait, hold
Well, he
on.
was giving a whole overview. He was giving a whole overview about what he was talking about, evolutionists. I'm sure he'll go back and go on point. I'm sure he'll go back point to point.
You can finish then and then go back to the first point, and then we break it down from there.
Well, I don't need no direction, but evolutionists, listen. He asked me to give a breakdown of the show based on what happened earlier. You said you hadn't been here. So I went through all of that for you mainly.
I'm listening.
Hold on, about evolution, about creation, adaptation, mutation, all of these words I'm using in a way and in an order so that they can ring true with you and with the audience. And so when you say, you know, we all over the place, we're not really all over the place.
No, you're not all over the place, but you made a lot of points. That's what I was saying. Okay,
that's the one thing the one thing we're not doing over here too. We're not talking over each other. So even though you want to say something, it's just gotta wait. It's just gotta wait. So, but and I ain't getting on you or nothing. I'm just saying that I'm trying to set a different tone just for this particular time, for this show. I'm just trying to set a different tone for this show, not for all time. Cause I come on other people's show, I be meek, humble. I don't say nothing, I don't ask shit. But if I get a chance to talk, I speak my mind. So I'm just saying that, you know, that's what evolution is. And so evolution. Now, when you came on, evolutionists, you said you really didn't have nothing to say because I asked you, did you have a question? But now you're saying you directed me to go back to the front. So now that we piqued your interest, what is it that you would like for me to address in the front?
No, I definitely had a lot to say. I was saying for you to break down your point before I even speak on it. So I'm not like saying stuff that you didn't say, or not. I'm not accusing you of anything that you didn't say. And I think Oli agreed. That's why he said to break down the entire debate that you had with Jay earlier, so I understand what's going on. And I'm saying when we start the conversation, instead of putting out 5 points, let's put out 1 point, deal with that 1 point, then move on to the next one.
Well, that's what we've been doing all day. So that's really moot. So let's start with that right now, with that context, what you just gave, and you be the leader. Start it off. Go.
That's what I was saying. The first thing you said, I even forgot what was the first thing you said because you were.
Okay, I'll repeat it. I asked you, I said, let me repeat it. The first thing I said was evolution. And I said that evolution linguistically, right? Linguistically, evolution would mean to adapt or to mutate. That's what evolution is. It's an adaptation or a mutation. And they also add what they call selection, adaptation, mutation, and selection. And I said, but natural selection is a funny thing because you can't use the word nature in science, not realistically, because nature is not observable and science is about observable things. So that we don't go too far, I'm gonna stop right there. Evolution has been debunked because you can't go back to a single cell organism and tell me how things evolved from a single cell organism.
Okay, I heard you, and I definitely remember what you were saying now. All right, if you give me like a few minutes uninterrupted, just like I gave you your time uninterrupted. So, evolution, as we know, biological adaptation and natural selection, mutation through population over time. You know, there is nowhere in scientific biological evolution that it says the aim of evolution is to make anything better. It's not there to make an organism better. It's not there to make anything better. It happened, the process happens naturally, hence it's called natural selection. The selection is having a mutation or an adaptation in an adaptation in an individual organism or a mutation in a general population that adds benefit to the overall life of that population or that individual organism to reach the age of reproduction and to have successful reproduction. That's the aim. However that happens, it happens. There's many factors driving it. The main one is genetic factors through sexual selection, but there's others like environmental factors. You know, there's social factors between the relationship between organism and plants, organism and other organism. There's many other factors driving that. However you get there, that is called natural selection. The purpose or the aim doesn't have an inherent direction, purpose, or benefit. That's it. Nature, I think you're saying something about nature just now. Nature simply means the physical universe and that which is in it. So all the matters and energy field that constitute the physical universe is referred to as nature. The only difference is that which man manipulated and created with his own hands and tools. We call that artificial. Hence, but nonetheless, it's still a part of nature. What's not a part of nature is the supernatural. Hence, supernatural, beyond natural, beyond nature. And as far as we know, we can't prove anything beyond the physical universe that we live in.
Okay. So, with that being said, I'm gonna be a little sarcastic. You was all over the place, and I'm just being sarcastic now. That's a joke. I'm literally joking, bro. I said it before I ever said it. Sarcasm. Okay,
well,
try
forgive me for being off guarded because I don't think I've ever heard you joking
Let me
before.
talk though, because you said you was gonna mute up.
Right.
You said you was gonna mute up, and I was gonna be able to talk, and that's what I did for you. Unequivocally, I did that.
Nah, I did that in a friendly spirit too. Like you're joking, I'm joking too. I thought we were joking.
Okay. Yeah, but let me talk, because if you interrupt, then the person can't hear you. They're talking, you don't get heard. So now, let me say that. I'm sorry, then, about that. Okay, so now let me get down to business though. So, you started out with saying things evolve over time. That's the first problem right there, is over time. Because how much time? And even when you tell me how much time, it's all a guess. It's all a guess. If you say the universe is 4.8 billion years old, you guess it. I know plenty of other scientists argue to death that that ain't true. Say that is much older. And I just watched a video the other day where they saying science about to change the date of the universe. So you know, like I know, that scientific so-called facts change. So to come on here and state like evolution is a fact because it happens over time means nothing. Things will get better in time. That's crap. That you mentioned better and benefits of evolution. I already debunked that. I even mentioned a person who explained that. Donald Hoffman. He came out with a theory. He talking about evolution in his theory of consciousness, and he was explaining that evolution is not about being better or even about, well, it is about benefits, because it's about fitness, benefitness, but it's about whether this organism is fit for the area. Another organism could actually be stronger, faster, smarter, and so-called better than the organism. But the organism that just focuses on nothing but I want to eat, That's my only brain. I eat and I get ate. I eat and I avoid getting ate. He could be more successful than a more intelligent animal that says, well, I don't eat this and I eat over here and I eat this select and this is my way. So he done narrow himself down. So he may be more of a victim or maybe not. Maybe the intelligent animal. So evolution, state that evolution got better or got benefits or is upward or is in some positive direction is all wrong. Nobody can prove that. You can't show me a book. You can't quote me a scientist that can show me that there is a such thing as upward evolution. You can't show
but
there's a such thing as upward. I'm here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear us?
So you can't show me a thing. My phone had wrong. So you can't show me a thing, a scientist that says there's a such thing as evolution. Now, thirdly, so after evolution over time and after better benefits, you mentioned what evolution is. And I said that evolution is adaptation, mutation, and selection. You came right back and repeated the same thing, that things adapt, things mutate, and they call it natural selection. And then the only thing you didn't mention was the natural part. When they say natural, that becomes supernatural. There's no such thing as natural and then supernatural, because the natural is supernatural to science. Because natural cannot be seen under a
did he went out or is that me?
Babylon, you started cutting out. I don't know if you can hear me, Babylon. We can't hear you at all.
He's out. But just for the record, ain't no scientist ever said evolution makes you better. That's not a part of evolution. Ain't no scientist ever said that natural selection adaptation makes you better.
Yeah, I think that was his point. A lot of people, when they start thinking about evolution, they automatically start saying that it's better. But one of the things that I've done in my studies is I recognize that like from the standpoint of mainstream biology, evolution has there isn't a built-in direction toward better. Evolution just means that changes are inherited with traits over generation. Those changes can increase fitness, do simple things like depending on the environment. But if you think about like a parasite losing its organ, it's still evolving. When they would talk about the cave fish and how the cave fish lost eyesight, even though we saying like, oh, it loses its eyesight, that's still an evolution.
Yes.
Simplicity can be just as adaptive as complexity. So just because things don't get more complex doesn't mean that it's devolving or not. Like I said, evolution doesn't actually go for the vector to be, and I think that's what you just agreed on.
Yeah, it doesn't have an inherent direction, as you said. Like, for instance, an environment that doesn't requires sight, or an environment that doesn't requires limbs for walking, or like terrestrial movements. Those organs are still taking up energy. The organism that finds a way to limit the energy loss to a biological organ that is, in this case, for the environment, useless. By simply doing that, we're social conscious beings, so we're looking at everything from a humanitarian point of view. So to us, the cave fish or the cave spider losing sight, we are looking at that as becoming more simple, but that's not. That's even becoming more complex, because the offspring of those organisms still have the organs to make eyes, still have the remnants of limbs. For instance, snake or marine creature, where hands and legs used to be, for those that went back, marine mammals, those hands and legs either became so small that it's no useless, or became fins and flippers into something more useful for the environment that they live in, you know. But even snakes still born with the vestigial organs to make limbs, to make like legs, even though they're not going to make legs. So it shows you that at one point their ancestors, lizards, other reptiles, did have legs, and then because of the way they move, they no longer need it. You know, same thing with the cave fishes, cave spider. And you're absolutely right. It doesn't have an inherent direction. You know, we're looking at it and we could see a pattern that organism evolved from simpler life form to more complex life form. How can we tell? The oldest life forms that we have on Earth are much, much more simpler. Those that dated back millions of years or even billions of years are single cell or microscopic organisms. You know, even even if they were multicellular organism, it would be simpler or simpler life form, nothing as complex as a reptile, a bird, or a mammal. Very simple, like the ancestors to plants, fungi, little water plants that makes relationship with other single cell organism, corals and stuff, so they could one absorb sunlight, make sugar, the other one use the sugar as food. You know, one breathe oxygen, makes whatever, the other one use that as energy. The further we look back at these things, the simpler the life form get. So that's to me is evidence, if you want to call it proof or whatever. It's some form of evidence that the older you go back in time, the life form was much simpler, and we could see a gradual change from simple to more complex, from simple complex to way more complex, to the point where now we see organism where the evolution, the development is not only physical, it's now mental, where a physical organ, the brain, is being evolved to the point where you have complex organism like humans, like birds that could solve like complex mathematical problem, like an octopus, you know, like an elephant. We've seen that the more recent we become in time, we're seeing that the evolution is not just the simple physical structure being evolved, but the mental capacity of organism is starting to evolve, and that happens over time. The change is there in the fossil record, you know.
Yeah, and Babylon Don had a real good critique of that view right there. Babylon, can you tell him why you disagree with the simplicity becoming more complex as opposed to complexity becoming more simple? Or what we were saying earlier, I know you don't like using the word, but not becoming better because the better species may have just been the first of the species. Can you tell us about that reasoning? And if you're talking Babylon, you're on mute.
Yeah, you're on mute, Babylon.
I'm talking. Thank you for telling me. Hey, yeah. So remember, we talked about a copy of a copy and a copy of a copy. Well, if you continue to make copies, the thing gets weaker. That's just scientific fact. The thing don't get stronger. So what we were saying about evolution is that sure. Now listen to me. Now I want to be clear on this. Sure, it could be the fact. It could be the fact that human beings have improved over time. We don't need to use the word evolution. You see that? Human beings have improved over time. Now, the word improved is going to be subjective. The word better is going to be subjective. Whether it's a benefit is going to be subjective. So my argument is that things could have actually been in a higher state because according to science, let me make another scientific statement to back myself up or to front myself up. Science states that an organism cannot rise higher than its source. It cannot evolve further than its source. You only what your parents are. The genes you have are the genes that your parents have. They pass down their genes to you. You got a copy. If you get a copy from them, and they got a copy from somewhere else, and they got a copy from somewhere else, and you telling me that forget my logic in the real world that the copies are getting better. I'm saying no, the copies are de-evolving. Not just evolving, they de-evolving. That they less and less like the original. Now, and I'm saying that it's just an assumption. It's just an assumption on y'all part that people were cavemen and dumb and running around and doing.
Before you go into that, let's speak on the puppies becoming less whatever than the parent. Let's stick to that point first. Let me know when.
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Go now.
You're absolutely right that if life evolve, if the evolution of life continues that way, where we're just copies of our parent, and way simple organism used to reproduce for the most part was asexual, meaning without a partner. So one organism making clones of themselves. And he's absolutely right that life would have eventually reached a point where the gene has stretched too thin to continue. But life being life, evolve, and evolution being evolution, did find a way over time to solve that problem. And that solution is called sexual reproduction. What happened with sexual reproduction is the gene from one parent and the gene from the other parent will come together, and through a mixture, through a random selection of those genes, whatever pair, for humans it's 23 base pairs, for other animals it's 56, 12, whatever, 500, depends on whatever species. Those pairs are drawn randomly, and what happens is a diversity of gene going forward. So through sexual reproduction, that problem was solved. And that is the reason why animals could become even more complex, and even plants could become even more complex, like flowering, fruiting plants compared to grass, ferns, and plants like that. Those plants with a stigma and a style that could take a pollen from another plant that didn't grow in the same area that it was. A pollen that blew in the wind could pollinate another plant and give it new genetic information. And the seed of that plant will be genetically stronger than its previous ancestors if they were only reproducing asexually, which is like making a clone copy of yourself. If that's what was going on through time in evolution, you're absolutely right that life probably would have ended or be so watered down there would be there would be less complexity. But the reason why we see so much complexity in life is because evolution find a way to make two individual offspring come together and make one. It's called sexual reproduction. In fact, it's the biggest driving force of evolution, attributing to natural selection. Thank you.
Okay, now you started out very very bad because you started out using the word asexual, and then you moved from asexual to sexual reproduction. I already debunked the letter A, and I told you that asexual, like abaryonics and abaryogenics and asymmetry of cellular growth, single cell organisms, that has never been proven that anything ever came from a single cell. So I was never describing that you was trying to straw man on me or red herring me with by saying that if they perform asexual processes, cloning basically, then they would fail. Of course, they would fail doing the clones. I agree. But when you make the leap and say evolution, listen to what he said, y'all. Evolution found a way over time. The minute somebody say a statement like that, you should just say garbage, trash. Evolution, evolution can't do nothing. Evolution can't find nothing. Evolution can't find over nothing. Evolution can't find over time nothing. Evolution is not an active agent, nor is evolution a mechanism. So we can't attribute any causal features or factors to evolution, nor can we to selection. Selection is just another word like evolution. It describes the process. I done said it 1,000 times. So does adaptation and so does mutation. Now, when you move from evolution and then you say the biggest driving force or factor in evolution is sexual reproduction, if evolution is defined by sexual reproduction, it's no need to even talk about evolution. Because if evolution is all is the basic factor of it is having sex or over sexual relations, then you debunk your own self with evolution. I had already told you that there were other factors with evolution or what you call evolution yourself. And I mentioned food as being a factor. Don't you think food would affect the body? The things you eat would affect the body as much as sex, as much as your phenotype? Because all sex is going to give you is your phenotype, and you get your genotype from your mother. That's mtDNA, and you are what you eat, right? So I don't understand. And then when you mention these bestial parts on these animals that didn't work, or like snakes that have the ability to still grow legs and stuff like that, that's really simpleton stuff. Because look, we have bestial parts on our bodies. For years, they thought the tonsils was bestial. They thought the kidneys was bestial. They thought the spleen was bestial at one time, even the liver, till they found out what their uses were. They even thought DNA was bestial. They called it junk DNA, just extra DNA. But they found out that without it, you can't make the proper corrections and people get cancer if you mess with it and stuff like that. So no, nothing here is bestial or arbitrary. So when you mention the snakes and whales being able to grow feet or once had legs, let me say this. Men have, and this to Suave homeboy, okay, his homeboy, whatever his name is. But look, men have a chest, all right? Men have a chest. They have nipples. Are those nipples bestial? Can you answer that just right quick in a quick answer? Are male nipples bestial? Are the male mammal nipples bestial? Question.
I do not know. I have no idea currently. That's something I would have to.
Let me answer it for you. Science considers them bestial because they don't produce milk. They are part of a mammary gland, right? And this mammary gland, they say, is no longer being produced in a male. Okay, so now from that logic, we can gather that women predate men. In order for women to have working breasts and men to have non-working chest, men evolved from women. Do you agree?
If you're saying nope, I wouldn't
No,
agree.
not if. I'm saying what science says. But go ahead.
So what science says is that human
What
being
science says.
human being both evolved as male and female, and
But I'm
even
saying to you,
the
according to your
ancestors
logic,
of humans were already in the form male and female, and even before mammals and reptiles and the animals that is on the earth, terrestrial animals, even when life form was only aquatic, there was already male and female. Both sex already existed. Yes, there was a point, maybe billions of years ago.
maybe. Now we don't want to get into your maybe, but go ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead, keep talking.
I got to make
Evolution found a way over time, and now we at a maybe. But go ahead.
Yeah, I could explain my maybe. It's an assumption of my estimation of time based on the form of life that I'm talking about. Single cell.
But we have no problem
simple,
with you
complex
admitting that you
organism.
make an assumption and estimation. We are here for the facts.
If you
We
want,
don't care about. Go
you
ahead.
ain't
Go ahead.
you ain't bringing no facts.
Yes,
Literally,
we want to hear your opinion.
the title
We
of
want
the
to hear
show
your
is
opinion.
"In My Opinion." So how are you
The
going to
name of
hold
the
me
show is
facts
in
when
my
you're
opinion,
just
and I said
gibberish?
we want to hear your opinion.
That's not
We
fair.
do want to hear your opinion.
Let's be fair
Go
and
ahead. Go
consistent
ahead.
here. Let's be
Go
fair
ahead.
and
Go ahead.
consistent.
Talk.
So, again, my estimation of time, maybe millions or even billions of years ago, when single cell and less complex organism was around, definitely aquatic marine life. There was a time before sexual reproduction, when animals reproduced through parthenogenesis. There wasn't a defined gender as male or female. If you want to say that organism or those organisms at the time that could reproduce without a second partner is considered more female, as females are the one that give birth, I would agree that they would fit more to be female. However, it wouldn't be scientifically accurate to call them female. So I'm just giving you the backdrop of how man and woman come about. It didn't start with human being. It didn't even start with mammals. It started billions of years ago.
Okay,
That's
so I'm gonna hit him with
how gender started. It started billions of years ago. It's something.
Okay, before you go to the next point, can I talk now? Before you make a new point, can I go now?
Oh
okay.
no.
So now, what the brother is talking about, what he is describing, is a common ancestor. Okay, y'all. All y'all familiar with this whole lie and argument about a common ancestor? Wait, first of all, he said maybe it can happen. If evolution found a way, we done already debunked that. It found a way over time. He done mentioned asexual and cloning. We done already debunked that with abiogenics, and asymmetry. He mentioned it now. Basically, he said that evolution is a mechanism. Basically, it causes things, and it don't. It can't. We proved that. Nothing he said. And now he done moved to a common ancestor is how people get vested organs. But I want to make a point before I get to the common ancestor that he's still wrong, because according to his own logic, he just debunked himself by saying that people were already male and female. Male and female already existed. Now, ain't no way he could prove none of this that he's saying, but he's just saying they already existed. Basically, one didn't even come from the other. And then he said at the end, well, basically, I would agree, but you can't call her a female. She's something else. But he don't name what the something else is.
You're very dense to have a conversation. But let me give the date for my name.
Hold on, evolution.
Hold on 1 second, because you're talking about your
hold on, evolution. Hold on,
What did you
evolution. That's not how we do it. Hold on, evolution. That's not how
I'm
we
in
do
the
it.
middle of my conversation, bro.
Let him finish
in the
talking.
middle of my bill. Yeah. So when people talk about a common ancestor, they don't really know what they're talking about, y'all. Because look, what do you have in common with dogs? Exactly, a whole lot of stuff. What you got in common with octopus? Exactly, a whole lot of stuff. What you got in common with a banana? Don't say nothing, because you share 98.8% of your DNA with a fucking banana. So when they say it's a common ancestor or try to verify that things evolved from other things because they got things that no longer work like other things, that's ludicrous and outrageous. And it's worse than even the Bible that saying that God did it. Because now you asking me to believe that um, skip over where things came from. Ain't no number one. Just jump to two things called male and female, and then skip over how they have sex, whether they got to grow a penis and a vagina to have sex. Skip over what type of sex it is, because the first parasites or bacteria, like I mentioned earlier, eukaryotes and prokaryotes and archaea, they were said to engulf, to eat the other specimen. And that's how sexual reproduction started. So your version of even reproduction is thrown off when it comes to what you're talking about, evolution. Y'all boys, I done heard you talk about this before. Y'all boys need to go back and do some real hard studying or take a class from Babylon Done. That's why I'm here. But I'm telling you now that your reasoning behind things a snake having no legs is the same thing as the Bible. So the Bible say that the snake once had legs and the snake don't have legs now. So you agree with the Bible. You agree that the snake once had legs and now somebody cursed the snake because you say that's de-evolution because it was obviously better, a benefit when the snake had legs, and now the snake de-evolving because the snake don't have legs. And then you say, hey, the man doesn't come from the woman, but the woman got titties that work, mammary glands, she produces milk, and the man don't. Now watch this. But you'll say that a thing with legs, a thing with no legs, evolved from a thing with legs. But you won't say a man with a chest evolved from a woman with breasts. But you're willing to say a thing with legs, with no legs, evolved from a thing with legs. But then when it comes time to say, well, then a man evolved from a woman based on your logic, you ain't willing to admit that. You're walking
over and over.
But go ahead.
You're not gonna gaslight the audience into believing what you're saying. Once you made your point, you should shut up.
I'm being a damn horse. Go ahead. You shut the fuck up and talk.
You should have decorum. You can't just keep babbling on and on and on and on. First of all, you did not debunk anything. If you want me to give you a direct scientific record and time, yes. Timeline, it's around 1.5 to 2 billion years ago. That's how long, that's how long sexual reproduction been around. I'm giving you what the scientific, what other scientists says.
Where can I go get that at? I ain't never read that, and I'm a scientist. What can I read that some scientists said when sexual reproduction started, and what type of sexual reproduction was it? Because I just mentioned engulfment, and I can name about 3 or 4 other ways that we can reproduce. So what kind of reproduction are you talking about?
Let me give you. It's a very common website that a lot of people use, National Library of Medicine. I'm pretty sure everyone up here.
Yeah, but what are you
Library. That's the source. Let me give you the information now. As I said, decorum. When you're babbling on for 5-10 minutes, I can't.
The question, stupid, is
I heard the question.
What are you showing?
Okay.
If you hear the question,
I'm showing that male did not evolve from female with breasts. In fact, male.
Okay, good. That's all we wanted to know. Show it.
Human being.
Show it.
My God, I can't speak if you're gonna keep babbling on.
Show it. Go ahead. We ready. You can start crying, call it babble, everything you want. It don't matter.
No, I'm
We want to
describing what you're
show.
doing. I'm not calling you a name. I'm
We,
describing your action.
we just want you to show and prove to us that males did not evolve from females. That was your statement. We want you to stick to it. I'm good. I ain't here to argue. Go ahead. We waiting on you to show us. Do we need to be quiet while you do that?
I'm
Can we talk while you do that?
I'm gonna read off my phone. Okay.
I'm saying, can we talk while you look it up?
I told you where you could find it. You could simply type in what I typed in. When did sexual reproduction first started? It's not hard.
I'm
It's
on
not
my
a,
phone
it's
and
not
I
a game.
can't type that in. I can't
Okay.
type that in. And I get tired of y'all trying to make
I'm
another
giving other
brother
people
prove
the
y'all
source where
source
they.
for y'all.
My
Nobody ain't gonna prove
God,
your
Oli, you're
source
gonna
for
do
you.
something about
You
him,
said
Oli,
you
or
had
you only gonna tell me
and
not to do it?
obviously you don't have no proof. All you doing is yakking. You don't have proof. You can't prove to me that males came from females. You can't quote a scientist. You can't quote a source. You can't quote a study. Give me something from a peer-reviewed article. Tell me something. Something you know where some scientists said that men did not evolve from women. When the whole science community agreed that they called the first being on the planet Earth mitochondrial Eve. Do you think Eve is a man, Steve? No, Eve is a woman. They call her in science mitochondrial Eve, the same thing they call it in the Bible, Eve. The Bible says the woman is the mother of all living, and I agree. Every motherfucking man around here got a navel. Where do you think you get a fucking navel from? Huh? Where do you think you get a navel from?
You evolved with it, dummy.
You think as a man, you think as a man, I'm talking, I'm talking. You think as a
when I was
man,
talking, you keep wobbling. Now
I'm talking. You think as a man, you fucking evolved your
Man and
navel
women
without
both
your
evolved
mother,
with sexual
without your
organs.
mother's umbilical
Man
cord?
did not
How could
evolve
you
from
have a
women with
navel?
breasts.
How could
Just
you
one
have a
mic.
navel?
Hey, come on,
without
evolutionist, one mic.
No, Oli, I was
talking.
begging you to ask him to have
I'm
decorum,
talking.
and you didn't say anything.
I stepped away. I stepped away from the.
To read something. I'm
I'm
reading a
talking.
source.
This is
and
not
you kept
about
babbling.
decorum.
I'm asking
This
you
nigga's just mad and in the
put
way.
this nigga under control.
Listen.
It's like only when I interrupt you.
No, evolutionists, I stepped away from the computer. I didn't know that y'all was going to be acting like this. There's nothing hard about somebody talking and then waiting for the next person to talk. I shouldn't have to keep doing that. I stepped away from the computer because I thought y'all was men, and especially you. We going to be here. All it has is time. Let him talk until he finished talking. Babylon been doing the same thing all day. When Babylon been quiet, he be quiet until somebody finish. When they say they finish, he start talking. So I can't think that he been interrupted because he haven't been. Now listen, Babylon been talking all day and saying things. You say that he repeating this point, that's fine. But let Babylon finish. Babylon, when evolution talking, I know you already know the deal. Just let him talk.
Source. I was in the middle of reading my source, and this nigga interrupted me. So I should just let it go.
Okay, let him read the source.
I wasn't up here. I apologize for that.
No, he lying, but let him go ahead.
I understand double standard, but sometimes like don't.
It ain't no double standard. I just wasn't up
here. No,
here.
we're not about to.
There is no double standard.
Can I at least read my damn source?
That's what we trying to do. Can you? Okay, just
we're
read
not gonna make no comments about me or you. We're gonna let you read.
Why would you be a source, nigga? Are you a scientist? Why the fuck would you?
Just bring your source.
This is not about
just bring your source.
This is not evolutionist. This is not about me. We said we're gonna let you read
reading a source, a scientific source from the National Library of Medicine. For God's sake.
Yeah, okay, read the motherfucker, but don't make no comments about nobody else. Read the motherfucker and keep your other comments to yourself. Read it. Go ahead. You got the floor by yourself. Read.
I'm gonna read my source. I don't know why he wants to be the author of attention, but I don't see him. I don't hear him.
It's my fucking show, Slow. That's why I'm running the show, because it's my show. It's BABYLUNDUN. I'm on the show as the head person. So that's why I'm talking. So if you don't like the way I talk, you probably need to talk to some fucking body else. But you done been given 10 fucking chances to read that fucking article, and you keep going back like a child talking about what happened.
Read the source when you won't shut up.
Read the fucking article, nigga.
Do you want me to read while you're babbling? Okay.
Read the article, nigga. You got it.
genetic. Oh man. So genetic mapping and cellular tracking indicates that sexual reproduction meaning reproduction between a species with male genes and a species and a not species, a organism with male genetics and an organism with female genetics. That started 1.5 to 2 billion years ago. Animals that evolved after that were already evolving into male and female, and over time through evolution comes the sexual organs that we associated with male and female. Even before human beings were in the form that we were, the ancestors that we evolved from, the non-human ancestors that we evolved from, were already in male and female form, carrying male and female gametes. So it's not scientific to claim that man evolved from woman with breasts. However, I even make him know that maybe billions, I said million, billion, people were making joke of it. Oh, million, billions. And I said, it's an assumption of time. I said, maybe even the organism million, billions of years ago that were reproducing asexually, parthenogenesis, meaning without a partner, by themselves, they're making offspring. You could even consider that to be more feminine in its nature, considering that female give birth, lay eggs. Females give rise to the offspring, the next generation. So you could consider that very feminine in its nature, but it wouldn't be scientifically accurate to call that organism 2-3 billion years ago a woman or a female. It wouldn't be. And I'm giving you when this thing started where reproduction needs two organisms coming together. That's sexual reproduction. Once that happened, one organism is contributing the male side, the other organism is contributing the female side. And so, and from there forth, from 1.5 to around 2 billion years ago, going forward, that was already a part of evolution blueprint to have male and female individuals. That's all.
Okay, now literally he said nothing at all. Literally, he didn't say nothing. The thing about me repeating myself, he just repeated himself with the same old bent down argument. Just said sexual reproduction. That gets us nowhere. I did already told him that sexual reproduction is not evolution. Reproduction is a word. Evolution is a word. If you were saying sexual evolution, you would be on to something, but you can't say that. Now, when you say that, once again, he keep making this giant leap from asymmetrical or single cell organism, and he just jumped to, and then we have male and female gametes, which he don't even know what gametes are, gametes. But nevertheless, we at these males and females, and we just got there. But the question is, how do we get there? And that's what evolution don't answer. And that's why they get mad. When you say, how did we get from a single cell to this male and female? He says, well, evolution found a way over time. That's called religion, not science. You asking me to believe, not science. When he says that the first males and females appeared 1 point something million years ago. Okay, was that first sign of a sexual organ a woman and a man? Because that's the stipulation you putting on me. Because human beings been around for 300 million years. And if you saying the first sign of sexual reproductive organs appeared 1 million years ago, I think you need to go find another male or female living being. And back to him, keep on going back to this thing about a common ancestor, because that's the picture he's trying to paint with this overtime picture. Ain't no common ancestor. You got something in common with every single animal on the and insect and bird and dog and everything on the planet. Bananas and fruit and everything. You got something in common with them. And they got something in common with you. And it ain't no way to taxonomize yourself away from them. That's why it's really hard to make a human category separate than an animal category. We have to move to cognitive and consciousness in order to make that separation. Otherwise, we would be animals. We have everything that some other animal got. But does it mean that because I have eyes, now where did I evolve my eyes from? Did I evolve them from what common ancestors? Did I evolve them from birds? Did I evolve them from fish that have eyes? Did I evolve my eyes from monkeys that have eyes? Where did I evolve?
If you really want to know, your eyes were evolved from the skins of fish. I know.
Talking. And my question is rhetorical, so a stupid person jumps in on a rhetorical question and tries to pretend that the person is asking a question. My question is rhetorical because I fucking say it's rhetorical. And it's rhetorical because I said
You cut out. You cut out. That's why I thought he started answering. You cut out. He wasn't.
Oh, okay. I know the answer. I know the answer to my own question, so my questions are rhetorical. So now, nevertheless, when you ask yourself, where did you get all of these things in common from? Then you could point to almost any animal or insect on the planet and say, I got my eyes from a fly. I got my legs from a spider. Even though spiders have 8 legs, I evolved 2 legs. Because, starfish got 5 legs. So things evolved down from 8 legs to 5 legs to 4 legs to 2 legs. And now some things gonna have 1 leg in the future, but they haven't evolved yet. We could speculate all that, y'all. But ain't none of that shit true. Ain't none of it we could prove. Ain't none of it we could put under a microscope. Everything he said, we cannot put it under a microscope. We cannot put nature under a microscope. We cannot put selection under a microscope. We can't put evolution itself under a microscope. Nobody in the world, and I'm standing on this, nobody in the world has ever witnessed with their own eyes. No scientist, nobody in a laboratory, nobody with no fucking fruit flies, nobody with no troglodytes, no motherfuckers with no tillacs, no motherfuckers with no plenary organs or worms, nothing that they can name. Nobody has ever seen anything evolve. Let me tell you something. They got freeze frame cameras. They got cameras that can film per second, like milliseconds, milliseconds. And they don't watch the plant grow. They don't know how the fucking plant evolved. You can't see evolution. It's not something you can fucking see. It's a process taking place. You don't see processes. You experience them. And that's what's happening at the double slit experiment, Oli, just to talk about what me and you want to talk about. Man, you could go up to the left a little bit. When the observer problem in the double slit experiment is because the observer is a part of the fucking experiment. The observer is quantum too. He part of the quantum onlyism, if you will. He part of the experiment. He can't separate himself from the experiment. And that's what evolution can't do. Evolution can't separate itself from life and become a factor and say that I'm outside of life and I produce life and I'm a thing. We can't do that because evolution is not a thing. It describes a process and it's just a fucking word. And that's all it is a word. It's not a thing. Nor is selection, nor is adaptation, and nor is mutation. All of them are just words that describe processes and states. And that's as far as we can go. I'm done.
All right. Evolution. Well, Jay Snake, you popped up. If you wanted to say something, I think you was just listening.
Oh yeah, they've witnessed evolution in real time with I just put in the chat with the black moths from that evolved from the radiation in Chernobyl, where most of the other organisms died off and shit, they turned a black color because they absorb the radiation kind of like and get energy from it, kind of like a plant does photosynthesis. You can look that up.
I appreciate that, Jay Snake, and you're absolutely right. They did mutate due to radiation, and we admitted earlier that things do mutate according by external forces like the sun and food, and I mentioned radiation. So you're right, it mutated, which you define it as evolution, and I'm saying that that's not really evolution. That's just a mutation, and you causing the mutation. Shit, if I pull out a piece of paper and I stick fire to it and it burns, is the paper evolving or did I just burn the fucking paper? I just burned the fucking paper. So
I don't
if
think
I
that's a
stick
good
a moth, a black moth, in front of radiation, am I fucking, is the moth evolving or am I causing radiation and fucking with the cells of the moth and I'm causing the evolution and the mutation? That's exactly what's happening. I'm causing the mutation by my external stress on the organism. The
You know,
organism is not evolving. The organism is mutating and adapting to the stress of radiation that I'm putting on it.
isn't that part of the
So
definition
that
of
don't
evolution
change
though?
radiation. Go ahead. I can't. I'm echoing somebody.
That's probably me,
You got
bro.
to mute.
Hey, I got another idea. How about cause I got a timer. I got my screen split. I got a timer at the bottom. We can do 2 minutes to whoever's talking at the time, so we're not bumping into each other's ideas and shit, and then getting mad and arguing and shit all fucking day.
I mean, if you need that, we could do that. But the only thing you
No,
gotta
I
do
don't
is
think
just
I
respect the
think we all
conversation.
need it at
No,
this point.
listen to me. Listen to me. Now you just said you got 2 minutes. Now you over talking me. As soon as I start talking, so you're right. We gonna need the damn 2 minute clock because you ain't gonna respect the shit. So pull out the 2 minute clock, and I'm gonna do what you say on my fucking show on my fucking time. Pull out the 2 minute clock. Since y'all niggas may like y'all gonna do something in 2 minutes, cause you ain't finna say nothing but the same
All right,
shit.
you got 2 minutes, bro.
Okay, no, it's on you. I'm done. I was done.
Bro, you were interrupting me when I was explaining. You know what I'm saying?
If
You
I
have,
interrupted you, go ahead. It's your
bro. I'm
turn. two
done with what I
minutes.
was
Go.
saying. My fuck, bro.
Okay,
Can I
then if
talk?
you done, we ain't
Can I
got no
talk?
argument. We can move on.
Oh,
If
okay,
you
okay,
done,
go
you
ahead,
ain't
bro.
got no argument. You can put up your little clock and
No,
go
it's
back in your
good. If you
room
want to
and do what
argue
you
with
was doing.
yourself, go ahead, bro. We have no problem with you arguing
No,
with
that
yourself,
that
though. We
ain't
don't
it,
disagree
bro. I'm
with you.
just saying. You say you done, right? You done, right? Are you done or not? That's what I'm fucking saying, bro. If you done, you done. You ain't got nothing to say. You say you pulling out a 2 minute clock. You interrupt me, say I don't know what I'm talking about. You make like I'm long winded. You need to get some time and all of that. I say, yeah, I'm with the 2 minutes. Even with it, pull out the 2 minutes. Go. It's your turn. And then you say, you go. No, you go. No, you go. Man, get the fuck out of here. Got time for that. Well, some real shit wrong here. Like I said, though, evolution, as they putting it, and I think I've been clear all day long that until they debunk that evolution is only a word that's describing a process and that nobody can put it under a microscope or look at it or examine evolution. We can't examine nature, we can't examine selection, we can't examine adaptation, and we can't examine mutation. And the brother came on and he thought he had a good point, and I agree. He said scientists have seen evolution. Right after I had just said, don't nobody come on here with no fucking worms, no plenary worms, no tachylates, no Tartarians in the sea, nothing. But he came with it anyway, calling it black moss, and then he described the experiment. They entered radiation in on the thing, and then I said, well, sir, we've already talked about that, and we've explained that that's not evolution, that's mutation. If you cause radiation on a body, an organism, it will adapt and mutate based on the radioactive effects of the thing that you got causing it to mutate. But it's not evolving nowhere. And if I walk up to my wife and I get her pregnant, that's called conception. And when she gives birth to the baby, whatever, she conceives the baby, So then that's what that is, gestation period, like that's what takes place. It's a period and it's a process, right? But ain't no evolution happening just because I have sex with my wife. So ain't no evolution happening just because two cells have sex. It's no evolution. Only thing they can do Even if they reproduce the new organism, it's produced shared organisms based on the two organisms that got together and reproduced. They'll have a copy of their organism inside this organism. Now, if you really want to talk about that, then the copies is important because it's actually 4 copies in the DNA. So then they using 2 of their copies, but the child has 4 copies. And these 2 extra copies is really what make the child they self. That's really what's making a difference in the child. Because the child gets to reflect from the 2 DNA strands that it has in a mirror-like fashion over to the 2 other DNA strands. And it can self-heal itself, like telomeres and different things like that, using telomeres and different things like that. So, yeah, that's what's happening in the DNA and what's happening on the evolution, on what you call the evolutionary scale. But there is no evolution there. Only thing you're doing is describing a mutation or an adaptation. And when you say selection, ain't nobody doing the selecting. If I have Bermuda grass in my yard and I got other weeds in my yard, who doing the fucking selecting? You say nature. I say, show me nature out there. You go pick up a blade of grass. I say the blade of grass is grass and it's in nature. Show me who doing the selecting. And you can't show me who doing the selecting for what type of grass in my yard because there is no selector. The selector is put there like God of the gaps. Just because you don't have a selector or a mechanism, you try to throw one in there with a name, and people been falling for it for hundreds of years, and now we done woke the fuck up, and people questioning that dumb shit, and we said, that don't make no sense. You just made that up. That's just a fucking word. Show it to me then. You say you doing science, you say you proving shit, then show me nature. Show me evolution. And then when we talk about evolution like it's so fucking strong, and then they come up with one incident, black moths. Like, if that shit true, that shit should be like the sun. Like, I can prove to you the sun real. In Phoenix, my phone overheating right now. I got my shit sitting in the freezer, and I'm on the speakerphone. I'm on the speaker headphone. It's hot. You see what I'm saying? Like, let's deal with shit like that, man. I don't want to talk about no fake stuff they talk about with their fake ass evolutionary gibble gabble, because it's pseudo babble. It's not really science, and they don't really understand that. And the science, last thing, science cannot deal with evolution, because guess what evolution includes, y'all? I mentioned it earlier. Evolution includes consciousness. We are conscious. I think, therefore I am. Rene Descartes, they say, right? So then, if consciousness is the subjective experience, right? We talked about that earlier too. That subjective means conscious experience. That's what it means. Conscious experience. How you feel and how you think about a thing. That's what subjective means. So when we're talking about science or nature is metaphysical. It's not physical. It's like the self. Yourself, science can't talk about yourself or your soul. When people tell you like you can't have a self, or you say, are you a scientist? They say, yeah. Say, shut the fuck up, because you can't talk about the self. And you can't talk about the soul. The science say nature. Say, shut the fuck up. You can't talk about nature. Because nature is supernatural. We're talking. Nature is supernatural. Nature is not something that we can see, smell, taste, feel, hear, or interact with at all. We can't interact with nature. We can interact with things in nature. But at that point, we just calling those things as in nature. At that point, we don't really know what nature is. We just gave everything a name, and we call everything nature. Just like they call everything the universe. But the universe don't really exist just like nature. It's just another fucking adjective and a description for all things. And it can't be a description for a universal thing, because the universal thing will have to talk about itself. And if you want to learn more about that, go check out people like Immanuel Kant, David Hume, Ludwig Wittgenstein, W.V.O. Quine. They spoke about these things in metaphysics and spoke about process and Whitehead. Alfred Whitehead, they talked about process theology. All these things that these jokers arguing about, and I call them jokers, they do these jokers arguing about, that this has already been proven wrong. I'm saying this is literally the stuff that we talking about, that they talking about, has literally been proven outdated. Like in the as early as David Hume died in 1776, right? So we talking the 1700s here, early 1700s, because they were living to be 76. So yeah, so no, bro, evolution and all the stuff that they trying to push on us, this whole scientific, what they call it over there, scientific naturalism, that's a lie. How can it be scientific naturalism? You can't deal with nature because nature is metaphysical. It's transcendental. It can't be captured. It can't be observed.
Nature is
So
literally the opposite of metaphysical. Nature is physical. The physical universe that we exist in. That is nature.
Can you show us nature? Can you show us nature? Can we observe it?
Literally, the earth, the trees, the stars, the air you
Those
breathe.
those are things in nature. Can we
Yes, and
observe
things
nature?
in nature are nature. You literally just said it. Those are things in nature. That is
Yeah.
what nature is. Everything that constitutes the physical universe, matter, and all the energy fields in the physical universe. That's nature. Everything in the physical universe is nature. So stop saying nature is metaphysics. Nature doesn't exist. You literally can measure aspect of nature. You could measure the size of the earth. You could measure distance in time, distance in space. You could measure stuff. You could weigh stuff. You could detect magnetic radiation, magnetic field, not radiation. You could detect magnetic field. You could detect the electromagnetic radiation from that spectrum. You could detect other stuff. Like we can experience gravity. Put something on a higher elevation, let it go, it will naturally roll to a lower elevation. You just experience gravity. Like you're just saying stuff like words really don't mean words to you. You're just saying it for the heck of saying it.
They only mean something if they mean something to him. You feel me? If they don't, then they don't exist.
Again. Oh, is another brother talking? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go, bro. Go.
And I mean, shit. Ali has his own definition for nature. So if you're going by that fact, him having a definition explains nature.
I agree with Ali when Ali said earlier that he has his own definition of nature. We agreed that he could be a neologian and he could use his own nomenclature, and that's what real, like Oli is, a real philosopher does. He extends the definition so that he can maintain his definition because he understands already that the definition of nature as it stands is not full enough, is not complete enough. And when he extends his definition, we don't really look at Oli's definition. Let me tell you what we look for, brother. We look for if the definition holds. HOLGS, if it holds. See, Oli has made an axiom. His axiom is that nature is such and such. Now, throughout Oli's talk, when we listen to Oli talk, if Oli contradicts himself, that means that his definition of nature does not hold. And so, what I'm saying is that the scientific definition, as they use it in science today, it does not hold. And you can get people could get on here and say, I'm just arguing. I told you that my argument was linguistic from the start. Every thought that a person has is in language. So let's start there. And when we say the word nature, brother, now you came on calm. Can you deal with me for a second here and just answer me straight up? Can me and you have a conversation talking to the last brother that just came on?
I think that's evolution. Is he talking to?
No, not evolution. It's the other brother.
Oh, that's Jay Snake. Jay Snake came back up.
Jay Snake, what's up, bro? Can we have a conversation right quick?
We could.
See, that's what I'm saying.
At any time, bro.
Okay, so then let's have this conversation. Let's have this conversation right here. Okay, so nature, right? Nature, in and of itself, Now I'm gonna explain something to you. I don't know if you ever heard this, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Oli, listen to this close, bro. It's something called a thing in itself and a thing not in itself. A thing can be in itself if it contains its predicate. If the subject contains the predicate, that means the thing is in itself. Kind of like when we said all bachelors are married. Bachelor contains the definition married men. It's in there. That's analytic. But now, when we say nature, when I say nature, what is it that I'm examining? And the other brother came on and said the earth, the stars, and all these things. Those are things in nature. And calling everything in nature is taking parts of a thing, the parts, and then calling them a whole. In Mariology, that's going from a particular to a universal, and you can't do that. That's not a logical deduction. So I'm saying to you, what is nature? Can I observe it under a microscope? Can I see nature? Can I feel it? Is nature a scientific physicality? I'll stop.
Yes, if you observe a cell under a microscope,
I ain't talking to you, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. You did that just to put that shit on the record so that the word yes could come out. You a damn lie, and the devil is a lie. Bro, will you speak for yourself? And will somebody control that rabbit dog called evolutionist that don't respect people conversation?
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, yeah, my bad, man, for him being rude. I'm gonna go ahead and apologize for him if he don't know how to do it himself.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So what's the answer to the question, Jason?
But
it's all good.
I would think anything that exists is part of nature because it's part of the natural world. You know what I'm saying?
We ain't talking about parts of nature. We ain't talking about parts of nature.
You can't cut me off from answering the question.
You're not answering my question though. I
don't
said,
have
what
to
is
answer
nature?
it the way you want to. Can you mute him, please? While I
Okay,
talk,
then.
bro?
No, you got it. Go ahead. I thought you was gonna be reasonable. I asked you
Well,
for
then do I
fucking
got it or not,
conversation.
nigga? Please be quiet. Please be
You're an
quiet.
idiot.
Please be quiet, bro. Okay? The only one showing they're an idiot is you. Anyways,
But you done
anything
after
that
this.
exists, anything that
After you say
exists
this,
is
you
natural.
done.
Anything, nigga, I'll be here as long as I want to, bro. You can't stop no show
We'll
over
see your
here.
ass later.
You could be part
Bye.
of a show. You can have your own
We'll see
show,
your
but you
punk
can't
ass
stop the
later.
show. You feel me?
Go ahead and get that shit off, nigga. Go ahead and say it.
You feel me though? Anyways, like I was saying before, this weirdo keeps interrupting everybody, not just me, not just evolution. He's even interrupting Ollie and shit. But anyways, anything that exists is natural. It's nature. You exist. You feel me? You don't have to be alive. You don't have to, as long as you can be observed, that's nature, bruh. That's natural. You feel me? Now there's things that exist outside of the natural world, with concepts like time and shit, which is relative and is not even real. You feel me? If we didn't revolve around the sun, and a moon didn't revolve and make a nighttime and shit, we wouldn't count time the same way. You feel me? Time doesn't exist like we make a definition to count moments. You feel me? Time don't even exist. So it exists outside of nature, but it is relative.
Absolutely, I do agree with everything you just said, bro. That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so next, Oli, what's up, Oli, bro? I'm moving forward, bro. I'm good. I know when I got two dead horses on my hands, I don't feel like beating them.
When you resort to constant ad homs, that means you ain't got shit to say and niggas is cooking you, bro, because no one has done that to you. You know why? Because you're not cooking us, bro.
Well, get the fuck out the kitchen because I ain't cooking either. So let's go. I'm talking about nature and science. I'm not cooking. I'm not landing fucking planes. I'm not doing none of your fucking idiosyncrasies or none of that stupid shit. I'm on here talking about science, and you came on here with some dumb drunk shit talking about nature is everything you
We have a normal conversation. You was asked a straight up conversation. You was asked a straight up conversation and a straight up question whether nature was something we could fucking observe. And you came on and said, I want to say what the fuck I want to say. I don't want to answer your question. I'm going to babble about what the fuck I want to babble about. I'm talking, bro, and you interrupted me.
Shut the fuck up. So
I'll
you
continue to
came
do
on,
so.
you came on and you had your chance, and your chance was that yes, nature
And I
can
just
be
cooked you.
observed.
I just
And
cooked
you
you. I don't agree with you.
you don't show nobody how nature. I'm talking, bro. Shut the fuck up and mute your phone. Damn. So
I'm on a computer,
he
bro. I'm
came
not
on,
cheap like you.
he came on, and he says with his lame ass, he says nature can be observed. Then when I say where, show me how, where, when, he can't. All he does is talk
I
around the
just
bush
did.
and say, I can see flowers, I can see dogs and cats and the world and stars, I can see things around me. I'm in nature. Yes, it explains nothing. Nothing.
You haven't explained how nature doesn't exist. You're just rambling
Hey,
on
I'm done
and
talking to
on
you,
and
bro,
on,
because you
bro.
talking about me and you
You
worried
keep
about
saying
me.
you're done. You
Y'all
asked
some
me to
dick
have a
riding.
conversation. Hold up.
Y'all
You
are
asked
the
me to
most
have a
dick
civil
riding
conversation, and you went uncivilized
conversation.
within a matter of
You're
minutes,
not
bro.
having a.
You are
You're
within a
not
matter of
having
minutes,
a.
bro.
You think you having a fucking conversation and you're
Within a matter
retarded.
of minutes,
I'm
bro.
not talking to
Let,
you.
One
I
so
mic.
did
Hey,
not
one
bald
ask
man.
second,
you.
My
because
bad. Can
I'm
y'all hear
not
me?
asking
you
for
guys
no
are going off now.
conversation
Can y'all hear me?
anymore.
We
You
can hear
are
you, Ali.
retarded.
Hold
I'm
his
We
not
back.
can hear you.
asking
He's just
for
being
your
disrespectful and
conversation.
acting like he don't hear
I'm
you.
not asking for you to talk. I'm not don't need your help to do nothing. You can hang up and leave. You useless. You have nothing to add
Hold
to the
on.
conversation. You're
Hey,
not a scientist. You're a liar, and I don't need it. I'm good. What's wrong with
Evolutionist,
that?
evolutionist,
hey, what
evolutionist.
up?
Am I
Just
Hey,
leave
right
bald
that
or am
man.
I
nigga
right?
alone.
Didn't
If a
didn't he
nigga say
ask
he don't
me?
want to,
Didn't
well,
he
you
Yeah,
ask me
supposed
to
to leave.
have a civilized conversation?
he
No,
actually
Hey,
I'm
did
saying
can
I
because
y'all
take
hear
it
me?
back.
I was
Can
going to
y'all hear
address
I'm
me?
what
letting
he
you
just said.
know.
He said
Can
no
y'all
I'm
hear
letting
me?
remarks.
you know. I'm letting
Can
you
y'all hear
know
me?
it was a fucking mistake. I didn't mean to ask you shit. I hate I ask you anything. Get the
So
fuck
why
on.
did you?
Kick
Can
rock.
y'all
So
hear
why
me?
did you, dummy?
Leave.
Can y'all hear me?
Leave. Kick rock. I made a
Hold
mistake.
on.
Now you got it. I made a mistake. You ain't supposed to be here. I thought you was a human.
Can
You a
y'all
fucking Kevin. Get on.
can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ali, we can hear you, bro. He's just disrespecting you by acting like he can't.
My bad, man. My computer
No.
died. I had to get back on here. If my
No.
computer died again, um, I ain't every
Yeah.
time I leave, it go. I get back
Bro,
on the
that's not me, bro.
Yeah, man.
The
Yeah, man.
brother
Cause you,
asked me. Bro, I'm
you
talking,
know
bro.
you
Shut
gotta
the
have a
fuck
real
up.
nigga up here to
Bro,
talk to
mute
me.
this nigga,
If
bro, while
you
I'm
bring
talking,
these
please.
fucking
Please.
if you bring these
You
fucking
can talk after
simpletons
I'm
up
done,
here,
bro. I'm talking right now.
dicking around is not
Straight
gonna
up, bro.
fucking work. I'm a real
Gotcha.
person, and you bringing fake motherfuckers on the line. It'll never work.
Got you. Got
Like
you.
I was saying, Ali. Like I was saying, I hop back on here, right? And you were here when it happened. The nigga asked to have a conversation with me. You thought he was talking to evolutionists. He said, no, this nigga right here. He said, now that
Like
you're
a
back on,
battered
Jay
woman.
Snake, can we have a calm, civilized conversation, which I agreed to, and then proceeded to have that calm, civilized conversation, and this nigga flew off the handle once again.
Man, don't nobody want to hear no fucking explanation. Tattletale, get the fuck out of here. You ain't got nothing to say about the fucking science at all. You just on here trying to make a nigga look bad. You ain't taking no fucking high road, bitch. Get out of here. I get tired of
I
y'all
can't make
sorry
you
ass
look
niggas
bad unless
trying
you
to
look
come over
bad,
here,
Babylon Dun.
trying to make like you motherfucking doing something, nigga. You ain't said shit. You ain't tried to have no conversation. I asked your stupid drunk ass if nature could be observed. You said yes. We already know it can't be. You done. Get the fuck off the line and haul ass. Kick rock, nigga. Nobody don't need no fucking respect for y'all lame. Y'all jive as fuck. Don't know shit and on here trying to argue with a nigga that know. Get the fuck out of here.
Just for everyone else's information. Before science, what even predated science, our ancestors, long before there was a thing or a study called science, our ancestors were the first, were some of the first observers of nature. And they did stuff, amazing stuff, based on what they learned from observing nature, from observing plants, from observing animals, and from observing the cosmos. So I do not know what this babbling done is talking about. Nature can be observed. Thank you.
And that's the point of contention.
Uh, Anybody can say anything online. You can say nature can be observed, but until we observe it, you have said nothing. Until you can pour nature in a glass. Hey, look, one of my girlfriends when I was growing up, her mama name was Tijuana. She used to cut hair at the barber shop when I was little, so I used to go there. I ain't let no dude cut my hair no way. So it was Tijuana and Helen. They used to cut hair, but they had a pretty daughter named Nature. She was physical. She was real. I recognize her as being nature. But this trash that y'all talking about, just giving us linguistic jargon and just saying nature is this, nature is this, nature is this, nature is nature is observable, but yet y'all ain't showed nature not one motherfucking time. It's stupid. Stop it.
So you just proved it right. That girl you never got to fuck because you're lame. Her name's Nature.
Nah, stop. Hey,
you feel me?
Hey, Oli, but let me tell you this, Oli. See, they talk to the wrong one. And then when the shit go way left and way low, he started crying to you, talking about, I was trying to have a civilized conversation. I was trying to do this with the nigger. See? Bitch ass nigga, shut the fuck up. You
hey,
ain't trying to have nothing.
decorum, Babylon, decorum, Babylon. I know you.
Hey man, they ain't got
Babylon.
no decorum, bro. You know that. But okay, Oli, I got you. I'm sorry. Hey,
Yeah,
Oli,
because you know
one
some.
love though, bro.
Dumbass nigga.
Yeah, you
I
know
know.
it, man.
But
Shit,
Oli, listen.
I'm enjoying your show. I'm enjoying I'm enjoying the disputes. It's just ain't nobody ever brought no source up to dispute what you saying. Um and evolutionist, Jay Snake. I know y'all saying the thing about nature. Can one of y'all get a source that say that, and then Babylon can bring his source and defute it? I think we're getting somewhere just in between the points. People have little personal things and things, but I actually do believe that we getting somewhere because we actually do know where Babylon stand, and I actually know where y'all stand, and yet and still, I think evolutionists might be the only one that that um that claims that evolution is proven. I think I think Jay Snake earlier said that it was evidence. He said he do agree that it wasn't just proven, but there's a lot of evidence for evolution.
Hey, okay, you ready for this? Definition Cambridge Dictionary. Uh, Nature refers to the physical universe and all of its living and non-living phenomena. It encompasses the natural environment such as plants, animals, landscapes, oceans, and water, as well and weather, as well as inherent qualities, characteristics, and forces that govern the world, the universe, and everything in between.
Okay, so can you put all of that under microscope? Because all of that is what nature is. So can you put everything you just said under a single microscope and see it as nature? Or is that what you
I
just
never
read a
knew.
description? Or is I'm talking, bro? Or is what
I
you
know you,
just
but you
read?
interrupt everybody though. I
I'm
never knew a
talking, bro.
microscope. I never
I'm
knew a
talking,
microscope
bro.
has to be
I'm
used to measure
talking,
nature.
bro. I'm talking, bro.
Let
I'm
him ask the
talking.
question,
You
Jay.
made
Let
your
him ask this
point.
question.
I'm
Ask him.
Bro,
talking.
he
Let,
interrupts all of us, bro. Man, fuck this nigga, bro.
You
let
made
him
your
ask this
point.
question.
I'm talking. Can you put evolution or creation or selection or whatever you calling that nature? Can you put all of that under a microscope? Or will you admit that what you just looked up in your dictionary is not a definitionary, it's a dictionary for diction. It didn't define a goddamn thing. It just told you how the word is used in language. It showed you examples. It gave you a description. That's a description of what nature is. You just described to us what nature is. That's the same fucking thing I just said. So now that we know what the description of nature is, can you take that fucking word that you got in the dictionary and everything that describes it, the water, the ocean, the trees, the plant, the animals, the insects, the fucking atoms, the molecules, the quarks, everything we got, and can we examine that shit under any kind of device,
Yep, we
microscope,
can. We
telescope,
can.
electroscope, telescope? Is there any fucking way we can examine nature?
Yeah. Telescopes, all the things you mentioned are Devices used to observe nature. Are you dumb or just stupid, my nigga?
I know I'm talking to a dumb, stupid person because the dumb, stupid person actually think looking through a telescope is actually they looking
I
at
wasn't done.
nature.
Hold up. I wasn't done though. I wasn't done. Shut up.
When you
Shut
look
up. I
through a
wasn't done.
telescope,
Shut
when
up.
you
Shut up.
look
Shut
through
up.
a
Shut up.
fucking telescope,
Ollie,
I'm
Ollie,
talking,
come on
B.
now. Come
When
on,
you look
Ollie.
through a
What's up?
telescope,
I
when you
mean,
look
niggas
through
can't
a
interrupt me
fucking
all day.
telescope, you are looking at a
Niggas can interrupt
thing.
me all
You
day,
are
but I
not
can't
looking at
interrupt this
nature.
nigga though.
We can name the fucking
Anyways,
things that you see through your telescope.
though.
If you look
First
through
he
a
asked me to bring
telescope,
up a
if you look
first he
at a
asked me to
star,
bring up a
we can
source. I
say
bring up a
that's a
source,
fucking
but
star.
since he don't
We're not
agree with the
gonna
source,
say
it's
that
not
the
a
star
source.
is
Make
nature.
it make
We're
sense.
gonna say it's a fucking star. If you look at a bacteria under a microscope, we're gonna say you looking at fucking bacteria. We're not gonna say you looking at nature. Don't nobody walk in
Hey,
a
my
fucking
bad. I was on
laboratory
mute. I was
and
on mute.
say,
My bad. Babylon,
don't
Babylon.
nobody, yeah.
Let him finish. Let him finish with his answer. Then get it.
No, I
Let him
was
finish with his
talking. He
answer.
interrupted
Okay, like
me.
I no,
Nuh-uh,
I
it was
didn't,
his turn.
bro.
You had told him to go.
Thank you. Thank you,
Why,
stupid.
why don't you guys
No,
Can you
he
follow the
stopped.
conversation?
He
Can you follow
stopped,
the
and when he
conversation?
seen I was finna tear that shit
Anyways,
up, he started back
anyways,
talking.
Hold on.
like
That's
I
Let him
what
was
let
what
him
saying,
happened.
finish.
Ollie,
Let him finish, Babylon, so you can tear it
nigga,
up.
you got the
Let him
power to
finish.
mute the nigga's mic.
No, I don't
Anyways,
mute.
like I was,
I'm on my phone. I can't.
This
I ain't
my
trying to
show,
mute
bitch.
nobody.
okay.
Let's
Anyways, like
get
I was
on with
saying,
it.
Hey,
Ollie, all the
come on. Go
things,
ahead.
all the instruments he brought up about putting shit under the microscope, those are different microscopes to observe nature. You can use a telescope to observe the outside world, outside of our world. You can observe that with the telescope. Anything smaller than the naked eye, you can use electron microscopes, which observes that part of nature. You feel me? Other instruments, bro, that measure radiation, that measure this aspect of nature, that measure that aspect of nature. A barometer that measures the aspect of weather in nature. You feel me? There's several different ways to observe it, bro. What this nigga's saying, he just makes himself sound stupid and then argue and cuss at niggas about how you don't sound right. I mean, that's just ridiculous, bro. Straight up. Nature, just because you don't
You are
agree with
all
it,
right.
don't
You
mean.
land. You didn't need that last part, but I know what you're saying. Babylon, you want to answer that now?
Oh, I see you niggas is
No,
cutting
ain't
up.
nothing to
And
answer. I ain't got time to address aspects of nature because aspects of nature is not nature. Things in nature is not fucking nature. Birds, trees, stars, anything you can look at is in nature. It's not nature. And when we say in nature, that's just a fucking name that we done gave to everything. Really, we ain't saying nothing because nature don't exist. We just describing and saying everything out there, we're gonna call that nature. And that's what we're gonna call it. Do we agree? Yes, we agree. And then that's what nature is. But that is not nature because nature is an abstract. It's an abstract name for a thing. And these idiots then took the abstract thing called nature and then made it a concrete thing. And they trying to make it a physical thing even and say that they can see nature, which is ridiculous. That's crazy. So, Oli, I would like to move on to another conversation, bro. I'm bigger than this too. Like I got a lot more that I could talk about and teach about. So if there's other people out there that would like to discuss something else, come up, man. And don't let these niggas fool nobody, bro. Ain't nobody disrespectful or nothing. When I see a clown, I'ma call it a clown. When niggas come around clowning, I'ma call them clowns. If you say to somebody, hey, is the earth round or flat? And then you say, this is an argument. We just trying to figure out is the earth round or flat? Yes or fucking no. If that person say, well, you know, you can automatically say, bro, you're not the fucking person I want to talk to. You straddling the fence, you monkeying around in the fucking middle. It's either flat or it's not fucking flat. It can't be fucking both though. It's a law called the law of excluded middle that prevents you from monkeying around it. And it's another law called the law of non-contradiction that prevents you from monkeying around and straddling the fucking fence in the middle. So, with that being said and known, this is why they hate me because I know logic and I'm simply using logic against their frivolous argument. And because they can't get around it, they mad. They thought for all they fucking grown ass life till this day, they thought that they was motherfucking knowing something about nature and they know nothing. They thought they knew evolution. That shit is gone. They thought they knew natural selection. That shit is trash. They thought they knew adaptation and mutation. I done threw that shit under the bus. That shit is done, nigga. And I don't care what your scientists say or what book you fucking pull out. I'm already here. I got books too, nigga. I write books too. So what the fuck you gonna do? Read me another nigga book? I'm gonna read my fucking book. And what you gonna say? Huh? You gonna say what? I'm reading my book. You reading another nigga book. Write your own fucking book, nigga. That's right, because you can't write one. And you don't know shit. So you repeat everything that they tell you. And you haven't thought the shit out. But I then came on here and then gave the people everything they need, including sources. Including sources. Y'all don't forget them names. Ludwig Wittgenstein, David Hume, Immanuel Kant. Oh yeah, I got a good one for y'all too. This is my favorite philosopher, right? This is my favorite philosopher. I can't even believe can't even
Those
think
are
his
other
name.
niggas' books, though.
Yeah, these are other niggas' books. That's right. I'm
Yeah,
giving the
those are
people
other niggas'
sources. I
books,
just
though. You
said
feel
that.
me?
You
So
fucking
that don't
idiot.
make no
Step
sense.
off and get out of my conversation. I'm talking. Shut the fuck up. So now, check out people like check out, just check those people out that I told you. I think of that fourth philosopher though. He a mathematician and Gottlieb Frege. That's his name. Gottlieb Frege. Gottlieb Frege. He spelled his name Frege. Look him up. This will put y'all on. If y'all want to tear these niggas in the community head off and they can't fuck with you, check these people out. And you don't even have to read no whole book. They YouTube out. You can just YouTube Ludwig Wittgenstein. You can YouTube Gottlieb Frege. You can YouTube these people and get them and see what they say about causality and causation, cause and effect. See what they say about nature and transcendentalism and metaphysicalism and science.
Another.
Go see what Karl Popper said about science. Go see the argument and the debate what Karl Popper put forth, and you'll see that science is scientism. It's scientism. It's not even science no more. Go look it up. They just preaching to y'all old stuff, old outdated crap. Is nobody don't believe it no more. Nobody believes the Big Bang. Go ask Sabine Hassenfelder if she believes in the fucking Big Bang. Go ask. Go ask. Ask anybody. Go ask Mr. Penrose. Do he believe in the fucking Big Bang? He gonna say no. He gonna say no. I don't believe in the fucking Big Bang.
Roger
He just did a
Penrose.
show on it. Yeah, Roger
Ask Neil
Penrose don't
deGrasse
believe in it.
Tyson. He's gonna say yeah. Ask
But
Stephen
yeah,
Ask
Hawking.
Neil
He's gonna say
deGrasse
yeah.
Tyson if he believes in the Big Bang, and he gonna tell you it's many different aspects
He's
to the
gonna
Big
say
Bang.
yeah,
It could be
bruh.
a
He's gonna
crunch.
say yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what he gonna say because I watch his show. I'm gonna tell you. He's gonna say it's something called a big crunch, the big rip, the big bounce, and the Big Bang, and all of them are possible. But as a theory, I do. As Neil deGrasse Tyson, I lean toward the Big Bang because I lean towards inflation and the inflationary theory. However, I don't say that the other ones are not possible because I, Neil deGrasse Tyson, cannot prove the Big Bang ever happened at all.
Neither did anyone else
and
but
right.
you. You're the
Yeah,
only
exactly.
person that said it was. You're the only person that said that all the other theories
Bro,
are, you know what I mean,
stay
not
off my
possible.
dick. Will
This
you
one's
make
possible
your
happening.
own
Ain't possible.
conversation? Make your
And
own conversation.
and
When you
I'd
started
like to
talking the
say,
first time, he started saying shit about like, well, the microscope, the telescope. Now he hadn't brought that up, but he stopped you. He said I interrupted him. He told you this. He said he interrupted me, but he had stopped. That's why I started talking. And then he starts to proceed to talk about what I was talking about after the fact about the microscope and the telescope. See, he didn't want me to get that out because the microscope and the telescope says no matter what device you use, you still can't see nature. It's unobservable. It's an abstract word. It's a description of a process and a state. It means absolutely nothing. And you can't prove it to us. You can't show it to us. And if you could, the same way you could say the word bird, and then you could go outside and get one and put it under the microscope. If nature was a thing in itself. Like I said, look this up. A thing in itself. A thing could be a thing in itself or a thing not in itself. Okay? This is called Russell's paradox. Okay? It's called the liar's paradox, the barber's paradox. So these are self-referential and self-identical paradoxes that these brothers know nothing about. They've never studied or read up on. They don't know what asymmetry is. They don't know what chirality is. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. But they here trying to make like they fucking arguing with me. So I hope that the public sees that it's levels to this shit, and I'm on a whole nother fucking level than these niggas.
You damn right you are, but what level that is, bro, it ain't what you thinking.
Yeah, let me slide in there real quick. This is what I like about it. This topic has been argued forever. You can go find scientists who agree with evolutionists and Jay Snake, and you can go find scientists that agree with Babylon.
Facts.
And this is where and this is why I say this is where the debate come in. And like Babylon saying, or after everybody done got their points out, like everybody done argued a couple times and the thing said they points why they justify their view. But now it's either because ain't nobody changed nobody's mind on what they believe about evolution in particular. And so to me, that's a good thing. It means either the questions ain't being formed right, or like Babylon said, somebody right, or both of y'all wrong, or both views are right. Let me put it like that. It's just things that we still have to build to. And when we talk about things evolving, I ain't gonna even say evolving because y'all know me, I'm with the update. As information updates, our hypothesis, our hypothesis, our hypotheses. Sorry about that. I got tongue tied. Our hypothesis update about what we believed once and then what we believe now, or it stays the same. And everybody put out nice points. Babylon told y'all a few people y'all can go research if you want to see.
Hey,
Evolutionists
Oli,
and
I want
Jace. Hold on, just
I
say, I'm
want to say
gonna
something
be
before
quick.
you leave that point, Oli.
All right, go ahead.
I want to say this, Oli, that when you came on, you first started out, you said that it's scientists that agree with Babylon and it's scientists that agree with him. I would like to know at least 4 scientists, if they can name them, 3, if they can name them, that would say that nature is a physical thing and that nature is observable underneath some device.
Uh-oh,
I
there
would
go the
like for them
challenge
to
right
show
there.
me. Yeah, I would like for them to show me any scientist that says that.
There go a challenge right
Einstein,
there.
Hawking, and
And
Degrassi
he
still tells
laughed.
it.
And he laughed and he said, "That's right." When you said it's scientists that agree with both of them. So now I would like for him to show his scientists that agree with him. I want to see the scientific paper that says we observe nature.
None
That's
of
a
us have to
challenge.
do that if you're not showing the scientists that prove that it don't, bro. You know what I mean? No one's gonna do that, bro. You talk all that shit.
No.
You haven't
See,
brought up
this
no
when you
science.
know, a person don't know an argument
And
because it's
Albert
something called a
Einstein,
burden of
Neil
proof, and
deGrasse
it's something
Tyson, and
called
Stephen Hawking's all believe in nature and use it in their theories, bro.
It's something called a burden of proof, and it's something called the onus is on you. You
So
made
prove
the
them wrong.
statement. I
Prove
don't
them
need to
wrong.
prove it. I don't need to prove a goddamn thing. Only thing you need to do
You're the
is
one that's
pull up the
saying
fucking
nature isn't
scientists.
real,
Is
bro. So you
pull
have
up
to
the
prove it. The
fucking
burden of proof
bro.
is on
Get
you.
up. I'm
The
talking.
burden of proof
I'm
is on
talking.
you. The
Get up.
burden of proof
I'm
is on
talking.
you.
Uh,
The burden of proof
Repeating
is
what
on
I
you.
say does not change the facts, bro. You're being childish. Nobody believes the shit you're saying. Repeating what I say does not change it. You're not winning fucking brownie points by just being contrarian, just going against it to go against it. It does not look good. You're not looking fucking smart. I'm not looking bad. I'm doing what the fuck I want to. In fact, I'm dancing on your fucking grave. Stop, bro. Stop being
The only
stupid.
reason why you're
Okay?
here is because
It's
Ali has pity on you
no
because you
way.
can't present on
I'm
any other show,
talking.
bro.
I'm
He threw
talking,
you a
little
bone.
girl.
He threw you a
I'm
bone,
talking,
boy.
little girl.
Well,
He threw you a
I'm
if you
bone as
ask
if you
talking,
me,
like to
little
open
right,
your
lady.
mouth.
Hey, little lady. I'm talking, little lady. I'm talking. Okay, so now, so when we talking about this and we get
It's not
started with
BBL.
all of this, you see how it's no science involved in it with the brothers. I want the sisters to see this. They clown. Hey, can you mute that phone? Only tell them to mute that shit because they got me echoing for no reason. And he ain't even talking. What the fuck your mic open for? Nigga? Just close
Jay
that
Snake
shit.
gave
You want to
Jay
talk that
Snake
fucking
gave
bad?
Jay Snake gave
God
you three
damn.
names. Jay Snake said three names. Jay Snake, you want to pull them up? You want me to pull them up and see if they
Yeah,
agree?
pull them up. Pull them up.
Let me see. What's the first name you said?
Yeah, so I can debunk these fucking scientists that say they got nature. The point is now that they observe nature in and of itself. We done already proved. Now we done proved that the word nature is a fucking word, but we want to see him show us how the abstract word nature becomes a physical fucking thing. This nigga is finna get a Nobel Peace Prize. This nigga is finna win the world over. If you can show us he's solving the fucking hard problem, he's finna show us how abstract things become concrete. I'm waiting. We waiting, Oli.
I'm waiting on him. You want me to bring
Yeah, we're gonna be
somebody up?
waiting for fucking ever, cause ain't
Go
nobody
ahead, you
finna
niggas
pull up.
mute my fucking mic. I don't talk when y'all say talk, nigga. I ain't no fucking monkey. Mute my mic. I'm not gonna say shit. So go
Oh, I
ahead, y'all
showed
got.
it, and I did because you was echoing. My bad. I did. Let me unmute you.
Your mic open is making me echo, bro. You can't respect that. Close your own shit then. Close your own fucking mic. What the fuck wrong with y'all niggas? You ain't getting shit straight over here, nigga. Close your fucking mic and mute your damn self and stop making everybody echo, and we'll be good. And we
That's
don't
me.
give a fuck if you don't respond or not. You ain't got shit to say. That's why you ain't responding. Just like I told
Hold on, let me
Oli
get in here,
before you
Babylon.
even said that shit, that you wasn't gonna pull up shit. We'll be waiting forever. Fucking cricket. 20 minutes later, SpongeBob fucking SquarePants, bitch.
Let me slide in here. Let me slide in here, Babylon. Uh, Jay Snake, my bad. I muted your mic because it's an echo. I don't know if you can hear the echo when you be having your mic unmuted and other people talking. It's like a echo, and it sounds like 4 or 5 people talking. I can't unmute you, but can you go ahead and I'm gonna be quiet. Babylon fist to be quiet. Can you give me the you told me the names. Do you want me to look them up or you want to pull them up so you can read them?
I'm damn sure waiting to hear these names. Just give me one.
I want to say he
I
said
can't wait
Albert
to throw this
Einstein,
shit on me, man.
Einstein, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and Hawkins.
No, that I mean, giving us names like that don't mean nothing, bro. That's like me saying, okay, how many people believe in Santa Claus? Oh, I could tell you people that believe in Santa Claus, and then just
Didn't
name
he
some
say give?
motherfucking
But
people.
did
I'm
didn't
saying,
he say
I
give?
got two names. I got two names for you,
don't,
and
Hold up,
you
hold up,
can't.
hold
I
up. Didn't he
want
say give three
don't.
one
names?
easy.
Didn't he say
I'm
give 3 names?
talking.
Then I get
I'm
3 names.
talking.
Then I'm not.
I'm
That's not what I'm
talking
supposed to
though.
do.
No, we're supposed to
I'm
be quiet,
talking though.
Babylon. We let it hold on, Babylon. Let's be quiet real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead
Okay.
then. Go ahead. Go.
Okay, Jason Snake, you back on. And I heard Evolutionist say he got 2 words. Hold on with your 2 names.
No,
Let's
go ahead,
let's
evolutionist.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. These
you
niggas
want
is
Evolutionist to go
disrespectful.
first?
Man.
Okay.
All right.
Evolutionist. What's your first
We
name? Do you
all
want to pull
heard
it up? If you
about.
got it on your computer, can you share your screen, please?
Oh, you want it on the
Yeah.
computer?
We
Yes.
All
need
right.
to see the name next to them saying the words. We don't need to see just the name. Showing us just the name is being stupid. The name
All right.
needs to
I'm gonna pull
say,
it up
No,
on the
"I
he
Neil
computer.
got
No
deGrasse Tyson."
problem.
come on,
I'm
Babylon. Come
fucking
on. Come on,
talking,
Babylon.
nigga, and I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna finish this fucking statement. That's all I'm fucking doing. You ain't got no business fucking interrupting me on that. So now, when you pull this source up, this source needs to state that the motherfucker is saying that he observed nature underneath some device. That's what it needs to say. Anything else, finna be fucking unacceptable. Go
All
ahead.
right, now let's stop. And Babylon, come on, man. Let's we don't have to. We ain't being mean. We just fist to compare information now. It's on now. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Okay, let's go. Pull it up.
All right, you got it up. Pull your sources up, please, evolutionist, and I can share your screen. We can all see what you see.
And Oli, man, look, Oli, I have to talk like that, bro. 'Cause I have to keep these beats at bay, bro. I have to keep them in their place so they know what I am whole time. Cause if I just be intellectual with these niggas, they'll let the glasses fool them. So I have to take off the glasses and put up the physical and let these yeah, I'm sorry. You see what I'm saying? Like I have to let them know, like I'm a real nigga too, bro. I'm from Dennis Home Project, Albany, Georgia. You're not gonna do shit to me. I done lost fights and won
Yeah,
them.
man.
I'll blow your fucking brains out. I'm a
No,
grown
man.
ass
Come on.
man.
Well,
I'm
see,
not
that's what.
fighting.
Come on, man. Come on.
No, I'm just saying.
We
I'm
getting
just
new
saying. I ain't
follows and
talking to
stuff. I
nobody.
know.
I'm just
I know.
saying. I'm talking about. I ain't talking to nobody, bro. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Like I'm a grown man. Like don't be saying all that internet shit, man. We gotta be for real, man. We grown men. Don't be doing all them threats and shit. All that
Yeah,
crazy
man.
talk, man. We good people. We good
We
people.
getting
So
new.
we
We
gotta
getting
stay.
new
Yeah, we
viewers.
gotta stay on. We
We
gotta stay on
getting
the real level.
interest. Everybody giving information, and that's what it is right now. It ain't no
Yeah.
hard problems. I know people get frustrated, but this is one thing we have to understand. If we're in the conscious community, if you disagree, you just disagree. Calling somebody no names ain't gonna change it. What's gonna
That's right.
change anything is the information compared to the information. This is where we really finding out who's been suckered, and this is where we start finding this out. Okay,
But when the
now
last time you had somebody say they're gonna pull something up and it takes 30 minutes, bro? If I say I
shit,
got
just
ten
to say,
dollars, I can just whip that shit out my wallet. Like
gotcha. Okay, we just be
yeah,
quiet, Babylon. Here they go. It's on.
be
It's
playing
on there.
around. Okay.
Like you said, we ain't got nothing. You ain't got nothing to prove. It's the burden is on them. Evolution is what you got.
So,
Evolutionists. Okay, you might be on mute and don't
it's
know it.
gonna be crickets in the house, bro. Babylon dying here. I'm telling you, there's no answer. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. Like Jesus say, verily, verily, I say unto you. That's how I am, bro. I wouldn't even say it if I didn't know it wasn't true. I wouldn't even say it. No matter how it come off, no matter how stupid, rude I sound when I say it, I wouldn't say it unless it's true. I'm here to help my people, and I ain't here to lie to them. So when I say something, you could damn near put everything on it and just say they finna come with some semantic, syntactic gameplay, which he gonna handle, cause the nigga named Babylon Dunn, so he done waited all this while studying languages all over the fucking world, all philosophy and science and shit, just so I can come on here and show these niggas they don't know shit. So yeah, let's get it.
You there?
Yep. And they'll talk,
Evolutionist.
they'll say he arrogant, they'll say he think he know everything, they'll say he narcissistic, he's conceited, he's egotistical, and I eat all of it up. All of it is me. All of it. I like it. Now let's get it popping. Now still, that don't make you right. After saying all that, it means you still wrong and you have nothing to say in the direction of the scientific conversation. It don't change what I said. It don't change who I am. Don't change nothing. It's just talk. So when we say science or like nature cannot be seen under a microscope, then when we say that, if you're a reasonable person and you really think about what nature could really be, and you think about it linguistically, and you trace through your mind and say, what exactly is nature? Have I ever seen nature? I've seen the word nature, nutrient, natural. I've seen the word, but where is the thing in itself? Oh, it's just the word. It's just the description of things. So it's nothing called nature itself. It's just the word which we use to get by linguistically. So ain't no need of me looking for something that we created linguistically. That's like me looking for nothing. Nothing is something that we created linguistically. Nothing is a concept. You can't write nothing. If you try to type nothing, you have to type something. And that something is something. So you can't have nothing. It's not philosophy, it's just a fucking fact. Like the same way matter cannot be created or destroyed. If you say you got nothing, you're gonna have to move to some type of creation, which would violate the laws of science. And the laws of science say matter cannot be or energy cannot be created or destroyed. So if they say that it's coming from nothing, then it's having to be created or to come into existence. And things don't come into existence. I heard a scientist say that the other day. He was talking about quantum fluctuation, and I think it was Michio Kaku, and he was talking about and these particles pop in and out of existence. Man, y'all better listen. Things don't pop in and out of existence. What the fuck do you mean? You're a scientist and you're talking about pop? That sounds like science, evolution finds a way over time. Things just pop in and out of existence. No, nothing can't pop in and out of existence. Existence is, and it ain't no non-existence. Where the fuck do they go? If they pop in and out of existence, we see them in existence. Then where do they go when they go to the non-existence, Mr. Michio Kaku? Oh, you don't know? So you're making up the whole shit. Oh yeah, so you're a theoretical physicist. You're not a real physicist. You just theorize about shit. Oh, I see why you get to say that and mislead the fucking public into thinking all type of bullshit like many worlds and all type of shit and string theory. You get to do that because you're a theoretical physicist. So you come up with theories and things you think might work, but you're not a fucking physicist. You don't do physical physics. You're not an investigative physicist. You're not a laboratory physicist. You don't have a fucking laboratory and you don't deal with the fucking particles. Because if you did, you will know that you don't see nature, and we can't put nature in a fucking observatory or in a room. Shit is crazy. I just explained that everything here is in nature. And so if nature was something we could put on a microscope, we'll be putting ourselves under the fucking microscope too, because we part of nature. I mentioned the double slit experiment and the observer effect, and how we would create an observer effect where we would be not able to talk about it because we would be in a meta state or metastasis, right? That's what they call it, metastasis. We would be in a fucking meta state where we can't talk about it because we are part of it. That's where Ludwig Wittgenstein come in at, where he say something to this effect. He say, the things we cannot talk about, we must keep quiet and pass by. So I give this warning to those niggas out there that's claiming to be scientists. For the things you cannot talk about, you shut the up and you keep quiet and move on. But you don't try to explain what you don't know or what can't be explained. And what can't be explained in science is, I'm going to repeat it, is abstracts and metaphysicals and transcendentals and universals. And that includes things like the self, the consciousness, the mind, the emotions. And these are the most important things to us in our life. What's more important to us than consciousness? But science don't include that. What's more important to us than our mind? Science don't include that. What's more important to us than how we feel? Science does not include this. So science does not include your nature. Science don't include human nature. Because now that's what nature refers to. Nature does not refer to the things outside of you. Nature refers to the things inside of you. It's called human nature, the essence of a thing. The essence of a thing is never outside of it. You can only get the phenotype by looking at it. That's lookership. You have to look into the thing, see through it, in order to look in it, to see what's really happening beneath the surface. And that's what they haven't done. They surface dwellers. They know nothing of the inner workings of nature. And so when they say nature, they think in nature can apply to anything and external things. But even when science say nature is the water, the stars, and all of that, and everything combined, it's not talking about the physical water. It's talking about nature is the essence of the water. Because nature couldn't be the water itself, because the water itself is called water. It's H2O. It's a part of nature. So don't get the thing that's a part of mixed up with the whole. You make a categorical mistake and an inferential error, and that causes your logic to be flawed. Stay on topic, stay on deck. You know, it's many things like this, but people will drive you to different things by bringing up different words. Like for instance, they got a debate out now. They saying like, are the Nibiru literal? Like that's like a half of a debate though, because without saying are the Nibiru literal or figurative, is not a debate because it's only one side of the debate. I heard Oli ask the brother earlier, and he really didn't know what Oli was talking about. But Oli said, "Are you the affirmative or the negative?" And he didn't really know. But that's what I'm saying. In this debate where they say, "Are the Nibiru literal?" Whether the person take the affirmative or the negative, it doesn't matter. Because are the Nibiru literal? Is the question. You have to say, are the Nibiru literal or figurative? And then one person could take the negative and one person could take the affirmative. But just having a one-sided argument is not going to fare well because I'm telling you, on the other side of that, the other word is going to be anything you want it to be that's versus literal. It's not going to be the right word. The opposite of literal is figurative. But when they have the argument, they're going to say, so he's saying it's literal, but it's not actual. See, we just moved from the real word to actual. He's saying it's literal, but it's not real. Now we done moved from actual to real, but we not using figurative, which is the really the opposite of the literal word we're talking about. And so that's why I say some of the things they be saying and we be talking about just be talking in circles, and it'll never really go nowhere because we ain't even got the whole argument down, and nobody ain't never cared to think it out, or nobody don't care to say nothing about it. And when they do, they get blackballed like me, and they get told that they think they know every fucking thing, and that don't nobody know them. Shit like that. So yeah, bro. That's what we need to do. That's what I'm trying to tell our people is that we need to be on deck with the logic and maintain a focused mind. Get back our righteous mind. There's a lot of things we done read that we believe. And so now we got to go unlearn that shit and reteach ourselves. Remember, not reteach, remember, because we just reminded. So we need to go back and remember what we know because we done accepted a whole lot of things and it sounds true, man. Don't this sound true? Don't this sound true? For every cause, there's an effect. That shit just sounds so true, sound like you can't say nothing else. For every cause, there's an effect. Now, that may be true in the real world, but watch this. When I ask the question, what is the cause? Then the whole thing fall apart because nobody ever seen the cause. Just like nobody never seen nature, nobody never seen the cause. They only see the stick hit the ball, but they never seen the cause. You never see the cause. And that's what I'm trying to teach people is that they have created a language. And in the linguistics, it's easy to trick you like you know something or know what you're talking about. But if you think about it, you will say, oh, damn, that's not really saying nothing though. Like, for instance, I was explaining this to people the other day. I like to tell this little story right here. Is that if you say something is true, like if I say, I, I drove the car to the store. That's true. I'm telling you the truth. It's true. I drove the car to the store. Me saying it's true, it's the truth. It adds nothing to the conversation. Nothing. Nothing at all. It don't make me believe you more. It don't make it more true. It don't add nothing. So what the fuck is true? When people say something is true, what does it add? If I say I went to the store, either I went to the fucking store or I didn't. That's just what it is. It's not a matter of whether or not that's true or false or not, because that's after the fact. Because I mentioned that earlier, like, the facts, like analytic facts and synthetic facts, and how if I say it's raining or if I say it's raining or it's not raining, that's true all the way around, no matter how we do it. But if I say it's not raining, then you need to go outside and check. Or if I say it's raining, you need to go outside and check. You see how if I just give a part of the argument like it's raining, then you need to go check. Or it's not raining, you need to go check. Like the literal or literal, you need to go fucking check. But if I put the whole thing out there, the literal or literal or figurative, now you don't need to go check a motherfucking thing. You don't need to go look at nothing. You had the whole thing right in front of you. And that's what they doing to us. And that's how it's going. And that's why we end up arguing and talking in circles. And that's why people think they know what they're talking about and they don't. And they say stuff like infinity and they think that they know something and they done heard the white man say on YouTube infinity and they done heard it and they done heard it enough and they think they got a good extensive commercial colloquial grade definition for the word, you know, and the word don't even exist. And what they talking about don't even exist. It's just a word. It don't apply. It don't have no physical causal power in reality. And another thing I want to say to y'all is that when we talk about subjective and objective, I know I define subjective as being mental and emotional experience, right? I defined it that way, conscious experience as opposed to cognitive. But I also want to add another thing to subjective. Well, at least to objective. The way you could tell if a thing is subjective is to look at the objective facts. And the objective fact is this right here. How can we put it? When we look at, how can I put it? When you look at subjective things, right? The subjective things, like I said, are emotional and mental. But an objective thing is mind independent. Y'all remember that word. Objectivity is mind independent. It's independent of people's minds. It's independent of people being alive or people recognizing it. It's independent of people and people feeling and the way people think. It doesn't matter what they think or how they feel. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's the objective truth. It's the objective fact. At that point, we can use that objective as an adjective for the truth because we know that the thing is mind independent. And if you tell me something that depends on a mind to exist, then it is not objective. You see that? So let me give you some some mind independent things, because that might be hard to think about. But the easiest one to come to first is what everybody will tell you that's in the mathematics is mind independent. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. 2 points in a plane can be connected by a straight line. It doesn't matter what you think. It don't care. It's analytic. It's a fact no matter what. It's mind independent. 2 plus 2 is 4, no matter what you think, no matter how you feel. 2 plus 2 is 4. It doesn't matter if people say, well, what if 2 plus 2 was 5 on another planet? It doesn't fucking matter. 2 plus 2 is 4. And 5 is just another way of saying 4 on that fucking planet. Cause 2 plus 2 is 4. They just simply calling it another thing. It's the same thing though. So remember that objective things, and I don't like the word, but objective facts or objective truth or objective experience is what it really is. Objective experience, your cognitive experience, the workings of your brain and your body, your physical experience, your cognitive objective experience with your body and your brain, that not with your mind and your emotions, but with your body and your brain. The two opposites, the physical representation of your mind and your emotions is your body and your brain. So on that cognitive side is where you have all these workings. So Oli asked me earlier, Oli said, hey, Babylon, tell them more about what you was talking about evolution and the rise of evolution and those things right there. and I had thought about this, but I didn't want to convolute the conversation. But I'll do it now. So not convoluted, but I'll tell you about it now. So what happens here is that evolution and all the things we talked about at the end of the day are gonna melt away and they're gonna dissolve into nothing but words.
Okay, that took some time, but I'm back. I'm back.
I'm gonna finish my last statement, you can get in. And so when we talk about the rise of consciousness, right? They say consciousness comes from the firing of neurons in the brain, synaptic firing, they call it. Now, how does consciousness, the subjective, remember, we defining consciousness as being subjective, as being mental and emotional. So this already outside of science, but scientists want to talk about this with us, so we're going to have a conversation. But they really can't have a conversation about the mind and emotions, right? Or consciousness. But they want to, so we're going to have it. So now.
We actually can.
No, you can't. Emmanuel Kant proved that science is physical, bro. Science is physical, and science is about observation. Is that true or not? Can you answer that yes or no? Is science observation?
Yes, science is about observable.
Can you observe the self?
Can you observe the sense?
The self,
actually, you can. You can observe the senses. It's
okay, I give up then.
It's called.
I give up.
Well, the reason why I took so long, I sort of knew you were gonna divert into consciousness being, because that's the only route you guys can take when it comes to science not being not being nature, not being physical. The only route you could take is a mental route about the mental processes like consciousness. So even one of my sources is attempting to prove that even the mental processes all comes down to chemical or physical processes happening inside the brain.
And what you telling me is he attempting to do that, and I'm telling you, it hasn't been fucking done. So I stand on it. It hasn't been done, and it ain't gonna be done. Science don't know, and science. And I asked you a question, and you avoided it. Can you please answer my question though, and not give me a lecture? Just answer the fucking question. Is the self a self? Is it observable under a microscope or a device? The self.
The self?
Yeah, SELF, nigga. Self. Yes, yourself, myself, me, myself, I, self. Is the fucking self observable? Yes or fucking no, nigga?
The self is not a physical thing that you could observe under a microscope.
Okay then. We there. So I said it without the lecture, bro. You answered it. You said the self is not observable. You said the self is not physical. You said it's not observable. Can I fucking move on? Okay. Now, the brother just admitted that the self is not physical, right? So then that's when you say science is based off physical. It's based off physical science. Science is nothing that's not physical that's observable. If it's not physical, then it's unobservable. And so the self is not physical. Therefore, it's unobservable. And meaning it's not scientific for you to talk about it. Because science can only talk about the things that it observes. You're out of your lane and you're out of your league. It's metaphysical that we're talking about here. And you scientific guys keep coming in, playing a different language game, trying to relegate us to the physical when we're talking metaphysical. And we can stay in the metaphysical and you can't trap us because nature can't be trapped in science. The self can't be trapped in science. The consciousness can't be trapped in science. You can't say the physical body of firing give rise to consciousness. You just saying that. You don't have an explanation though. You can't show me because that's called a hard fucking problem of consciousness. Show me how did those neurons, those synaptic fibers, show us under a microscope the consciousness in the motherfuckers. Show us the red chair that your brain molecules see. Show us the yellow sun or the hot fucking heat that your body feel in your fucking head. Show me your mind in your
You got to
fucking
go into
brain.
the
You
process
can't
from
show me your mind in your brain because your brain is physical and your mind is non-physical, meaning your brain is observable and your mind is unobservable. So science does not fucking talk about the unobservable. Even when they talk about the universe, they tell y'all stupid niggas that they looking at the
Language.
observable universe. They never say we looking beyond the observable universe because they know they'll be lying. So they know their information is limited. So they know the Big Bang got to be a fucking theory. They know if you don't know the whole rest of the story that's outside of the fucking observable universe, if you don't know what the fuck dark matter is,
Language,
then
nigga.
you know everything you fucking saying is a guess. You know
Language,
it's an
Babylon.
estimation. Okay, you know
science.
it's a guess.
Okay,
Hey,
okay,
You
okay.
know it's
hey,
a
hey.
guess. You know
Let's let somebody
everything
else
that
get in
you're
You're
there.
saying
saying.
the same thing over and over.
Let's
So
get let,
when
let
it comes
somebody else get in
to
there, Babylon.
when it
Yeah,
when
you
it's
went on
come
for
to
a minute.
the
For a minute,
self.
I want to know evolutionists. Do you got them signs? Do you got
Oh yeah,
something
I
I can
got them.
share
I
for you?
got them. I got them.
Because
You
that's what the
asked. I said
question
I got
was.
three, so I went for three. Three is
Okay,
gonna
let's
take
go
a
to the
minute.
first
Okay,
one.
I'm not.
pull them up.
Wait. Let me say this
Ba-
before
and
about self.
Babylon,
When
let
it
him
comes.
before you say anything. Babylon, just take some notes and stuff. Let him go through his whole spiel before you say anything. Just let him say it. If you see where he read and it agrees with you, let him read it and then make sure you point it out and stuff. And let's try to
When it
all
comes
right, hold
to
on.
certain things, science doesn't like the physical sciences isn't there to answer everything, and there is other discipline that perfectly or give a more accurate answer than going to biology, chemistry, and physics for for philosophical questions. So philosophy already answers the question about the self. The self isn't a just a merely physical property or metaphysical property. The self is an aspect of nature, which is physical, and nurture. Nurture is your entire combined experience, an individual experience. Doesn't have to be human, but since self is associated with human being, your nature, which is your physical component, your DNA, your height, all of that stuff, and your nurture, which will be your environment, your experience, your childhood, your parenting, all of that stuff. All both of them combine to make the self. That's a philosophical question. Science, there's no way biology, physics, or chemistry is going to answer such a question. Not even neuroscience attempt to, because neuroscience is more answering question about receptors receiving stimulation from the environment, whether it be external or internal, and what those cause, whether it's going to be a hormone reaction, whether it's going to be a complex chemical created in the brain or somewhere along the neural pathway, or whether it's going to be some form of, yeah, exactly, neuroplasticity, some form of stored memory, some form of stored experience, like some form of event that is recorded in your brain that you could always go back to. Neuroscience attempt to answer those, but even those are not self. Self is a purely philosophical question that science or history and any other thing shouldn't be attempting to answer. And philosophy already did a great job of answering self. It encompasses the ego, the id, and the superego, along with other philosophical words and philosophical definition within that discipline. Let's go back to my sources that I took forever to get. So I'm gonna skip to the main one, which is let me see if I could get it here. How do I- This one. So this is from a scientist, a chemist called Francis Crick. He partnered with another chemist called James Watson, and using the research of another scientist, I forgot the name of the other scientist, but also need to be credited, were able to discover and identify the double helix structure of the DNA. So I believe in all interpretation of what nature is and aspects of nature, observing a cell and even observing something as the DNA, the genetic code, the genetic package that encapsulates the code of, as far as we know, all life, is able to be seen under a microscope. That is, in all definition, observing nature at its highest. And also, I think his question was based on any scientists that speak of observing nature or speak of nature as being physical, and then he even divert at the end into saying consciousness or stuff like the mental processes can't be accounted for using science. So here we have Francis Crick, best known for co-discovering the structure of DNA, was not only a pioneer in molecular biology, but also a leading advocate for scientific materialism. Scientific materialism is pretty much saying that all of nature is physical, literally what we're saying. You could screenshot it and go type it in your dictionary yourself. Scientific materialism. It's literally saying that all of nature, the physical matter that we see and the different energy field that interact with matter that we experience and that we do not experience, those that we experience, those that we do not experience, those that we measure, and those that we detect based on their influence on other aspects of the universe, like dark matter and dark energy. All those are considered materialism. It means that all of nature is physical. In his later years, Crichton is focused to one of the greatest mysteries of human existence, consciousness. I think at some point every scientist thought about consciousness. He thought to explain it through a purely physical process, arguing that the mind is nothing more than the product of neural activity. I think that's what most modern day scientists and modern day science advocates are saying, that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. This is another way of saying it. He thought that consciousness is purely a physical process, arguing that the mind is nothing more than the product of neural activity. His astonishing hypothesis proposed that all aspect, thought, perception, and even free will, like all aspect, the mental aspect, things that people know are not tangible, but we still experience them, could be reduced to the interaction of neurons and molecules. That's what modern day scientists are saying, that your thoughts, I heard a lot of people try to use, describe seeing a color, describe hearing music. How do you put that in a formula? What's the scientific formula for that? Well, one of the scientists that discovered the structure of DNA, a scientist called Francis Crick, and I'm pretty sure his buddy James Watson, would agree, along with other scientists like Hawkins and Richard Dawkins and our most famous Neil deGrasse Tyson would agree that science, the universe, the physical universe that we live in, is purely materialism. Materialism is not to be taken as though it's taken when we talk about socialism. It's a purely scientific word for saying physical, measurable, something that can be accounted for within existence, within time, within space. And we also have Richard Dawkins, you know, what he says
That's
about
Darth
nature.
Dawkins.
Huh?
That's Darth Dawkins. He be on YouTube. I mean on TikTok. That's Darth
Yeah.
Dawkins.
He's pretty famous. He's still alive. He's much older than he looks now, and he's a buddy of Neil deGrasse Tyson and the science community.
I done debated him.
The unity of life that comes about through evolution, since we're all descended from a single common ancestors, it's almost too good to be true that on one planet, this extraordinary complexity of life should have come about by what is pretty much an intelligible process. And we are the only species capable of understanding it. It was written in a gibberish font, so I read it in a gibberish accent.
He's a Christian apologist now. You know he changed his view.
No, he hasn't changed his view. Richard Dawkins, he's like in his 80s right now, and he's still debating.
I know, that's why I say he's a Christian apologist.
No, Richard Dawkins did change his view, and he gave some credibility to Christianity and God. He said he changed his view. He gave more. Yes, he did. You need to go do some later research and stop just saying people are wrong. Go do the research.
All right. I stand to be corrected if he changes view. That's his views. His views is not exactly scientific data unless it's published as scientific work. So everyone is entitled to their view. And we all know our famous Hawkins.
Can we get on with what your presentation is though? Because I'm trying to remember everything I want to respond to.
Are you not seeing the screen? Am I not sharing?
No, I see it. Go ahead and get it on.
Okay.
Come on.
Hawkins, if you accept, as I do, that the laws of nature are fixed, then it doesn't take long to ask, what role is there for God? Very important question, because again, the more science discovers, the less significant God becomes. This is a big part of contradiction between science and religion, as always. And although my views have made headline, it is actually an ancient conflict. We all agree. We all know. But yeah, here is the three scientists. It's very simple. You ask for three scientists that that speak about nature being observable. You guys three scientists that speak of nature being observable.
Okay, so now I'm not even asking. I'm saying this is my turn to talk. I'm going to make it clear. First of all, he did not answer the question at all about show us three scientists that say they observe nature. He did not show us that. Okay? He would have did better just by pulling out Darwin. Just at least use Darwin, but he didn't even do that. He went to a few atheists, like Richard Dawkins, like people that are not even scientists. These are philosophers, y'all. They ain't even scientists. He didn't even give us scientists. He trying to talk about a philosophical thing, the self and the mind and consciousness using science, and it's just not there. Stop it, bro. If evolutionists, you're looking so silly. It's no such thing. You said that the self is a part of nature. Y'all make statements, but they are silly and ridiculous. Show me where the self is a part of nature. Show it to me. Show me one
Hawkins.
book, one dictionary. Show me one scientist that says the self. Go ahead.
I was just
You
going
was
to
finna
correct
talk.
you. Hawkins is not a philosopher. He's a physicist. He's a theoretical
Yeah,
physicist.
no, Stephen Hawkins is a retarded, dead paraplegic. But go ahead and show me where Stephen Hawking said he observed nature. Show me. And he's been proven wrong several times. All of his bets been proven wrong. He said that gravity, that information couldn't escape
Honestly,
gravity.
Babylon, it's such a
It's been
dumb
proven. I'm
question
talking, bro.
because
I'm
observing
talking,
the matter is
evolutionist.
that
I'm
point proves
talking, nigga.
observing
You're
it.
not gonna overtalk me. You're gonna show me some respect.
Wrong, bro. You're lying like a motherfucker. That's that. Yes.
Yeah, because I don't let us chat.
Is he still muted, or Oli, did you mute us all, or is he still going?
I don't hear nothing, man.
Yo, Babylon, I understand sometimes we get heated and stuff. You know, for me, it's not personal.
Why am I in there twice, Lee? I can't hear that. I'm going out.
You're double tapping. But I'm saying it's for me, it's not personal, but I'm saying for the show, for the sake of the show and the panel, YouTube have guidelines, you know, so you gotta just keep it to a minimum. You could get excited all you want, but keep it to a minimum. Just be mindful.
Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me? Can anybody hear me? Evolutionist, you can't hear me? Jay Snake, you can't hear me? Can you hear me over here? Can you hear me, Evolutionist? Can you hear me, Jay Snake? Can't nobody hear me. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, Oli. Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Babylon, I don't know. We couldn't hear you for a minute. Can you hear me?
I'm back now, bro. For some reason, it just went out like 3 or 4 times. I came back. It even had me in there twice. Yeah, it had my picture there twice. I just closed out and came back again. But yeah, bro, I'm pretty much done with that though. But I just want everybody to know that the brother didn't say nothing. Evolutionist, he took all that time and didn't say nothing, man. He said that self was a part of nature. Let me tell y'all, the self is unobservable. I think y'all know that. I think I'm clear. No matter how many times these niggas come back and say that they can observe the self, nobody can't look inside they self and say, hey, I'm going to show you myself. I'm going to show you my real self. Here I am. Nobody can do that. He can't do it and nobody else can. It's just stupid for them to sit on the phone, on the internet and argue about stuff like that. Like the self is physical and it's a part of nature. And then try to make nature physical, knowing damn well that nature is not a thing. Like, really, bro? Stop being stupid, man. We got to do better than that. And then he said consciousness is physical. No, consciousness is not physical. You can't drink consciousness. If you can't see it, smell it, hear it, taste it, or feel it, then it's not physical. And consciousness is something that you can't see, hear, taste, smell, or feel. So stop it. It's not objective, it's subjective. The next thing he said, that consciousness arises from interactions or from emergence. Man, you could put as many, if I take a jet, that's equivalent to me taking a jet plane, a Boeing 747, and flying it into a junkyard and crashing it. And then what you see after the crash is the World Trade Center rebuilt. That's equivalent to what he's telling y'all. That from something with no type of intelligence called neurons, that he don't even know what they are, just bacteria running around in your brain. From those bacteria, you get not just seeing color, not just smelling, tasting, and feeling and hearing. You don't just get that. But he said from just simple neurons in your brain firings that you get love, respect, trust, justice, honor, morals. How can some physical bacteria, because that's what the body is, produce consciousness? That's called a heart problem. And it's shameful for him to be on here as if he had solved the fucking heart problem. I keep saying it's a hard problem. They haven't proved that consciousness or how the body gets its consciousness. It's a question that was put forth by a philosopher a long time ago. And he said this. He said, what does it feel like to be a bat? What does it feel like to be a bat? That would be you having a subjective experience of a bat. You cannot have this subjective or conscious experience of a bat. And since that's the fact, you can never know what a bat is thinking or fucking feeling. Okay? You just can't know. You're limited to your own fucking mind. You can't know what I think. You can't know what others think. You can only know what you fucking think and what you feel. So stop saying that it's an objective fact that you can see or know what other things or other beings are thinking or feeling, and you can't. That's subjective. It wouldn't even be a word subjective if you could feel it or if you had access to it. Oli, you already know from reading the books that it's something called the phenomenal world and the noumenal world, right? And that the phenomenal world is something that we could physically interact with. But the noumenal world is metaphysical. We can't interact with it. So again, I'm standing on my ground, and I'm going to say it for the last time. No, I'm not for the last time. I'm going to say it again and over again till y'all niggas get it. Okay? Consciousness is not in the brain. Consciousness did not emerge from the brain. Consciousness is not an interaction of nerves and firings and cells and stuff like that. That's not consciousness. That's not memory. Nobody has never looked in your brain and saw what you remember. Nobody's never looked behind your eye and saw what you see. Nobody has never knew what you thought. When you go to the fucking doctor and you tell him you got a pain, you have to tell him. He can't feel it. He don't know. He can't organize it. He don't know what the hell is going on. He just guessing, just till you tell him. Okay? So do not let them fool y'all like consciousness or the mind or emotions or the self or anything like that, or nature or evolution or adaptation or mutation or any word could ever even be put on the microscope. And even you can go so far as to tell them, say, hey, none of those words can even be defined. You don't even know what you're talking about. You could tell him that it's something called a Socratic, right? Ever since Socrates, the Socratic method. Well, Socrates went around and he asked people, he said, what is justice? And the person would say, justice is fairness. And he'll give an example where justice is more than fairness or it wasn't fair. And then they say, well, justice is peace, or justice is having rightness and this. And he'll show every time where that ain't good enough or it was too much. And that's the same thing going to happen with every word you ever say. And anybody ever say that they defining for us, that they telling us what it means, exactly what it means. They can't do that. Because it don't mean nothing until you put it in context. And once you put it in context, it becomes an axiom. And once it becomes an axiom, I see if it holds throughout your conversation. And if it don't hold true, if it don't hold, then it wasn't true. Then your axiom was bullshit. Okay? That's how you do that. It ain't no other way. That's how we arrive at truths and facts. Okay, so let's stop the games. There's no way you could put consciousness under a microscope, and we're not going to argue that no more. We're not going to sit up here and let people tell us, oh, I saw a bird the other day. That is nature. No, you saw a bird. That's a bird, and that's what you saw. And you can't change the name for a bird to nature. If you saw a star, you saw a star, and that's a star, and it's not nature. You don't see nature. You don't see cause and you don't see effect. And none of y'all have proved it and none of y'all can prove it. And when I ask the question, how do y'all move from cosmic background radiation, which is an effect, to saying that there is a Big Bang? None of y'all answer because you can't move from an effect to a cause. It goes from cause to effect. But yet y'all say y'all scientists and y'all moving from effects to causes because you're looking at the background radiation and you're making an assumption. And I hate to even say an assumption. You're making an abductive reasoning by saying, oh yeah, and what came before that? You guessing about what came before that. You don't know what came before that. And that's why you get mad every time somebody say what came before the Big Bang, because you don't know. So you get mad. And then when somebody say what happened before the one cell organism or before males and females, how do we come from one? You get mad because you can't prove abaryogenics and you can't prove abiogenics and you can't prove asymmetry. Right? You can't prove none of them, but you talk about them like you saying something. And then you have the nerve to get on here and say that I'm long-winded or that I need to be quiet or I'm repeating myself. When you just got on here with a presentation, and I see why those brothers like them. Now, this one I'm finna give them some credit, and I never give them credit. But let me tell you something. They get credit for this. They don't give y'all niggas the time of day with that stupid stuff. And I don't blame them. I wish Oleadum wouldn't either. Because if a person asks you a question like, hey, show me 3 scientists that say they observe nature, and then you come on here and get a long ass spiel, and not one of those scientists said that they observe nature, didn't even come close to saying it, didn't even say the word nature, and then you want to make like you come and debunk somebody and going to tell the public that somebody don't need to be teaching, man, shut up now. Stop it. Move out the way. Y'all don't even deserve to be up here. I'll stop right there. Oli, what's up? The cat got your tongue?
No, man, I was on my bad. I was on mute.
Okay.
I was on mute.
I'm listening though. I'm done, bro. That's all I had to say. I'm done with that, bro. We can move on to another conversation because I think we beat that up, man. I don't like to just keep going over and over and over and over and over and over because ain't no new points. If somebody come on with a new point that they can make about evolution and about science, come on with it, man. I'm willing to hear it. But I'm just straight up done with the whole thing about evolution. Like nobody ain't showed us that yet. And when we say show us an example, he come up with black moths. When we debunk it, they don't even have to come back with nothing else. They could just keep saying, nah, that ain't true. Nah, I believe another scientist. Nah, I'll read another book. But they ain't addressing the facts of what's being put down. Like really, like whether scientists tell me or not, if somebody came up to me and said, hey brother, listen, you can't see your conscience. And if I thought I could, and I said, well, I could see my brain. And the person said, bro, your brain is not your consciousness. And I said, well, I think with my brain. And they say, bro, your brain is not your thoughts. They appear to come from there. They appear to be a part of that mechanism because that's how you access it. The brain is a processor. It's like a computer. It accesses the information, but it ain't the information itself. Nothing on the internet is in the fucking internet itself. So that's how the brain is, brother. The brain is just a processor, but it's not the information. The information have to be uploaded into the computer. And even then, the information is just in the computer as bits and bytes, but the computer don't own the information. The information can become corrupted, flawed. It can even get lost. So, my brother, the brain is not the mind and the brain is not consciousness. You can lose your mind. You can actually lose your mind and still have your brain. That's how you know your brain is not your consciousness. You can lose your mind and still have your brain. You can forget things and your brain still be there. That's how you know your mind is not in your brain. Your brain just processes information and downloads it. That's it. It's a receiver. It don't send a goddamn thing. It ain't even a two-way radio. It just receives. It does not send a damn thing. Okay? Now, when we say send, when I say send, I'm talking external. Of course, the brain communicates with the body. Yes, the brain sends synaptic firings throughout the body. Yes, that's internal. The brain is internal, so it communicates with the external body. The emotions are internal, so they communicate with the external body. You see that? The emotions are internal, so they communicate with the external body. So the mind is external, so it don't communicate with the external body. The mind is external, so it only communicates with the internal brain and the internal emotions. So remember that opposites attract and likes repel. So if the mind is external and the body is external, they repel each other. They never come together because the mind is external and the body is external. So this solves the hard problem of the mind-body problem. It's no longer a problem. You had the wrong categories. The mind is external and the body is external, so they never communicate. The mind communicates with the brain that's inside of the body, internal. And the emotions from inside the body communicate with the body outside. So you get mind, brain, emotion, body. Everybody say it with me. Mind, brain, emotion, body. Mind external, right? Brain internal, emotions internal, body external. These go together. If you try to mix and match them, you make a categorical mistake. And then you fall into the illusion of the mind-body problem, where there is no fucking problem. You've created it by your mistake. It's a problem. And the problem is your mistake, that you're saying mind-body. You shouldn't say that. They external. Say mind, brain, resolve the problem, and we on track. So not only do I come with science and facts, but I come with solutions. And if there are any scientists or philosophers out there like David Chalmers or any of them like him that feel like they can debunk what I just said about the mind and the brain, go get them. Let's have them on the show. We can have a real philosophical conversation. Go get them. They've been teaching all these lies this whole time. Go get those philosophers and those scientists that say otherwise. Go get them who tell y'all that there is a hard problem. Anybody can Google it. Look up the hard problem and the easy problem of consciousness, and you'll see they relate to consciousness and cognitivity. And you'll see it's called a mind brain. And then you'll see that what I'm saying and overlay what I just reminded y'all of, that the mind is external and the brain is internal, and that the emotions are external and the internal, and that the body is external, and those communicate with each other from external to internal, not the other way around, and from internal to external, not the other way around. Okay, y'all? That's what you got to know. And that's what studying gets you. Not just talking, not just playing around, not just wanting to be a know-it-all, none of that. Actual studying, trying to figure out, looking to solve problems, unsolved problems, doing the work, being a scientist, being a philosopher, but not just getting on the internet and then just yelling just cause you hear a nigga sound like he right, just to make like you on his level and to prove him wrong or to make him look bad. No, bro, go get another job, find something else to do. Okay? It's not that type of party.
Oh, he's finally muted. Shit. It's funny how you debunk scientific theory like evolution when 99% of scientists supported that theory. It's literally one of the most consistent, well-supported scientific theories of all time. You know, it has support from the fossil record, from genetic evidence, from lab-based observation taken from over the past 200 years. You know, like Darwin work in the Galapagos Islands, like the record of the finches, the record of the iguanas isolated on the island that now can metabolize salt and now eat from the bottom of the ocean that their ancestors can't do. Like those are literal records, like evidence that you can't debunk. You're doing all this talking and you yourself is not going out there to do the work. And the scientists that are going out there to do the work, you're talking as if you could stay on YouTube and debunk them.
You don't know me, so don't say I don't do the work. So shut up and talk about what you do know. Go ahead.
You just claim that you debunk evolution. You just claim that this, like...
No, I didn't claim that. I didn't claim that. I was clear that the word evolution is linguistic, and I proved that the word evolution is not a physical thing that you could talk about. I proved that you don't know that what you talking about, and I never said I was debunking evolution. I never said I was debunking evolution. I debunk your theory and your idea of evolution, where you get on here and talk dogmatic about evolution as if it's a thing. You said that evolution was a physical thing. I didn't prove that evolution is not a physical thing. Evolution is a description of a process, and I'm standing on it. You have not proved that evolution is a thing. You have not proved that the self is a physical thing. You have not proved that consciousness is a physical thing. You have not proved that adaptation is a physical thing. You keep saying that scientists say it, and you haven't showed us a single scientist that showed. You haven't showed us a single scientist that said that evolution is a physical thing. You haven't showed us a single scientist that said they can show us the self under a microscope. You haven't showed us a single scientist that says that consciousness. You haven't showed us a single scientist that says that consciousness is an interaction or an emergence. You told us what philosophers say about consciousness, and you haven't quoted a single scientist yet. You're useless and you're just talk.
Once again, science is not there to answer everything. Can you go on mute? You had a terrible echo. It's not like you're not. When it comes to the aspect of self, philosophy already answered those. Why do you want scientists to answer philosophical questions? Scientists answer questions based on science. When it comes to consciousness, most scientists agreed that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. In other words, consciousness.
Show us the scientists. Don't tell us most scientists. If it's most of them, you should just be able to show.
Can you go on mute? I just showed you one. It was Francis Crick and James Watson, literally in the 3 hours You call it trash. That's all you could do. Debunk saying it's trash. I don't like it.
No, it's trash that you ain't showing it to us and you telling us.
I
Show
showed it
us
to you already.
What about Francis Crick? Hold up, brother. What about Francis Crick? You called his fucking name. I know exactly who it is. Now what about him? What you saying about him? What about Francis Crick?
Francis Crick says that science, that nature is materialism.
You telling a damn lie. You telling a lie. Materialism is not even a physical or scientific word. That's a philosophical viewpoint like solipsism, idealism, dualism, and every other ism. Materialism is a philosophical fucking standpoint of view. Stop playing with me, boy.
Nigga, since you want to go slave master route, I could go there with you. I could take your bitch ass down that road.
It's not scientific. It doesn't matter. Materialism is a scientific viewpoint. It's a club of people that say they believe in materialism as opposed to non-materialism. But you claiming that shit is science and you're lying and you say you have a scientist, and I already said you gave us philosophers and you gave us fucking Richard Dawkins, who is nowhere near a scientist, and you giving us theoretical physicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is not a laboratory physicist but a theorist. So again, you're making shit up. You can't show us evolution. You keep saying I debunked evolution, and I keep saying from the start, evolution is a fucking word. It's linguistic. It means nothing to me. You're just describing a whole bunch of processes that you can't put under a microscope at one time. So you don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying a word like infinity. If I say, what's the largest number in the world? And somebody says infinity, infinity is not a fucking number. It's a concept. And it's just used to describe something that does not fucking exist. Just like evolution.
The only reason why this conversation could continue is because one of us have decorum. One of us actually have self-respect. Once again, evolution, whether it means anything to you or not, words doesn't mean anything to you. You said it yourself. Evolution describes the process of how life changes from simple to more complex organism. It happens.
Yeah, so can you put that on a microscope at this point? I just said that. You repeated it.
Can you be quiet for a second? You just asked the same stupid question 100 times. I heard you, nigga. I heard you. Let me answer now.
Can you put it on the microscope
on earth that you could put everything under? It's the stupidest question someone
can we look at it through a scientific device? Can we look at evolution, the word evolution? Do we look it up in a fucking dictionary, or do we get evolution where we have a scientific device we can look it up no matter what fucking device you use? Can you show me the device? Show me the evolutionary. It's a device out there called an evolution scope. Show me the evolution scope where you see evolution, nigga.
I didn't ask for a stupid question. I just said there is no microscope that could see everything. It's a dumb question to ask, and you just ask one.
No, I ain't asked you about everything. I asked you about fucking evolution. You said evolution is a thing. We never talked about everything. That's a red herring and a fucking straw man. I ain't say everything. I said evolution. You said evolution was a fucking thing. You're a fucking scientist. You say it's physical. Show us physical evolution, nigga.
Oh, are you looking for evolution as a thing, being an entity, like something walking around?
You shouldn't be asking me questions.
Is that where your brain is?
And the question is simple.
I know.
You can show me a bird. You can show me a man. You can show me rock. You can show me candy, but you can't show me evolution. And you won't admit it. You just need to say, bro, I cannot show you evolution. I stand fucking corrected. I overspoke.
Natural selection. after talking about sexual, after talking about asexual to sexual,
natural selection is not a physical thing.
about natural
No matter how much I to go, you're not gonna be able to move far enough to trick this nigga that I'm talking to. The nigga that I'm talking to is focused, and the nigga that I'm talking to knows what he's talking about. So no matter how stupid or crazy I act, no matter how much I go all over the place, he gonna keep me right there where evolution is not a physical thing. You said it was, and you can't show us. You said that the self was a physical thing, and you can't fucking show us. You said that consciousness was a physical thing, and you can't fucking show us. You said that you had 3 scientists that said that evolution, science, and this shit was all physical, and you haven't fucking showed us. You haven't showed anything. You just arguing with me just to argue. But I have made my point clear.
If I called him a liar, I would actually be accurate for calling him a liar, but I'm not. We all know his nature, and you can't change the nature of a snake. You got to let a snake be a snake, let a crocodile be a crocodile. And as he said, he called himself a physical bacteria. I can't do anything about a physical bacteria. But if I call him a liar, I would actually be accurate. But I'm not going to call him a liar.
Y'all see his response after all of that? That's how you know they are retarded. That's how you know they hear demons. They just in the way. They in y'all way. Y'all could be learning so much more. It's so much information. We don't even need these clowns no more. It's enough real shit to talk about than to even have them here. We don't even need their entertainment. It's enough shit happening in real life that's really actually funny. We don't need y'all edutainment no fucking more, niggas. Y'all done. The real niggas here. Y'all done. That shit over. All that arguing and dumb shit, that shit is done. There ain't nobody gonna buy that shit no more. We clear on our points, and we don't have to go get scientists or nobody to help us the fuck out. We don't need dictionaries or nothing. We could just use simple logic. Like, for instance, show me evolution under a device. And then they so petty, they try to say, oh, he's saying microscope. I said telescope earlier. You micro or macro, you can't find that shit, nigga. That's what I'm saying, man. You out of your league. Y'all are out of y'all lane and out of y'all league. Y'all done ran into the wrong or the right nigga. Okay? It's a reason why they don't have me on the fucking show, bro. Y'all should know that. It's the reason why they don't put me on the fucking Skeptic show. It's the reason why they don't let me talk all day on Smash Rockwell. It's the reason why they don't put me on Reggie's show, nigga. It's the reason why they don't like me in the Wapian, nigga. This the fucking reason. I'm hard to fucking deal with, bro. When it comes to knowledge and logic, I'ma be a fucking hard to deal with. I don't care what you say. I done talked to the best of them, the highest level physicists and scientists. You want to talk about this shit? I didn't talk to them about it, and they could not answer. I be on the white folks channel. I be on Demystify Side, nigga. I be on Neil deGrasse Tyson channel. I'm a fucking fan, nigga. I listen to what they say, and I know what they saying, and it ain't shit. They haven't gotten nowhere, and they admit that. And stop saying that scientists say stuff that they don't say, because we don't even want to put the scientists down. I keep saying that to the people, y'all, that really, in actuality, I'm wrong in a way. Scientists don't even say what they saying. They just saying that. If you get a scientist on the phone and you talk to a scientist and say, hey, do you think a scientist would come on here and argue with me if I say, hey, evolution, right? Evolution describes a process. He'll say, that's correct. And I say, so you can't see evolution under a microscope. He'll say, that's absolutely fucking correct. You can't put evolution on a microscope. He'll say, you could put things, though, in nature under a microscope. Yeah, I say, but you can't put nature under a microscope. He'll say, yeah, I know that. So he'll say, but we scientists, so we don't chase after things that we can't observe. And you keep saying stuff like nature and evolution. Those are metaphysical things that we can't put under a microscope. And we scientists, we physical scientists at that. Like, can't you see the name? Physicists, physics. We deal with physical things that manifest in the world that have physical properties like weight, shape, size, color, and mass, and energy, and light. But when you start talking about the self doesn't have none of those properties, sir.
Can I correct something that you keep saying over and over?
Yeah, you can after I finish. You can after I finish. You can show some respect after I finish. So this is what scientists will tell y'all if y'all listening in the public, y'all. So don't never think that a scientist gonna say that, hey, I can put nature under a microscope. Only fools would say that. And only a fool would try to defend that. Anybody reasonable would say, okay, I must have made a mistake. Right here, I'm saying that the things in nature, I could put them under a microscope. And I would say, I agree with you. So now we're admitting that there are things, objects that we examine, physical objects that we examine. Yeah, that's right. So then when it comes to the mind is not physical. That's right. So then science can't examine the mind. That's right. Science can examine the brain. It can examine the cognitive parts of the brain, cognitive speech. It can examine like, hey, if I touch this nerve, the person don't see no more, and how that relates to sight, they can fuck with that. But when you ask them, can you put sight, can you put sight under your microscope and tell me what sight is? No, I can't do that. I can't tell you what sight is. I can't define it. I can't put it under a microscope. And that's what they got to learn, Oli. They got to learn the difference between what's a word that's a description of things.
You got to learn what a microscope is used for.
And what the thing is. Go ahead.
You got to learn what a microscope is used for.
Okay, go tell us. Don't just jump in. Go on and tell us. We listening.
You can actually observe evolution in real time by observing microbes like E. coli bacteria under a microscope. That's a quick Google search.
No, you can't.
Google search. That's a quick Google search. Yes, you can, dummy.
No, you can't.
Every microbiologist.
No, you can't. What you describe. Hold on. Let me ask you something. Bro. Let us ask you something. When you say we can observe evolution, now listen to what the fuck you saying. We can observe evolution. Are we looking at evolution or are we looking at the organisms?
We're looking at evolution because when it comes to micro,
I'm gonna ask your ass again.
Can you be quiet so I answer? And you ask the question, let me answer it.
What did you put on the Petri dish?
Let me answer.
You slurring.
Answer. God damn.
You mean to tell me you smearing?
I mean to tell you that's what happened. That's what microbiologists do.
They observe evolution.
Not only a single organism. They observe a population changing over time.
No, change is not evolution. Change is not evolution.
So short.
Change is not evolution.
If you
change is not evolution. You're moving the goalposts. Change is not evolution.
Life changes.
And nobody sees change.
After life,
nobody can see change. Change is not a thing. Change is a word. We can't see change.
Everything is a word, nigga.
Yeah, we can't see change.
Is a word.
We can't see change. When you put the microorganisms on the goddamn Petri dish, and you look through the microscope, and you look through the organism, and you look at, I'm talking, bro, and you look at the organism through the microscope, you're looking at the organisms. You're not looking at evolution. And when you look at the organisms adapt or mutate because they're in an environment called a Petri dish under the light of the fucking microscope, because you done took them out their natural environment and now you done put them on an unnatural environment called a fucking Petri dish, and you're looking at them with a light through a microscope, they change. The same way when you put light on anything, it changes because light has a force. So the radiation from the light, I'm talking, you fucking imbecile. So when you put light on the thing through the microscope, I'm talking, you fucking imbecile. So when you put light, I'm talking, you fucking imbecile. So when you put light, So when you put life on the organism, you change the organism. You're affecting the fucking organism. You yourself now are part of the fucking experiment. But not only that, those organisms are not evolving. You're giving a name and you think we're supposed to buy it. Just because you say when they start to change, that's evolution. When they start to change, no, they changing, motherfucker. We don't need your word evolution. They mutating, motherfucker. We don't need your word evolution. They adapting. We don't need your word evolution. So, and either way, we don't see. I hope the public, I hope y'all hear me. Listen to me. The same way I said, you never see the cause. Listen to me. This is important. You see the bacteria. You see them change shape, size, color, form, all of that. You see that. The same way you saw the stick hit the pool ball and the other pool ball hit the other pool balls and they move. You saw it. Yes. But did you see causation? No, you did not see causation. So the same thing applies. You saw the bugs. You saw the bugs under the petri dish. You saw them moving around. You saw them grow. You saw them change. You saw them have sex. You saw them mutate. You saw them adapt. But you did not see evolution. You saw a fucking process. But you didn't see the actual evolution. If you could see the actual evolution, then you could see the growth of a plant. When we put a timer and we put a camera on a plant and we watch the plant grow, only thing we can say is that the plant got bigger. But if you asked us at what point did the plant grow? Nobody can point on the tape. No scientist can go get the tape, bro, and say the plant started growing right there. See, it's growing right there. It's changing right there. That's the evolution right there. No scientist can do that, bro. Stop saying stupid stuff. You done bought into something that don't even scientists do. And you speaking, you out white man in the white man. You out cracker in the cracker.
Nigga, it's the scientists themselves that said they observed evolution under the microscope, not only with bacteria, not only with single cell organism, they also observed it with complex organism like flies, anything that have a short lifespan. If you observe it over, for instance, with fruit fly, one scientist observed
we mentioned them earlier, trash,
for 75 years.
We already debunked that.
That's over 5,000
generations. We debunked that earlier. You late. We debunked fruit flies earlier. You are late.
How are you gonna debunk what the scientists with what information? Show me your work.
Listen, bro, y'all so stupid. Y'all so stupid. Listen, the same way nothing can be created. The same way nothing can be created, energy cannot be created or destroyed. It's the same way you don't see evolution. When you say you saw fruit fly evolve, you shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
You're just saying words.
You already language, I'm thinking, nigga. You already
about that language, man.
You already
does not have self-respect, so you can't expect
shut up. So you already have the fruit fly.
Who doesn't respect themselves is not
shut up. Don't nobody care about your fucking opinion about me. So now you already have the fruit fly. It's a whole living being. You calling it a fruit fly. It's got genes, a full set of genes. There's other fruit flies that exist. In fact, it's billions of fruit flies exist. And then you take one fruit fly out of a billion fruit flies and you say, you saw evolution in that fruit fly?
Dude, the fact that a billion different species of fruit fly exist is the freaking proof of evolution in fruit flies, because they all descended from one ancestors of fruit
You're talking on the side of your neck. The question is, you say you see evolution, and I'm saying
that the fruit fly is a whole being already evolving. It's in the process. It's living, it's breathing, and anything can make it evolve. If I put the fruit fly under certain radiation, it'll develop cancer. If I put the fruit fly under certain lights, it may not produce babies. If I put the fruit fly in a cold environment, it may not fly no more. If I put the fruit fly in a vacuum, it can't fly. So only thing you doing telling me is if I change the environment of the fruit fly, I can cause it to evolve, mutate, adapt, or evolve. That's the same shit everybody already know. That's not evolution. That's adaptation and mutation. You're taking a fruit fly, bro. You're not listening to yourself. You acting like you creating something that they created it and then they put it in a laboratory and watched it grow into something else. That ain't what happened here. They took a whole goddamn fruit fly, which is like taking me. I'm talking, nigga. I'm talking. You're not gonna do it. I'm talking. Which is like taking me. Only when you tell this treat to shut up. This weirdo. Okay. So you take a whole fucking fruit fly and you put it under a thing, and then you say you're examining it. Which part of the fruit fly is evolving? Is it the brain? Is it the legs? Is it the arms? Or is it the whole fruit fly? Because you're saying you see evolution.
For one example,
I'm talking, nigga, and you're not gonna interrupt me, and you're not gonna take over this shit. So you might as well shut the fuck up.
The brain, the eyes,
you're not gonna take over my fucking conversation.
Structure of the fly.
Only the show reads Babylon Done. Can you remind this fucking creep evolutionist that he doesn't have a place here? He can leave if that's necessary. Now you have the whole fucking fruit. Now you have the whole fruit fly. You have the whole fucking fruit fly. You have a whole fucking fruit fly, and you say you got a whole fruit fly, and you examine a full-grown fruit fly that's in existence, and then you claim to see evolution from something that already exists. You sound like Christopher Columbus coming to America and said he fucking discovered it. We was already here. The bacteria, the cells, and everything that the fruit fly got to evolve is already there. It's already done evolved into a fucking fruit fly. So what's stopping it from keep evolving? If you put it in an environment where you put things on it, of course it's gonna change. Like you said, not evolve, change. Cause you put it in an environment for it to fucking change.
That is
now you go.
Change. Evolution is change. Change. Just so
yeah, instead of change, you saying nothing. If evolution is change, then you said nothing.
What you're doing is not science. It's all good.
If evolution is change, you ain't say nothing. And I'm glad you said that, so we know you ain't talking about nothing. Cause change is not scientific. Change is not something I'm gonna find in a fucking science book. Change is philosophical. Everything changes. Everything changes, and things are constantly changing. If it's not changing, it's dead. No, nigga, shut up. You was done. If it's not changing, it's dead. Everything changes. So you can't define evolution as change when everything changes. That's not a fucking definition.
Dictionary define it that way, not me. You're arguing with yourself, not with me.
No, I ain't arguing with nobody, not even you, because you ain't nobody.
I ain't trying to be somebody on YouTube, please.
Yep.
Somebody in real life.
But nevertheless, nigga, you debunk that shit you talking about ain't nothing. You trying to turn into a personal bogged down conversation. You ain't show shit. You can't show me evolution. You can't show me science. You can't show me nothing. You can't show me nothing under your microscope. And when I say microscope, telescope, you can't name no other scope. Name another scope. Exactly. You don't know none. So you're dumb as fuck. But you're on here talking like you know something. You don't know what evolution is. You claiming that evolution is change. Then when somebody tell your dumb ass that change can apply to anything, that's not a scientific word, you still stick with it.
Then when somebody say,
The
well,
scientific word is
evolution is
evolution.
just adaptation
Are
and
you
mutation.
like, holy
Evolution is
fuck,
just
you're
adaptation and
dead.
mutation.
You're
You turn around and say
dead.
it's sexual reproduction. Then
The
the person say
scientific term
sexual
for how
reproduction
life
is a
changes over
sexual
time
act.
is
And that's already
evolution.
fucking
How
defined
living
as sexual reproduction. So we don't need to redefine sexual reproduction as evolution. You're gonna take sexual reproduction and then try to define it as evolution. Like if a woman get pregnant and a baby get born, that's fucking evolution. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Who said that?
Sexual
Who
evolution
said that?
is not
Who
sexual
said that?
evolution.
Who
You
said
said
that?
sexual
When
reproduction.
did I say that?
You said sexual reproduction is a fucking part of evolution. You said
Sexual
that it's the
reproduction
main
is a part
of
of
evolution.
evolution. You can
You
research
said
it
the
yourself.
sexual
Why don't you
you
do
said
some
the
research
sexual
instead of just
shut the
talk,
fuck
talk?
up, nigga. You
Why
asked the
don't you
question.
do some
You getting
research
your
It is
ass
a
instead of
part of
whooped.
just talk,
evolution.
talk,
You
talk?
getting your ass whooped and you don't like it. It hurts.
Sex is a part of
You said
evolution.
that sexual reproduction was the main
Do
part
you
of
understand
evolution.
horizontal gene transfer?
Sexual
Do you understand
reproduction,
any aspect of
sexual
evolution?
reproduction,
Do you
sexual
understand
reproduction,
any aspect of
sexual
evolution?
reproduction, you said was the main part of evolution. Do you wish to take that shit back?
Do you
Do you wish to recant your fucking statement, nigga? Or not?
sexual
Because if
reproduction?
you do, you
Sexual
fucking wrong
reproduction.
and you just wrong. And you gotta live with being
Sexual
wrong and stay
reproduction
wrong and stupid, nigga.
is one of
Cause
the main
your ego
driving
is in
force
the way.
of
Your
evolution.
ego. Now, this what you call egotistical,
You're just talking
arrogant,
for no reason.
narcissistic.
You're literally
He
just
is
talking
that.
for no reason.
When a
Sexual
person see the
reproduction
truth and they
is
won't
literally
admit to
the
it,
savior for evolution.
this is what you call cognitive dissonance. This nigga got cognitive dissonance. He knows that he said that the self is a part of nature. The self is physical. But when you ask him to show you the self is physical, or any scientist that
If
agree
you
with
want to know what
him,
I
he
said,
can't.
anyone
He
could
can't. I don't want to hear
rewind the
shit you
video
gotta
and
say.
hear what
I
I
want you
said.
to shut the
You're
fuck
just
up
lying
and while I
and
talk.
lying and lying for no
I want
reason.
you to shut the
That's
fuck
not
up
what I
and let me
said.
finish talking.
I can speak for myself.
I
Speak
want
for
you to
yourself.
shut the fuck
Say
up and
what
let me
you
finish
said
talking.
and ask me what I said.
I want you to shut the fuck up and let me finish
I
talking, and
want
you
you
can
to
come on
stop
after I
lying
finish.
on me, lying ass nigga.
I want you to be quiet while I talk because of... Okay, go ahead, Oli. So
Let's just stop the cussing, man. We having a good dialogue. I know people getting frustrated, but let's just try to calm down on the cussing. Everything cool. Ain't nobody talking about nobody. Really.
hey, but why do words like damn, fuck, and all that bother y'all so much? Like a curse to me. Hold on. A curse to me would be something like this. You don't know what the hell you talking about. Like to me, that's cursing me out. If somebody say to me like that's not true, that's cursing me out. But just to be like overly sensitive about words like that, I'm gonna calm down. But to me, that just seemed like something just to just keep things going in the wrong direction. The brother is wrong. Let's focus on that though. Okay, now that I apologize for cursing and we got all that out the way, Oli, will you interject on the conversation and give your opinion? Can we talk to you about
Hey,
evolution,
all right, 1
Oli?
second.
Well, hey, no, I'm talking. Ain't no 1 second. I'm in the middle of talking. That's why y'all say niggas cuss, niggas call y'all dumb, stupid. You interrupted. The nigga talking and you think you just gonna bust in, take over, stop him from talking, say what you want. He ain't important. Fuck him. And then he ain't supposed to say nothing. You wrong. So Oli, can you have the conversation with me though? Cause I talk to your underlings. Now I would like to talk to a person. I would like to talk to a person that can answer questions straight up. Like once they commit to something, they answer the question straight up, and then they don't run and do beating around the bush and bug dancing and shit. Like for instance, like Noli, can you show me infinity?
Who, me?
Yeah, can you show me infinity? Okay, thank you, Oli. So, Oli, is infinity a real concept in mathematics, though? Do we use it?
As a placeholder
Concept. As a concept, yeah. That's right, like zero. Like zero as a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can use it. It don't have to be physical, right? For us to actually use it, right? Things don't have to be physical, Oli, for us to use it. It don't.
Not at all.
But that's where we cross over into something called a hard problem, though. That's what we cross over into the problem of how does something non-material becomes affected or even affect something material. And instead of the brothers just saying, like all scientists agree, I don't know the answer to that, bro. Nobody does. They sit on the fucking phone and say, science knows the answer. We got an answer. It's there. We can see it. We can put it under a microscope. Infinity is a thing. We can see it. Bro, you can't see it. It's a symbol on a fucking piece of paper. And it describes a process and a concept of all numbers going towards an infinite. It's not even a number. It's an abstract representation. And that's all I'm saying about evolution, man, is that it's an abstract representation of all things. It's like saying infinity, evolution, or nature. It's like saying infinity. If you say nature is all things, that's what infinity is. All things. So is nature infinity? No. Is infinite? Can infinite be used as a property of nature? Yes. The infinite can be a property of nature. Can nature be a property of the infinite? Yes, nature can be a property of the infinite. But being a property of a thing, does that make you the thing itself? No, you're just a property of it. Like color is a property of a thing. Hot is a property of a thing. So a thing can be red and it can be hot. But just because it's red don't necessarily mean it's hot. It can be red and not be giving off heat. It can be red and be fucking cold. Those are properties. And what's happening here is that the brothers are talking about properties of nature. And they're not talking about nature. They're talking about properties of evolution. And they're not talking about evolution. And that's the only thing that needs to be understood. And once they understand that, they can understand what we call in mathematics mereology, which is the whole and the parts, the one and the many. So that the one is existential, it's particular. We can talk about it. But the many, that's universal. We really can't say nothing about it. We can make up words for it, like infinity, evolution, creation, to cover it all. But that's just so we could talk sensible. But it never becomes physical. It's not a physical thing. It's an abstract idea, like a number. A number is an abstract object idea. It's not a physical thing. You could draw the number 2, but it's not the number 2 because anybody could draw a number 2 anywhere. And there's number 2s everywhere in the world. But neither one of them ain't the real number 2. The real number 2 is an abstract object. It's a fucking concept in our mind. It's not a number. The thing in itself is never the thing. It can't be physical. The thing in itself, like for instance, if you say a cat, yeah, that's one cat. But if I say cats, I can never describe or never show you all cats. No fucking way I could show you the universal cat. It's no universal cat. I could show you an emoji for a cat. I could describe a cat, what I think a cat looked like. But would that describe every single cat in the universe? No. So I'm not describing a cat. I'm just doing my best. And that's all science ever does, is they do their fucking best to describe. But they never get there. And they satisfied with that. Because science means to seek, to search, to look, to observe. And that's a process. Science don't mean to find. It don't mean to fucking know. It don't mean to prove. It don't mean a fact. It done got that in it. It don't even come with that. You can do science and not even know the truth. You can do science and never find a fucking fact. You still be doing science. They doing science right now at CERN and ain't found a goddamn thing. They looking for particles they don't even know if they even exist. They saw the particles on the math paper and figured them during math and said, hey, maybe they exist in the real world. If they exist mathematically, maybe they exist in the real world. That's called a mathematical model. And that's all we ever do as scientists. We develop mathematical models, and if it show up in the math, we say, let's look for it in the real world. That's how we found out about the Higgs boson. That's how we found about the planet Uranus and Neptune and Saturn. They were all mathematical things on a piece of paper. Somebody said the math don't add up. The math ain't mathing. Something happening here. Somebody said, well, it must be a strange force out there. Somebody, well, it could be another planet. Impossible can't be another planet. Somebody said, well, we need something to look. They get a telescope. They fucking look. Sure enough, it's another fucking planet. So that explains what was happening. There's no mystery. There's no myth. There's nothing out there but the fucking planet. But at no time was it an abstract object. It was always a physical object that was causing those problems out there that we didn't know about. Only thing we needed was the right device to look and in the right direction and have the right science to know and to find out. But to say things like evolution and to put the cart before the horse is wrong on these brothers' part. It gives science and the search for truth and facts a bad name because it's not known the things that they are talking about. So that's it, Oli. And last thing. Oh yeah, and you see, he didn't comment on Crick and Watts. He mentioned the name, but he didn't comment on them. He don't know their science. He don't know what they did. He don't know what they studied. He know nothing about them other than the Google name. It's called Dunning-Kruger. I know Dunning-Kruger when I see it. That's all you got to do is ask questions. Just ask them, say, hey, okay, tell me something else about it. No.
Francis Crick and James Watson are.
Do not let nobody take you outside your logic, right? Maintain logic when you talk about science. Maintain logic when you're talking about math. Because people will say things that don't make sense. I had this problem. People would say 0 and nothing. I'm going to end on this. 0 is not nothing. Nothing is a linguistic concept. 0 is a number and a placeholder in mathematics. If I add nothing to something, I did nothing. But if I have the number 1 and I add a 0 to it, I got something. I got 10. And if I add another fucking 0, I got 100. So 0 does work in the mathematical world. But the word nothing does no fucking work in the physical world. So 0 is a number. Nothing is a fucking concept. So let me say it right. 0 is a number. Nothing is a concept.
Man, Babylon been going today, man. He been dropping y'all off. All y'all quiet on the pedal.
Yeah, so by the way, my cash app is what my cash app is. Let me think what my cash app is. My cash app is 361 degrees, right? You know it's got a meaning. $3 361 DEGREES 361 degrees. Drop your boy something, a cup of coffee, a drink, something. I mean, for real, I've been putting it in. Give me all the knowledge that I know.
Yeah, he needs it.
Whether
He
they
needs
like
the
it or
cash.
not, whether you believe it or not, whether it's true, I don't really care about that. It's just the effort. You know what I'm saying? Give the brother E for effort. He put forth the effort. I'm putting forth energy for y'all. I don't care if they say I'm wrong. I'm saying that at least y'all get to hear the other side. Somebody verse that. They don't get to come on here no more and just say evolution is something. No, somebody challenging that on every single level, from linguistic to scientific. Somebody is challenging that. Prove to me that evolution is real from a single cell organism, because Louis Pasteur already proved that wrong. He proved that Genesis is impossible. Look it up. Louis Pasteur, pasteurization. Prove that. That's out. So the evolution theory is out the door. No matter what they say, it's out the door. It's been proven. I'm saying it's proven by Louis Pasteur. I'm not saying he guessed it. I'm not saying he worked on it. I'm saying he put forth the proof. So now that's how. So they can talk about it all they want. but now y'all have it. Now, oh yeah, and I meant to mention another botanist in my process. His name Gregor Mendel, and he did the process of crossing a small gene with a tall gene, and he realized that 3 genes will come out tall and 1 will come out short, or 3 will come out short and 1 tall out of every 4 generations. 3 would be dominant and 1 would be recessive, right? This is why when they talk about in certain sciences, they always say the 4th one was recessive, because Gregor Mendel, a botanist, figured that out. So now the reason why I tell y'all that is because when it comes to evolution, right? And if you think about what I'm saying about dominant and recessive genes, they never weigh dominant and recessive genes into factor this in into evolution. They may like it's just a thing on the ground, and then it interact with the environment and it starts evolving. They don't weigh its internal workings, like its internal heat, its internal size, its internal relationship to its own self. That's called metaphysical. So they don't deal with the metaphysical, so they can't deal with the organism talking about itself. So they can't deal with your consciousness or you talking about yourself, because that's self-referential, that's self-identical, and that's where they have a problem at, because they can't deal with meta, which means to talk about yourself, metaphysics, right? That's beyond the scope of physics. That's all y'all have to know. And then they can't follow you. And then we could talk openly and freely about the consciousness and science and the self, and not be bogged down by people that keep playing a different stupid language game, trying to make it physical and applying physical things to a non-physical, metaphysical conversation. This is why we never get to talk about the things that us in the Black conscious community, especially the sisters, I be hearing them. They be trying to get on this level of metaphysics, like talk about consciousness, the self, emotions, feelings, and these things, justice, rightness, cruelty, and these things right here. And every time they come in with their science talk, playing the wrong language game, that's subjective. I know it's subjective. I'm having a subjective conversation. You saying it's subjective don't make it bad. Subjective don't mean dumb. It don't mean bad. In fact, it's the highest conversation we can have. It is a subjective conversation, because the subjective conversation is not physical. It only deals with our mind and our emotions. That's what we want to talk about. We tired of talking about the damn basketball game.
You just want to feel good.
He's literally the only fucking person.
Yo. All right, Babylon. I think my man Babylon done got his point across. And I think that point is just this right here. In my observation and in my opinion, since this is my opinion, I think all Babylon doing is telling y'all to be true when you talk about what's proven and what's hypothetical. A lot when you read a lot of people's abstracts, people will say this person said that. You can go in there, and I'm real good at picking out keywords that actually mean something. They might not mean something to other people, but when I hear people say, like, in my opinion, in their abstracts, or in my conclusion, that lets me know that that's their opinion. Because even when we talk about scientific questions and what science supposedly proves, or hypothesis is becoming theories and workable experimentation, we know that this experimentation that's repeatable is going to be answering a philosophical question. And that's exactly why I choose philosophy, because in philosophy, I understand that people have ideas, people have different experiments that prove one thing, and then people come and do experimentation on the other thing. Point that I'm talking about is like when you talk about the Big Bang, and they was talking about the red shift and the blue shift, and Babylon refuted that by saying that in all all of the mechanisms that they talk about, the big crunch, the big bang, the big bounce, you would find that radiation. What he also pointed out is that you would know where that radiation is coming from because of the way that it moves. And that's how they know if the infrared shift is from the big bang or the big bounce or whatever they say it's from. And so all of these things are opinions because somebody asked a question earlier which proved Babylon's, or which kind of went with Babylon's point. How can you prove it if it already happened? And that's exactly what he's saying. And I think all he's saying is that when people come up here and start putting science on the forefront as the answer to questions and saying science proves some things are still just hypotheses. And we know this because these arguments ain't just taking place right here. These arguments been taking place and they will continue to take place. And that's why I let my plan. If anybody else want to say anything,
Oh yeah.
you might go ahead and speak.
I just want to correct you for one thing because it was Jay Snake, in his credit, that explained the blue shift, red shift. I don't know about blue shift. It was Jay Snake that explained the red shift in regards to the expanding universe. It was him that explained that, not Babylon.
Yeah, I don't know how long you've been here. When he did explain it, Jay Snake said that Babylon Dunn might be talking about the red shift, blue shift, which Babylon was inferencing when he was talking. And like I said, I don't know how long you've been here, but
Yeah. Oh, I
they
did. I
both
did
agree
hear.
on the thing.
I did hear them going back and forth. And when it
Yeah,
comes to the big
they
bounce, the
both
big
agree.
crunch, and the big bang, they don't disagree with each other because the big bang is the universe going in one direction, expanding. The big crunch is a theory that after expansion, it might contract back, and the big bounce is a theory that the universe might have done this multiple times already in the past, so they all align with each other. It's like saying I went to the store. If someone said no, you went to the store, then came back home, and you're like, and someone says no, you went to the store, came back home, then went to the store again, none of those is in contradiction with each other. The fact is, you went to the store, action A, and then someone says, but after action A come action B. The fact is, we're still in action A, which is the big bang, the expansion. That does not says the big crunch can't come later and a bounce back can't happen again. And that does not say that series of event doesn't happen multiple times already in the past. So
Right.
all of those would still be in alignment with the Big Bang Theory, the observable universe as we see the microwave background. And
Right.
as it aligns to evolution, how life evolved on Earth, evolution does not speak about how life started. It only speaks of an observable change that we can see from millions of years, from billions of years back up until now, whether in the fossil record, the genetic records, and in modern time under microscope, observing simpler life form. 99% or 98% of scientists is in agreement with that. The 2% that is not in agreement with that does not mean that their theory
I
debunks
don't know if that
the
was.
scientific consensus theory of evolution. And if only 2% of scientists could debunk the theory of evolution, then their theory would be the accepted one, taught in school and taught amongst other scientists, especially biologists, who seek to perform work as in treatment and eradication of certain diseases. If they don't have the theory of evolution right, then they can't go forward with preparing medicine. And the medicine that they have prepared in the past that works, not all that work, but some did work. Some did work. And if they were going off a theory that is incorrect, then their medicine, their practices, many things that evolve, many things that we discover and that we invented from the knowledge would not have been invented. So sometimes I know we're very abstract over here, and I appreciate that, but sometimes we also have to be like at least genuine with our information, because in no other case 2% debunks 98% of agreed consensus, and agreed consensus is not agreed based on friendship. These are scientists that are battling with each other to get
I
the
got
right
one question.
information.
I don't
So
mean to
when the
bust in.
consensus is agreed upon, it's not
I don't.
agreed upon because it's a conspiracy. It's a whole collage that decide that we're going to bamboozle people. Nope. If a scientist is wrong, there's another scientist waiting to cut his throat so he could get the prize, so he could get the recognition, so he could get the endorsement. It's a very competitive field. It's not one, and that is why even the 2% that disagree still want to make themselves known,
I
because
got a
it's
quick
that
question.
competitive.
I got you. I got a quick question. That's a great point. That's great concern. I got to ask you though: have the consensus in science ever been wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Now, everything that you just said, like I said, and like you said, you wasn't here for the back and forth, but between Jay Snake and Babylon, they was kind of touching on those things and having points. And like I said, these are just points that each party was putting out. Everything that you just said agrees with what Babylon was putting forth. Because when you was talking first and you was saying what might have been, that's
Mhm.
exactly the words I'm talking about when you say might. Because when you say might, then you understand that these are just hypotheses that's been put forward, and they found representation in mathematics or science that might propose it, but that still doesn't mean that they have proven it. In evolution, like I said, there's been plenty times where the consensus has been wrong in science. So you say, even if
Yeah,
it's just
yeah,
2%,
absolutely.
even if it's just 2% that's saying it, if that 2% somehow happens to be right because the consensus has been wrong all along, then that's just what it is. And this is why science works the way that it does. And this is why
When
there's a method.
whenever the consensus has been wrong and it's corrected, that's because new evidence that stronger evidence has emerged, that that morally, that closely prove nothing is in absolute. So it's not 100%. There's always room for correction, but the evidence closer point towards a direction, and if that direction is not aligned with the consensus, then the consensus have to change. It's not like they agreed because they're all friends. Again, sometimes they agreed because they're enemies, and both enemies going at the same theory, going at each other theory, can't find anything in it to disagree about, and other scientists do the same thing. And when it's
which is
replicable,
exactly which
then it
exactly
became a
which is
scientific
exactly Babylon.
theory.
You understand that's
Yeah,
exactly
but I'm saying
Babylon's
though,
point. That's exactly his point when he
but
started
hold it,
arguing. Not that people
hold
don't
it.
have,
You got
but there's
wait,
some
pardon,
ideas.
wait 1 second. You got two avatar up, so sometimes I'm
Oh
thinking it's a top one,
yeah,
but it's still
yeah.
muted.
My
So
bad.
I
I
got to
had
pay
I
attention to
had
the
to do
bottom
that.
one. No, no, it's okay. You're
My
good.
bad. I had to I
No,
had to
you're
do
good.
that
You're good.
because
I know which one
one
to
of my
pay attention to, because when you talk, your avatar moves, so I'll know you're talking. Go ahead,
right,
bro.
right. Yeah, that was just Babylon's point at the beginning. He was saying that science says things at times and just be wrong. What he said is that sometimes it be people in the background that's going against them. They putting together ideas and scientific research, and then they bring it forward. It ain't like just like somebody who found that the consensus was wrong just popped out of the blue one day. These people has been doing things. What Babylon is proposing is that he's been doing his own research, and that He believes that the consensus, not just him, because there's other people that do agree with him in the scholarly scientific field. You know what I'm saying? And that always is because people just always agree. I mean, always disagree on points from their perspectives. And so when we get back to the very first point of what Babylon was saying, he didn't say that his stuff was 100% true. He said he's come up with a better mechanism in explaining it. He ain't took away from science. He ain't saying no science was wrong in the aspect of their experimentation. He's saying that the answers that they've come up with have always been hypotheses, not nothing that's proven. And so anything that he talk about that he's going against are points that haven't been empirically proven 100%. As you stated, there's evidence and things that point to it, which makes the consensus lean that way. But we know in the end that that's just what it is. It's still a bunch of people that agree, but there's still some people that disagree. And that's basically what Babylon Don was saying, just like you saying.
I'm
When
gonna
people
tell
do
you the
research,
story
they,
because I think you would agree with me on this because I know you're a philosopher, and this is not just because you're a philosopher. When it comes to science, there are some questions that science can't answer, and philosophy will find the answer for it. Give an even more accurate, more credible answer than science could do. And there are other questions that philosophy can answer, but science can give you a more accurate, usable answer, one that they could replicate, one that they could use for inventions.
I
But
definitely agree.
when it comes to philosophy and science, they sometimes cross path. There are some questions that both philosophy and science can answer. Like for instance, consciousness, or in speaking of the self. However, when it comes to science and philosophy, when it comes to answering questions about nature, about consciousness, about the physical universe, and I'm going to include consciousness as an emergent property of the brain, metaphysics cannot answer those questions accurately. Those are left to philosophy and science. There are some that science can answer more accurate than philosophy, and others that philosophy answers more accurate than science. In fact, some would consider philosophy a subset of science, like the softer science. However, metaphysics does not answer questions about the natural universe that we live in, whether you could see it or not see it. Metaphysics do not answer those questions.
Right? And I agree. And again, like I said, that's why I say I don't know how long you've been here. But again, that was exactly one of Babylon's points. That's why he was talking about the meta and things and saying that science tries to disprove things that can be answered um with philosophical inferences and philosophical inquiries. And that was one of his points, saying that science starts trying to debunk stuff and say this ain't right. Like he was talking about consciousness and how girls, some of the ladies come up and start talking about their views on consciousness, and then some of the guys who are more scientific will start simply saying they're debunked because of scientific experimentation or the scientific this or scientific that. And Babylon Dawn was saying just what you just said. Sometimes science might not answer it, but philosophy will. And that's metaphysics. When you talk about things like that, not just metaphysics, but that's when you're on the metaphysical level about answering things. And so that's why I say this conversation has been real good. I'm glad I gave Babylon that thing, because it seems that it's been a lot of talking around, and I don't know. I don't know why, because I've been catching up with it. But everything that Babylon was pushing is the same thing that you guys are pushing. You guys believe in science or push evolution and things. Babylon dines, and then we go back and we say that, is evolution proven? No, it's a consensus. That's what Babylon Don said. Now, Babylon said if it's a consensus and he's found ways to rebuttal and rebuke with wonderful clarity, might I add, then this is just another stance within the argument. And we still have to make it known that anybody can still be wrong and anybody can still be right. No one is actually proven evolution to be a 100% mechanism of what occurred. No one has proven the Big Bang to be a 100% mechanism of what occurred. It seems to be the case in a great abundance of evidence, but not empirically proven. And that's all he was saying.
Yeah.
Not only saying that, not only saying
Yeah,
that
but
he was
no
proposing.
one said it. No one said it was proof. No one says that any of these things are proven.
Yeah,
Nobody up
yeah.
here
You
said
said
that he.
you
Nobody up
you
here
said that
said
at
that
first
the.
too, Dexter. Yeah, you
Bro, I
did say
never
that. You
said the
said
Big
I ain't.
Bang was proof.
No,
I
I'm
said I
saying
had
you saying
evidence.
that it's not proven. No, I'm saying you
Oh
said
yeah,
it wasn't
yeah.
proven
That's
when
what
you
I'm
first
saying. Like
started.
no one
Yeah,
said
yeah.
that,
You
bro.
said you did.
But
No,
that
science
was a
doesn't
big
do
part of
that
his
proof.
argument was saying that we were saying that. If you go back and listen to the tape, bro, you will peep it. You probably ain't peeping it now because you've been in and out and da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? Doing what you got to do. But there was points where he was projecting things on me and evolutionists that we never said, bro. We never said it. It never came out our mouth.
Got you. And like I said, I agree with you. You did say that at the first. You said I never said it was proven. I said that, and like you said that it points to it. It's evidence for it. He said that's what it was. He said there's no evidence. You said there is evidence. It don't mean that it's
Right, and it
proven,
wasn't
but
even a
there's
point of
evidence for it.
contention. I was just
Right.
giving him a piece of evidence where he said there wasn't any. That's all I did, bro. You feel me?
Right. Right.
I didn't
And
even come
that's
to
where it
argue to
starts.
say I didn't even come to argue to say that I'm right, he's wrong. He just asked for a piece of evidence and I produced some. That's all I did. And you know what I'm saying? Then the show progressed from there. I'll say it that way.
Yeah. And we done had a nice long show, man. It's been 7 hours since we started that. It kind of went by fast. I was supposed to be going to work. I don't know if A1 has risen from his slumber. I ain't gonna even say anything. I try to be funny because
Yeah,
sometimes I
it
ain't
was a
funny.
nice show still, despite the heated conversation. Sometime it was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, man. It definitely was that. And I want to answer the Babylon too earlier. Babylon, you said something that was real impactful to me when you said, why do people have problems with you cussing, especially like us up here? Like we know that it's just getting heated. It kind of might feel personal that it ain't. It's just that we have audience and are gaining new audience that might not like that much. And we can appease to them in a way that if we're just conscious, I ain't saying all the time you know what I'm saying, because I know you're gonna I do it. I say a cuss word here and now, and I'm catching myself and it's getting better. But the reason because we updating and that old way of working out, why at times it's like you said, it's entertaining and stuff. People don't want to see it all the time. And for me, with this conversation being so full of information on a different view that haven't nobody had or looked at when you was talking, I was just liking it because some people might think that y'all have personal bias against each other, and I don't want to be part of that. They cousin and start not liking each other. And so us as people that's fighting to be enlightened, um, I just asked for that because that's what A1 been asking for, and I found that it is just a little better. You know what I'm saying? We don't go in courthouses cussing. People don't go on Sinetta. I done seen people that be over here and be on Sinetta. They be acting different over here than they do on Sinetta, and it's just a call to respect because that's what the person who running it want.
That's right.
And that's it. That's all I.
Not only I respect that, bro, and you hit the nail on the head when you said it's just a matter of respect, cause this is a one show, and I do respect his show, and ain't no if ands or buts about it. I'm gonna end that right there. Now, back to the Negroes though. So I'm handling. I'm handling.
Before you go, Babylon, was I wrong on anything I said about how you was looking at it? If I
That's
was,
Babylon
can
for
you clear
you,
that up?
man.
No. I agree with everything you saying, Oli. That's what I said. I said like, yeah, even the personal stuff you said about the view, about the show, and even about about the science and stuff, all that was true. And I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm hoping that people out there, like, like when you look at something, something might look crazy, right? I was just telling my friend that my white homegirl right here, I was just telling her that look, it's things like where my teacher, when I was little, I was in like third grade. I had a teacher named Miss Marshall. I had a crush on her too. She was pretty. So Miss Marshall, her daughter named Keisha. We went to school, right? So Keisha don't be listening. So Miss Marshall used to tell me, she say, Mr. Pittman, there's method to my madness. Cause I always, used to try to make it right. If she tell us to do something one way, and then she try to change it up, I'd be the first one to tell her like, yo, I know I'm doing this right. You said to do it this way this time. But then when she give me the method to her madness and explain to me, cause I'm a child and don't see the bigger picture, I get it. And so I always learn that there's method to some people madness. So only thing I'm saying is that even though I'm cursing, I'm in the wrong environment. I admit I'm wrong. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm with it. I respect A1. I respect you, Oli, and Brother Humble. And no problem. I promise you. I'm saying that with everything in me. Now, on the other hand, though, the reason why I was doing it, I'm just making backtrack conversation, is because that was my method, right? And I made it clear that that's my method. I be stating my method. I said, no, nigga, you're not going to stoop to no level that I won't go. I'll go to any level you go to. I said, nope, cursing don't bother me. So I'm letting them know what my standards and my barriers are. Yet they continue to break my standard and my barrier. So once they get in there, they start getting, fisticuffs and get touched up a little bit. They start feeling some type of way. Because they thought they was running into the wrong thing. So I'm just saying that, that's wrong, y'all. We do have to elevate the conversation. I'm trying to get across an intellectual point and a bunch of intellectual points. I tell my son that yo, if you could do everything you're doing without cursing, people will like you, bro. You very likable. So I understand what you're saying, Oli.
Yeah, got you, man. We got somebody new to the stage, Max Legion. We might end that in another hour now.
Hey,
What
Oli,
up,
but I
Max?
do. I want you to hear this though. Do you see though? And I ain't do this to make a point, bro. I promise I did. I genuinely enjoyed the conversation that y'all was holding. Did you see me interrupt that though? Because as a man, out of respect for two men having a conversation, I'm just gonna chill and fall back. And if I have something to comment after that, I didn't even have to ask. You asked me, you said, yo, Babylon, do you have anything to say about what happened? Did I go wrong or get wrong in any way? See, that's how we should be as men and as brothers. And I'm that way with brothers that way with me. But when I'm in Rome, I act Roman.
I got you. What up with you,
But I'm with
Max?
it though. Trust me, I ain't saying that to say give myself excuse to come back and do nothing stupid. I'ma honor that, bro. I'm very intelligent. I have no problem speaking without curse words. I do. I could do that. That was intentional, and everything I was saying was intentional. I ain't mean none of it. When I call him a B, I don't mean that, bro. If I say sucker your mom, I don't mean none of that. That's just rhetoric, just getting them off my back, making space for me to say what I want to say.
Gotcha. What up with you, Max?
Yo, what up, Oli? I didn't notice I was on screen. I'm backstage for a little
Oh man, I'm just chilling.
So
getting some of that good
what I wanted to
information
speak
now,
on, I
some
know
new
you guys kind of
information
moved
along with
past
the
already.
old.
I had some questions for the evolutionists. Hey, chill, man.
Yeah, I'm still here, Max. What's good?
I just wanted to know what's your opinion on what came first between nature and consciousness?
In my opinion, definitely
Create
nature.
nature, did nature create consciousness?
Nature comes first, then consciousness. Nature creates consciousness.
So what was the guiding force behind nature as it created all of the complexities of existence?
Well,
what was the as Ola says, the structure? What was the force behind the structure update?
I'm
Intelligence.
giving you the scientific answer, and also the scientific answer is what I agree with. So this is what I stand on. Consciousness emerge from living things, from living organism, especially those that has a physical brain. So living things is a part of nature, so that's also nature. So nature give rise to life. Through evolution, living things evolve sensory organs like brain, nervous system. Through the sensory organs, we consciousness emerge, and we experience life through consciousness.
Okay, so how did life come about prior to consciousness coming about under that explanation? What was the guiding factor behind life coming to be?
There is a few scientific theories about how life emerge, but most of them lead back to life emerging from living things, emerging from organic material. You could call it non-living things, living things emerging from non-living organic compounds that may have found its way on Earth via asteroid from other galaxies, from our own galaxy somewhere outer space, or could have emerged on Earth in the primordial Earth through complex biochemical processes. But either way, it would have it all leads back to living things coming or emerging from non-living organic compounds.
All right, hey brother, the one that's asking the brother that's asking the question. Can I interject 1 second? Just 1 second. I just got a question.
I was talking to.
I'm not trying to take over. To the brother that's asking the questions, I want to know if you can remember those questions, and can you address those same questions to me?
We agree on I agree with all of what you were saying. So like that's kind of what I wanted to lead it to anyways. If you want to, you can interject whenever you want, because I don't understand how, because even with his explanation, oh, maybe it was an asteroid from another planet. Well, that asteroid had life on it, which means where did that life come from? Life in nature itself is a complex thing. So you can't
That's a theory. That's
spontaneously
called panspermia.
just have a laptop just come to be. There has to be some intelligence that puts it together, and consciousness is the only explanation as to what could be the postulate that creates that makes everything else make sense. Like you guys were referring to axioms. The axioms that I use is consciousness and free will. From those two things, you don't have to divide those two things up anymore to explain all of how existence came to be, because when we pay attention to our own existence, it reflects how the universe operates. Because as Babylon was saying earlier, we have an inner experience. Something could put a smile on my face, and you can see the smile on my face, but you don't feel the feeling that I have that caused the smile. All you see is the expression of the feeling that I have, and I can't transfer it. The
I don't know if you
universe
can hear
works
me.
the same way.
Can you hear me, Max? Can you hear me, Max?
Yes, sir.
My bad.
Now
I didn't mean to jump in like that. But when we have a chat, I forgot what to call these. From Vickers World.
A super chat.
He got a super chat. He got a super chat. That's what it's called. Thank you. Exactly. If you're a true philosopher, you know what observing and studying mean. What if and what you don't know about. That
Maybe
is
so.
true, Vicar. That's why I love philosophy. Sophia, philosophy, love of Sophia.
Hey, Oli, could you read it again clear? Because people was talking. I heard you, but could you read that statement again clear?
Absolutely. Vicar says exactly. So if somebody was talking, so I don't know, but he said exactly. If you're a true philosopher, you know what observing and studying mean. What if and what you don't know. So he
Okay.
was just
I'm,
making
I'm wondering. I'm wondering if he asking about, how do we get knowledge of what we don't know, which is something that I'm writing about in my book. And if he asking that, that's a deep question, and I would like to talk to him about that because
Well, yeah,
I break it down into 4 different things, brother. If you want to know from me, there are the known unknowns, there are the known knowns, there are the unknown unknowns, and there are the unknown knowns. And once you know about
what you
those
searching for
4,
weapons of
you
mass
have a
destruction?
complete grasp, huh?
Say, what you searching for weapons of mass destruction or something? About to go excavate some shit in Iraq? I'm
no,
just
that's
What,
joking,
his
what
man.
y'all
method for an
talking about?
answer. That's his method for an
What's up?
answer.
No, I mean, it was just a reference to who,
Holy,
it was
what's going
Dr.
on here?
Rumsfeld said the same thing.
Am
Nah,
I
he
am
was
I
I don't know. Can you hear Max? Max just interjected like he always do.
Yeah,
I'm
it was
saying,
just a
can he hear
reference to
me?
Donald's Rumsfeld.
Can you
Yeah, I hear
hear?
you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
I just referenced where that quote came from. That's all.
And
What quote? What quote come from?
Known unknowns and knowns we don't know and unknowns. That was
Oh
said
yeah,
by
tell me where
Donald
it came from.
Rumsfeld.
Tell me what politician said it.
Donald Rumsfeld, I believe, when they was going to
Okay,
search
yeah,
for
but
weapons of
he
mass.
but check it. I want to make a distinction here. He only went 3. He didn't give you 4.
Correct. I was just making a
Yeah,
joke, man.
he,
That was
he,
real.
he didn't know 4.
Continue.
He only gave he didn't know a certain part. I just leave it like that.
yeah. I think I don't think this was a question from Vickers World. I think this was actually a statement. He was saying if you're a philosopher, then you know observing and studying me. And what if and what you don't know about.
Yeah, where
So
he
he
say
was
what if, and he say if seemed like a question, but okay.
no, he was saying you know about the what ifs and you know about what you don't know.
Okay. Okay.
So it was more like a
I see.
statement. He was that's right.
I see.
But
But
thank
that's
you for
still
that.
good. That was still good to get out. Now, to the brother that was talking about consciousness, right? I heard him ask a question. You say what now?
Max, the
Max.
brother
Hey
that I was
Max.
talking to.
Do you do
Yeah.
you, I want to comment on consciousness, but you can ask me the question first, or I could go ahead and tell you something that I wanted to tell you about consciousness, and then your question may not even be necessary.
Well, go for it. I wanted to ask the question to evolutionists because he thinks that nature precedes consciousness, and it doesn't
Yes,
make any sense for that to be the case.
yes.
But I'm
Now,
pretty
well,
sure
then
you
I
understand that
won't phrase mine like
consciousness.
that. I'll pose
Yeah. So
mine like
go ahead,
this
Look,
Max.
to you. I,
I gave you my scientific answer, but if you need a philosophical answer, then I'll rock with what you're saying though. But the scientific answer for what the evidence is pointing to shows that consciousness emerged from living organism, and nature is the nature is the creator of living organism. So if you,
Yeah, but
before living
so I'm saying
organism,
that science, that
but
scientific stance
you'd have to
doesn't make
show evidence
sense
of
because
consciousness
life is
before living
complex.
things though. It's pretty
You might
much
have a
come down
delay
to
over
showing
here.
evidence of consciousness before life.
What you say, Max?
I said I may have a delay over here because I don't.
Yeah.
I think I'm speaking over people because over here they're quiet, and then when I start talking, they're still going. So I think I have a
Oh
delay.
yeah, you probably got one of them legs. I be having that
Yeah, I ain't.
sometime too.
Hey, well, let me say this though, Max, is that even what the answer he just gave you, like consciousness emerged and such created, that's already unscientific. I'm gonna say it again. Consciousness emerged. That's something he can't prove. He just talking, and such
Correct.
created. Matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. So this destroys his conversation or his reasoning because he's not talking scientifically. He thinks he could just talk with just words and just fluff us over. But these are brothers that's conscious and listening to every word. And so if you say emergence, you need to be able to explain emergence. That's philosophical, not scientific. Okay? When you
Well,
say these words, it's people here to challenge that now. Every single one of them. Now, Max, when you talked to him earlier, though, to evolutionist earlier, and you asked the question straight up, and the first question you asked, do you remember? Just the question, bro. I just want to know, do you remember the question that you asked him first?
What does what comes first, nature or consciousness? What does consciousness precede nature, or does nature precede consciousness? That was my first
Yes,
question.
yes. And so, first of all, the answer that you received was not only incorrect, but it was insufficient and it never answered the question. It was not a solution to your
100%.
problem that you're addressing. Now, I want to say this that first, Oli said it earlier, and I agree. First, let's establish what consciousness is. I can do it or you can do it. Under my reign, consciousness is, and I heard him say, evolutionist, he said consciousness creates life. No, consciousness does not create a thing. And evolution don't create a thing. That those words don't have no causal power. So now I'm about to answer the
They
word
make sense.
consciousness.
It makes sense to me, Babylon Don. Like what?
Who was that? Hey,
An
what was
evolutionist. When you say that consciousness creates life,
Yeah.
do you mean consciousness creates life, or do you mean consciousness is like how we identify life?
No, he said consciousness create life. I'm
I know
saying
that's why I'm
that
asking him what did he mean specifically, so that way I'm asking for clarity or
I,
clarification,
I
so
took
that
it.
way I'm not
I took
confused.
I took it as him saying just what he said. Consciousness.
Can he just? I'm
All
asking him what
right.
he meant. Can he just tell me
This
Oh,
what he
oh,
meant
I
is
thought you was
instead of
talking
where
to
trying
me.
to tell me what you think he meant?
all right.
No, I thought you was talking to
This
me,
is
man.
where
We got
I
to relate.
literally
I'm mute.
Babylon, 1 minute. This is where I said, do not speak for me because you're
I thought
misinterpreting
he was talking
what
to
I
me.
said.
Yeah, because I
But
understand
either way,
evolution, so
you're
I
lying on my
recognize the
name
straw
though.
man. It sounds like he's straw manning your argument. That's
Because
why I wanted. I
my
was asking for
argument
clarification.
is that literally that life creates consciousness, not consciousness
Hey,
create.
hey, when I'm coming
And
back,
I
my
did
device
not
overheating. I'll be
explain it
right back.
that way. I said from once again, I said life emerged from nature, from organic molecule, and consciousness is a property of living things. So through life, through living things that evolve with nervous system and a brain comes consciousness. So first you got nature, life, consciousness. So do not misrepresent or do not lie about what I said. I'm
Okay,
here.
now
You can
that makes
simply
way
ask
more
me what I
sense
said.
because that sounds like evolution. What he was doing was a caricature of your argument, and he wasn't even propping up the strongest version of it. It's either because he couldn't digest the information well enough, or it's just how he chose to set it up so he can knock it down. But yeah, what you said was right. Um, my question to you is, what do we consider consciousness? Or I know what's considered consciousness, but like they don't consider a bacteria conscious, but I consider a bacteria life. A bacteria eats. It can sense and detect danger. So it's just like, what are we considering life? Humans. Are we considering if it's not a sentient being like us? Are we not considering it life? But to his point, he said nature. He said, well, Babylon Don said it's not to his point, it's to your point, evolution. It's that nothing can be created or destroyed. Science doesn't say that nothing came from something. That something came from nothing. Science
No.
says there was a singularity and everything expanded from there. Before the singularity, science doesn't claim to know what happened. There was an energy, but we don't know what started it. So nothing that you said, Babylon Don, really goes against evolution or the evolutionist. Actually, you were right along with them. Y'all were in lockstep and sync, and you didn't realize it. So you're right. Energy can't be created or destroyed, and science doesn't claim that that's how the universe was created out of nothing. It says the Big Bang is a point of singularity. It was hot, and the universe expanded from there.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Science does not give account for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of consciousness, where does it start? All right, that's like where it doesn't have a clearly defined boundary, and it's very difficult in this situation for science to define the boundary. Science can define what living thing is, but to tell you which living things, because everything alive has some degree of awareness. How much degree of awareness do you need to be considered consciousness? That's a question for philosopher. That's a question where philosophy would come in and provide a more sufficient answer than science. Science can only tell you that living things are aware. If that awareness, you want to call it conscious, you can. If some people want to debate that, no, you got to be aware and intelligent, have some degree of intelligence to be conscious. You know, that's where the boundary is not clearly defined.
I still think
not going to argue where to put that boundary.
When we're talking in terms of that, I think that bacteria are conscious. I think trees and nature are conscious. They create a network to communicate amongst each other. Trees recognize their offspring and send nutrients to their offspring first before they'll send it to other plants connected to the network.
I'd agree. I'd agree that all living things are conscious.
Mm-hmm.
I'd agree that all living things are conscious. As you say, trees, the network, and even the network between the tree and the roots, most of it is supported by microorganisms like mold and microbes that breaks down, like fungus.
The microbes, the oldest thing on the planet, baby.
Yeah,
they're gonna outlive us.
They are actually considered the nervous system of the tree, network.
I didn't know that. I've never heard it like that.
No, they send nutrients. They send nutrients and take nutrients from one tree to another tree, depending on which plant is in more need of the type of nutrient. You know, they also are able to recognize plant of the same family, plant that get along with each other, and those that doesn't get along with each other. And they do this through chemical signaling. You know, they can for instance, if a plant like pineapple release a chemical like ethylene, that chemical can be detected by microbes. It could be detected by fungus. It could be detected by even another tree. You know, it could be detected by animals like flies and worms and stuff that use those signals to find the plant or to get away from the plant. So in my opinion, this is not all scientific consensus, but in my opinion, all living things are conscious. That's where I would put consciousness.
You done? Okay. Well, look. So I agree. Or did you have something you want to say, everyone? Because y'all were conversating. I ain't trying to interject. I just want to. Consciousness. I agree. All living things have consciousness, but you can't, as you said, science can't explain how exactly consciousness came to be when you start with nature coming before consciousness. But when you put consciousness before nature, it perfectly aligns with our existence and how the universe functions on a macro scale as well as on a micro scale. because all we are, everything in the universe, everything that exists is just energy interacting with itself. It's energy vibrating at a certain frequency that causes the illusion of matter. But all matter is just empty space vibrating at a frequency. So when you get energy vibrating at a certain frequency, that's where you get what old Lee talks about, which is time, space, and
I
matter,
don't know.
or time and nature.
I want to
That's a
push back
product.
on
It's
that.
a product of
All
energy.
things, all matter is just empty space. I mean, just because we can't see what's there doesn't mean it's empty. Again, like it goes back to dark matter. No, we could get to talking about stuff like that. But I
Yeah, but
digress. I don't,
which
because
means
it's
dark
still a
matter.
theory.
With dark matter, they can't. There's no matter there. It's just a field that they say in this empty field of space is what we refer to as dark matter. That's what the empty space in between atoms are. Atoms are made up of 99% empty space. That ain't something I'm just saying. That's the scientific consensus. Like no scientist disagrees with that. So all that an atom
I don't
is
like how you
energy
frame that.
field.
And hold on, you frame that. I almost want to say in a disingenuous way. You made it seem like the blank space is dark matter. Like
No,
that's what it
no, I
is.
didn't. I just
No, the blank
I
space is where we
moved it back to molecules and atoms.
hypothetically think that there is matter that we can't see. Like say it like that, because that's what it is. You were saying big pockets of blank space are what we call dark matter. That's not what we call dark
No, I
matter.
didn't say that.
Okay, well, can you rephrase it? Because that's how it sounded.
About the dark matter, there's no physical matter that scientists point to and say this physical matter is what we refer to as dark matter. Like this physical thing, this is the color of it, this is the shape of it, this is how it, this is the properties of it. It's not that. It's just like saying outer space. It's like the space in between atoms with this. When you if you take an
that's
atom
not
and you look at an
necessarily.
atom
Oh, my
under a
bad.
microscope, all you're going to see is a bunch of space and then a nucleus. And then when you zoom into that nucleus, you're going to see a bunch of space and then photons and electrons. When you zoom into those, you just keep more you zoom in, the more empty space you see. So all of that means that all of these interactions is just it's an energy field. It's a quantum field going through different states of what we consider to be matter. That's why if you go over to the double slit theory, or experiment, not theory, experiment, because they replicate it however many times they want to. An electron, which is supposed to be a small piece of matter, it goes through two slits as if it's an energy wave. And so they could, when they put a camera on what the electron does, it acts like a particle is supposed to act. But when they take the camera off, it acts like a wave. That's a conscious entity going through different states of a quantum field, depending on how it's being observed. The observer.
Not a conscious entity, though. I don't know where you get
It's a
that from.
photon, bro. It's not an electron. It's a photon you're talking about.
Photon, then a photon. So the photon,
No, photon,
it moves like
a beam of light.
a wave when it's supposed to move like a particle. But when they study the state of the particle, they realize that they can only pinpoint the particle in its one state, but they can't predict what it's going to do. They can't observe what it did before they took like a snapshot of what that particle is doing, which means that these particles are just changing states. It's an illusion to look at this photon particle and say that that's a photon particle. It's an illusion to look at it and say that it's a wave. It's just one consistent state in its passing phases of a state. So it's like if it's the same as if we were having a discussion and you got let's just say angry and you made a frown. That frown is just the state of that moment that you were in. You can freeze frame it and you can know the front, but you can't trace what feeling you felt on the inside that made you feel that particular state. So on a quantum level, everything on a quantum level, it happens in a way to where we can't monitor it. We can only get the expressions of what this quantum molecule is doing, and that's how we exist in our reality. We don't see. I can't look in the mirror and see myself. I can't feel a feeling and make you understand that exact feeling. All you will ever know from my experience is the quantum state, the expression of the quantum state that I'm feeling. But the state itself is a mystery to everybody but me. And so on a molecular level, quantum states is unknowable, and it can't be copied or replicated. It's unknowable to everything except for the single molecule that you're trying to understand. That's how our consciousness works. So if the universe is working that same way, then that means the universe has a consciousness, and we see and interact with different expressions of that consciousness.
I would like to respond to that whenever you get done.
States with the consciousness itself. Go for it.
Okay. Now, I just want to start by where I was going to start at the first time, where we first started off at. First off, consciousness is life, right? To live, to be alive, that's consciousness. To be awake, to be aware, and to be alert. And the high level of consciousness is to be alarmed. So to be conscious is to be alive. But y'all keep using consciousness like it's to think or it is living. No, consciousness just means the thing is alive, it is awake, or it is aware, or it is alert. And at a high state, it is alarmed. That's 5 A's for y'all. Now that we can hone in and give an axiom for what
There's
consciousness.
an I in there too.
Say what? Go
Sorry,
ahead.
man,
You
sorry.
said so what?
That was rude. Just continue.
Yeah. So
there's an I in there. Intelligence.
It's an I in where? Intelligence in where? We just having a conversation.
No, information.
Bro. I'm just asking you back.
Which leads to intelligence.
No, you said it's an I in there. Then you said intelligence. Now I becoming.
I should just let you finish. Because information leads to intelligence. It's like, but I started with the second thing first. I went and did the first thing first.
But see, that's confusing. Because information and intelligence has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness. We are talking about consciousness, and we ain't trying to define it. We're just trying to describe it. Now, if you have a better description of consciousness, let's hear it. I'm gonna define mine again. Consciousness simply means to be alive, to be awake, to be aware, and to be alert. In its highest state, to be alarmed. Consciousness is not thinking. Consciousness is not the mind. So now, do you want to build on that and tell me what you're talking about by I, intelligence and information?
Yeah, information. Because like I said, back to the quantum states of being. Like all.
No, I'm talking about in the context of what I'm talking about. No, I'm having a conversation. You interrupted me, and I want you to show me in context why you brought up intelligence and information when I was talking about consciousness and define that. I'm not asking you a question because I don't know something.
I'm answering your question.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I said, for me, consciousness begins on a quantum level, a state that we can't know it. All we can study is the expression of this conscious state. But the conscious state, it's the field, the energy field, is where the conscious state is coming from. With there being no matter there, it's just information. It's consciousness. It's like you say, it's the awareness and wanting to be aware of itself. So it creates a replication of itself to be able to study itself in. But that replication that it contains all the information from the first quantum field. It just replicates that information, and then from that information, it studies it from an infinite. Well, it's infinite replications so that it could study itself from an infinite amount of perspectives. But it's just the same information, quantum information. It doesn't change. It's always all you can do is become aware of the different fields. But the fields have always been there. The information has always been there. We just have different lenses to interpret the information.
But why do you
That's
put
what we
that?
do to each other.
Why do you throw the interpretation that the quantum state wants to recognize itself?
Because everything starts from a quantum state. Like I said earlier,
hold on. I asked you, hold on, bro, because you didn't answer the question. I asked you, how do you interpret that the quantum state wants to recognize itself? And your answer was because everything starts at a quantum state. That's not an answer.
Yeah,
now I'm
maybe
gonna
if I
ask
would
you
have finished
again.
the sentence,
How
I
do
got
you
let
come
it
to the
answer
conclusion that
the
the
question.
quantum state wants to recognize itself?
Because on a quantum in a quantum state, there is no matter, there is nothing, it's just information, and that's it. And then what comes from that is everything we see, everything that we know, everything, the senses, smell, touch. None of that was necessary. None of existence as we know it was necessary unless it's something wanting to know, having the desire to know what is it, what am I? And
So your
that's what
premise starts off good, and
we
your
spend our
conclusion
lives doing
ends
that same
bad.
thing with our consciousness. We just want to know.
The evidence in
So
your premise is good, but you don't come to a sound conclusion. You don't know that.
Sure.
What we could say is,
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about
things are replicating themselves, and then we could leave it at that. But to go into the motivations behind why these quantum things that you can't are doing what they're doing, and then to say it's because it wants to recognize itself, like you done talk to a photon and you haven't.
Yeah.
So
The thing
that's where
is,
I hear the dogma on
because
top of the science.
because we put quantum on quantum physics, we tend to not think of quantum physics as physics. But quantum physics obeys the laws of physics. Even superimposition, even quantum fluctuation, all of those can be accounted for using the laws of physics. Just like astrophysics deal with the universe, like the macro-sized planet, cosmic bodies, quantum physics only deal with the small, really small, beyond microscopic.
Mm-hmm.
And when you reach that level, physics behave a little bit different. The forces, the forces that govern our fundamental physics, particle physics, when it comes to quantum physics, those forces do not operate on that level. And for the simple fact why it's so difficult to observe a quantum particle like a photon or an electron, because when the simple fact of observing it is producing heat, vibration, and moisture, stuff that is going to immediately wipe away the quantum field. The quantum field is a field of energy that is undisturbed from the electromagnetic field, from gravity, from any of the forces that operates in our standard physics. So when any of those, once the quantum field is disturbed by any of those forces, it quickly dissipates, it quickly vanishes, or not vanishes, turns into something else, transform. It's like that is why even observation isn't done using your eyes or just your physical senses. It's used with precise calibrated machines, and even those, it's very difficult to get a precise observation of a quantum particle, because every bit of energy from our existence will disturb a quantum field.
Right. That's my point, though.
Okay, so
You can't replicate. You can't replicate quantum information, because the moment, like you said, the moment you study it, it just is in the single state that you got it in. It's like if there was a quarter spinning on the table, and like it was just infinitely spinning, and heads on one side, tails on the other side, but it looked like heads and you tried to figure out how it's doing what it's doing. You could take a picture of the photo, of the quarter, but whatever picture you're taking, you're only taking it, you can only study the state that it's in. So you'll study it on, if you snap the photo on the tail side, it's no longer, the photo doesn't contain the quantum information of the spin and how it's you can only study what we know in classical physics. And classical physics
that's a
can't
perfect analogy,
explain
right?
what's actually. Thank you. Classical physics cannot explain quantum physics. You have to experience, you have to be the quantum field and have the experience of being that field to know what's going on a quantum level. So, but the quantum level is what's creating the classical physics. So the classical physics is derived from things that take place on a quantum level. And that's how we are. You can tell me how you feel, but unless I could go inside your body and feel how you feel, you can't transfer your quantum information to me. I could only study the expressions of what you're giving me, whether it's through words, body language, whatever.
But
I can study
that
but
wouldn't
I
be
can't
quantum
study
information.
the feeling
Your
that you're
feelings
really
is
having.
not quantum information.
That's why I was saying you shouldn't
mixing
say
it up.
that they
You don't know that because you don't
I think
know
you missed
quantum
low-key a dark
information. We
matter
can't
too, bro.
study quantum information. So how can you say what quantum information is and isn't? We can't study it.
For the
We can
simple fact
only
that
study it in a classical sense.
there
It's a mystery of what's going on.
are complex molecules that is associated with feeling, like dopamine, like cortisol, like hormones. There
Mute your
are
mic if you ain't talking.
complex molecules associated with feelings, and when these molecules are either heightened or lower, you will feel different depending on how much or how little of these complex organic molecules are being secreted inside of your body. That alone shows you that feeling is not quantum. We're talking about like the fact that your brain produces heat, meaning no quantum information could reside inside of your brain or nowhere inside of your body. You got to understand what quantum is. It's physics. Heat will disrupt a quantum field. Your body is too hot to produce quantum information. It's simple.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true, because Roger Penrose is doing studies on microtubules in the brain, and he's saying that they operate on a quantum level, and it's a mystery how the brain could be hot and maintain this state. What you should say correctly is that in a computer, we reduce it down to a cold state, and we haven't been able to make quantum computers operate in a hot state, but it is possible because the brain appears to be a quantum computer, and it is operating in a hot, wet environment. The brain is hot and wet, and it has quantum features. This is a fact.
Dukin. It's on you, evolutionist. Your move. Because that's exactly what I was trying to explain. You're going to have to take it from here, Babylon. You better with the explanation. But we on the same page.
Well, I've never seen that research. If that research is out there, where? What do you say?
Roger Penrose, we gave you the
Roger
name.
Penrose did what?
Microtubules. Microtubules, it's a name for it in the brain. It's called waveform. I'm talking. You mute your mic so I don't echo. It's called waveform collapse. Waveform collapse, where you have states, quantum states, and when they reach a certain point, they collapse. Now, he's not claiming to know why they collapse. He's just saying that they do. And when they collapse into a state, that collapse determines whether the thing is a particle, a wave, or what we call the thing. It's called waveform collapse. But he's talking about microtubules in the brain and how the brain has quantum features. But I thought that everybody knew that although we don't see how, the brain does have quantum features. And when people say quantum, I heard the brother say, though, that quantum something creates. We got to be careful with those words. Quantum don't create nothing. Consciousness don't create nothing. Don't nothing be inventing. Don't nothing be selecting. No natural, nature don't select nothing. We got to be careful with those words right there. Like consciousness emerges. Emerges from where? Emerges from signals in the brain. Okay, so from firings in the brain. Okay, show me the consciousness emerging from those firings. They can't. Only thing they can show me is electricity on the screen called EKG. They never show you consciousness, but they keep making a statement, which is unscientific.
Well, the waveform collapse would literally be the same thing as the warm brain disrupting the quantum field. So
okay, Donnie, we just said that. Give us something we don't know.
That's gonna be building that's gonna be building any form of particle that we know of to do anything. Unless we're considering quantum information as like thoughts, or I don't know what we're considering quantum information as, but quantum field, they literally map the quantum field and they know what it's used for. It's used to make matter. It's used to make physical.
I mean, really though, saying quantum before information is not saying nothing. That's why you don't feel nothing, because you ain't saying nothing. Because it's just like saying the truth before, after you say something like the car's on the thing. That's the truth. The quantum don't add nothing to it. It's information. And now what do we do with information? Right now, science saying that everything doesn't dissolve into electricity. Everything goes back to information. That information is the source of life. That everything comes from information. Matter, everything, physical, us, everything comes from information. But information is not physical, it's virtual. So science talks about virtual particles and virtual life now. But you want us to believe that, quantum is some special state. No, you want us to believe that quantum is some special state that's relegated to some cold field and computers and something like that. No, it's quantum physics. I'm talking, bro. I'm talking. It's quantum physics, it's quantum chromodynamics, it's quantum mechanics, it's quantum processing, it's quantum computing, it's quantum everything. Because anything that you look at on that level. So when you use quantum, you only saying small. How small things act different in a field than larger things will act different. Macro versus micro. That's all you saying when you saying quantum, and that's incorrect. If you're going to use the word quantum, then you should have some quadality in there, like quadrilateral mathematics, like tetrahedrons, like using some fours, because that's where the word quantum coming from, like quarter, like quarks, and none of those words come out your mouth. You just stay right there trying to mesmerize us as if quantum is something special, and it's not. So the brain can't operate on a quantum level. Okay? Language got superpositions. Okay? Not only particles have superpositions. Language has entanglement. Not only particles have entanglement. And when they did the split, the split experiment, double slit experiment, the double slit, that's not when they say a particle is a particle and a wave, or an electron is a particle and a wave, or an electron is a particle when we observe it, or the observer collapses the waveform and it turns the wave into a particle, or the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where you can't measure the position and momentum of a particle at the same time, and that type of quantum and what else, spooky action at a distance. All of this is the effects of quantum entanglement and superpositions and things like that having effects on the particles. But that's not what the particles are. When you say that it's a wave, you don't know that. When you say it's a particle, you don't know that. Science ain't never determined it. They don't even say it. They say it's both a particle and a wave, which is a contradiction according to the law of excluded middle, and they live with that. It's a contradiction. It can't be two things at one time, and it can't be two places at one time. But yet on the double slit experiment, they show you particles in one place and in another place, and it's the same particle supposedly at the same fucking time. I'm sorry. So when they do that, they don't have an explanation. And you guys get on here as if y'all explaining it and as if it's a fact. But I'm here to let y'all know that no, when Schrodinger made the experiment for the Schrodinger's cat, and he showed that the cat was dead and alive, he did that to show you that that was an impossibility. He was showing you that thinking of that like that the cat being dead and alive in the box is ridiculous. And Einstein agreed. No spooky action at a distance. But once they died, y'all niggas went with the other scientists and ran behind them because y'all wanted a spooky, mystical world, and y'all invented this crazy stuff, spooky action at a distance and all of that. When we already had spooky action at a distance, it's called magnets. Magnets move things at a distance, and ain't nothing between there. But what you name the thing between there, you call it electromagnetism. And then you say electromagnetism is the inverse of light. Then when you say it's four fundamental forces, you say electromagnetism is one of them. But how can electromagnetism be fundamental if it's the inverse of light? And light is the real thing. You see? So it's a lot wrong with y'all science, and y'all really need to grow up and start thinking about what other people are telling y'all. But y'all look at authority and authors for y'all truth and don't use y'all mind and think for y'allself. It have to be some author or white man tell y'all what it is. I'll stop right there.
Yeah, that was a brother's take on it. But once again, what quantum mechanics is, it's literally a part of physics. It's a part of particle physics. In fact, quantum particles are used to create matter.
Used to create matter and energy cannot be created.
Yeah, you just talked for 5 minutes uninterrupted. Can you have some discipline? Yeah, they're quarks. They're quarks that are used to make like hadron particles. These are the particles that has weight. These are the particles that depend on the spin and the three pairs that are paired together. You might get something like a proton, or you might get something like another particle that has weight on it. And then you have other quantum particles like leptons. These are more the weightless side, where you would have particles like the electrons, and you would have particles like the anti-electron pair. And this is where you get even a quantum particle like photon, another weightless quantum particle. That is why photons and electrons can behave like a particle or a wave. A wave is simple a fluctuation of this type of lepton before it's detected. Detection of a photon could be like you seeing the photon being absorbed or bounced back That's how we see color. The photon that wasn't absorbed is reflected as color. You see someone or something, that's the photon hitting that thing, reflecting, bounce back, and your retina catching the reflected photons, and you see it as an object. The same thing when they try to observe a quantum particle. Before it's observed, the particle is in what they call superposition, meaning it's fluctuating like a wave until it's detected. It's fluctuating. Why it's called a superposition, meaning that there is a random chance of the particle being in any of these positions that it's being detected at any moment. There will be some position that have a higher percentage depending on how long they observe and how much time it is detected in that region. You have weight on a quark that happens in the boson field, and it only happens with hadron particles. As you might hear about the Higgs boson. That's a big name. Comes up in the quantum all the time. The boson field is literally a quantum. It's like a magnet. The boson field is like.
Mike, if you're not talking. I'll see you here. Don't worry about it. I'll be up.
The boson field is like an energy field where it's not it itself is not a particle, it's not a quark, it's just not empty space. It's an energetic field, not electromagnetic. It's a different energy. They call it boson. Whenever a 3-quark pair, it's like 3 quarks that's paired together, passes through a boson field, then that action of 3 quarks paired together passing through a boson field allows those quarks to pick up an energy that we call weight. It pick up mass. That's how they gain mass. And then the particle with mass then goes on to create protons, electrons, neutrons, and that's how you get a atom. It's literal. That is why they call it quantum mechanics. It's a part of fundamental particle physics. It's what comes before the atom. It's literally how these subatomic particles was created. And before scientists discovered quantum mechanics and understand the quantum field, then science, physics as we know it, started with the proton, electron, neutron, the atom. But now that we know what created the proton, what created the neutron, what created the electron, and then we discovered the atomic field, and then we mapped the atomic particles, then we discovered other particles. That's how we even discovered like not graviton, that they're still looking for that. Neutrinos, they're discovering like antimatter antimatter pair. They discovered photon, they discovered gluon, they discovered the Z boson, double boson, Higgs boson. You know, they discovered the different.
Bro, come on with this word salad.
Yeah, I think I sum up enough right there. I don't need to go more and more. But the quantum field, it literally, like for you to be saying quantum mechanics, quantum field, that's where consciousness emerged and the universe being conscious.
I didn't say none of that.
I know, but that's what a lot of people say. The quantum energy has always been around. Quantum particles have always been around. That's absolutely right. But these particles are no more conscious than a proton, no more conscious than a grain of salt.
Bro, you the same person that said that quantum was conscious a few minutes ago, though.
No, I did not say quantum was conscious.
Yes, you did. I even commented on
something I stand on. Listen, consciousness is an emergent property of the brain. As far as I know, a quantum field would not last long inside of the brain because of the hot, moist area it's in. And you guys come and try to debunk me, but in fact corrected me and make my statement even stronger by showing what the scientist says about quantum fluctuation in the brain due to heat and moisture.
No, bro, you're
Yeah,
trying to
that
define what I'm
happens.
saying, and I never
Reason why
said
that
that scientists said that quantum was created, or because you keep saying the word created. You said it a few minutes ago. You said that these particles create electrons, and these particles create neutrinos, and create and create and create. You said it 3 times, and I'm letting you know it's a scientific statement and a fact, regardless of how much you gabble, that matter cannot be created or destroyed. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. This is a law. So when you make your statements, they go against the law, and all your science violates the law. So you're not talking science at that point. So you can stop. Now, the other thing, when you was trying to explain, what you was explaining was not quantum. That's called probability. The probability that a thing will happen or not, or that a thing, a particle be in a certain place or not. I mentioned that when I mentioned the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Those are principles in science and mathematics, bro. That's not no stuff that you can like just make up and be like, oh, like I'll probably sit down or probably stand up. That's not the type of probability that we're talking about. We're talking about mathematical probability, like at a gambling table when you have things to lose. Okay? So now, stop saying creation or created, and stop trying to say quantum when you're really talking about micro, small things, the way small things act, as opposed to the way big things act. And you won't get in so much trouble, because if quantum was what you were saying, then it would be impossible to have a quantum computer and to have it work off of qubits, because you're basically saying that quantum don't exist in this realm, that quantum is some spooky metaphysical thing that nobody can track down or calculate, because like you say, these particles are in a superposition, which you messed
That's
that
not
up.
what I said. I said it's a
Which you
part of
messed that
physics.
up.
Physics is not metaphysics or spooky. Do not lie on me. Just stop the lying, bro. Just stop.
I'm
Cut it
talking.
out.
I'm talking.
Cut it out.
I'm talking.
You're lying. That's
I'm
all you're
talking.
doing.
It don't matter what you say or what you feel. You just gotta wait. So now, when he said that these things was in a superposition, and he described several things like that, no. Look up superposition. I'm finna tell you what superposition means in a few words. Superposition in science means one thing above another. That's all. That's it. It just means that one thing is in a higher state than another. Like, for instance, if I have a coffee cup and I put a coffee cup over the other coffee cup, I just put the coffee cups in a superposition. One of the coffee cups has more kinetic energy and carries more force and could carry more gravity than the cup that's sitting still. The cup that's sitting still is called an inertial frame of reference. The one that I got above the cup is in a non-inertial frame of reference, meaning it holds kinetic energy. So that's all we talking about here, bro. So you're not getting away with the fancy talk with quantum no more. It don't mean what you saying. You don't even know what it means.
Yeah, he's just mad because he doesn't know. People could look up it for themselves. Quantum superposition. It's a quick Google search. You don't always have to listen to me, or you don't have to listen to a dummy. You could do the research for yourself. Once again, do not lie on me. I do not says quantum mechanics have anything to do with metaphysics, has anything to do with consciousness. I said quantum mechanics is the beginning of particle physics. When you look into
you said consciousness emerged from the brain.
For a second.
You said consciousness emerged from the brain. Now you saying you did.
Particles are the fundamental particles of all subatomic particles. So quantum particles create photons. Photon is a quantum particle. It creates electrons.
No, it's not. That's a lie.
It creates neutrons, and it creates protons.
What makes something a quantum particle?
Atom. And the atom is what we know we use to do atomic physics. That's where all of chemistry, biology comes from. I did not say quantum, as again, it's physics. It's still existent. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Yes, I know that. As a chemist, I know that. No
No, you
scientist.
don't, because you keep saying that particles created other particles.
Yes, quantum particles created the
See,
matter
then
that
you
we.
lying. You're a contradiction, man. What you
What
talking
created
about?
a
You say
proton?
you know
What
matter
created
can
a
be
proton?
created, and then you say
What
matter
created
creates matter.
proton? What creates a proton? What creates a neutron? How are these things? How are they formed?
Nothing creates them. Matter cannot be created or destroyed. You asking a stupid question. You violating the law. Why can't you get through your thick, unscientific head that matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed? They can only change shape or form. So when you ask about the particles, you talking about them changing shape and changing fucking form from particle to fucking wave, bro. What's wrong with you?
Can everyone could simply do a Google search. Matter can be created and matter can be destroyed. Energy is not matter. Energy is completely different from matter. Energy can exist as particle, which is
Now
matter.
y'all heard him
And it
say
can also,
energy is
shut up
not
for a
matter.
second, dumbass. Shut
Energy
up.
is not matter. He's
Energy.
not going back on that. He
Can
said
you shut up
energy
so I make
is
my
not
point? God
matter.
damn, can you shut your mouth?
Nah, nigga, don't start crying. Just let me make the statement and
Energy
move forward,
cannot
bitch.
be created or destroyed. Energy can exist as matter or as wave. Wave is still energy. Matter is still energy. If matter is destroyed, it turns into wave. Hence, when an electron or a proton is destroyed, it turns into light, photon, wave, a quantum particle. You dumb ass. That's energy. Matter can be destroyed. Matter can be created. Energy, you dumb ass, cannot be destroyed or created. And that's going to be my.
Let me get in there. Let me get in here because look,
Okay, that's
evolution.
no, bro. No, no, you
Let
can
me
get
get
in
in because
after me. I'm gonna respond.
man,
So,
you hogging the mic, bro.
bro, I'm gonna
You
respond.
told
We
people
having a
not to cut you off,
conversation.
but you're the most cutting this off person.
My name is on the fucking show, bro. He talking to me. We having a conversation, and you want to jump in and tell me what the fuck I'm doing? I've been waiting on the
We're
brother to
having a
talk. I ain't been hogging
conversation.
a goddamn
You're
thing.
hoarding
You a
it.
motherfucking lie, and you can shut the fuck up and wait till I finish, till it's your fucking turn, nigga. Now,
That's
the
what we're
energy.
all doing. We
Fuck you, Lane.
want the same
Anyway,
respect.
fuck you, Lane. Anyway, when you say energy, when this nigga just said energy is not matter. When we look up Einstein's fucking equation, it says energy equals mc squared. The M right there is for mass. You know what the fuck mass is? Mass is how we measure matter. Dodo. So when you say energy is not matter, you sound like a fucking fool. Okay? Cause E equals mc squared. That's exactly what the fuck energy is. Now, the other thing, this nigga keep on saying, talking about some motherfucking particles created other particles. And then he turn around and say he knows that matter cannot be created or destroyed. No, he says energy can't be created or destroyed, but not matter. Anybody could go look up the law and it's going to say energy and matter cannot be created or destroyed. That's the law. This nigga is a liar, but in space of time, we're going to let the other clown come on here, state what he got to state, and then I'm going to respond to that clown. Go, clown.
All right, Buster. Look, evolutionists, me and you are on the same page as far as what quantum is and what quantum means, quantum particles, and it being a field of physics and everything like that. So I just want to stick to that. So on the quantum level, you were speaking about how the brain, even though it has quantum processes, it doesn't function on a quantum level. It's because we're the observer. It's we're the walking observer effect. So everything that we see, it aligns to our consciousness. Now, when you see how you mentioned you see a certain color and it's just frequencies and electrons that your brain is translating into what you perceive at, like if you're looking at an apple and it's red, it's just electric waves. that's being perceived by your brain and then interpreted, and then you see what it tells you that's what it is. But you don't actually interact with the actual object. You don't have an actual perception of it. That's the same way these particles, these photons, that's how they function. You don't interact with the actual field. You just see the expression from the field, the same way you would see the expression of red from the apple. It's just currents, it's just frequencies, it's just energy vibrating at certain frequencies. And your brain is the radio, the receiver that interprets these frequencies, and then you get your perception. That on a quantum level, that's a function of consciousness. I'm saying these quantum fields that all these
Bro, you really stopped me from talking to do this track
the
right
field
here?
itself has a consciousness,
Ridiculous.
and everything acts according to the consciousness of each field. But each field is a connected consciousness, and it all collects data and sends it back to, I don't know, the mainframe or whatever. And so we
You
all
don't
have
know.
this
You making
shared
it up.
collective consciousness. We
Hold
all have
on,
this shared
Max.
collective
I'm
experience.
gonna answer your question right now because
That's crazy, bro. You stopped me to do that.
Yeah,
that's
because
ridiculous.
the guy is making
You
sense.
didn't say
Making
nothing.
sense
Didn't nothing you say was coherent. Everything you said was incoherent. Nothing you said was a
I'm
fact.
trying to
Nothing.
answer, but this guy just won't stop. All right, let me just debunk.
No, you
what
need
he
to
said
shut up
about-
while other people talking, and then you won't have to say you can't talk.
you
You
just
talking
be
while the
quiet
fuck
for a
I'm talking,
second?
and I'm already talking, and you complaining about me talking that you don't have a chance to fucking talk while you interrupting me? You're a fucking clown, bro. Slow your stupid ass down.
All right. As you know, what scientists claim about the early universe is about the early universe being in a quantum state. You know, there was no matter antimatter pair. There was no space and time as we know it now. Nevertheless, all the energy that created the universe was already in existence. The Big Bang Theory. The Big Bang Theory point to it being in a very dense, hot state, and the evidence based on numerous scientific exploration and discoveries, and numerous account of the background.
Hey, Oli, I can't be stopped and be stopped for bullshit like this, Oli. This is ridiculous. If this nigga got a question or something to teach, but we ain't came here to hear no nigga ramble on about no fucking fake shit. These niggas talking about fields, contacting fields. Well, I don't really know.
Dude, you
Niggas
just wanna
saying
hear
might,
yourself
niggas
talk.
saying
Just wanna
maybe,
hear
niggas
yourself
saying
talk.
probably. Niggas don't even know what the fuck they talking about. Don't have
You
nothing
don't
to
know what
say.
the hell you're
Y'all
talking
niggas just
about.
want to
You
be
just
heard,
lying
nigga.
to the point.
Go to your fucking children and talk to them about this bullshit. Nobody here is on that stupid drunk ass low level. Nigga, you talking to somebody that already know better than that stupid shit. You done already said that matter don't.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Everybody sound hangry, man. We're gonna go ahead and end this, man. Anybody want to say any last words, man? Try to keep it short. I got to go to eat with my family. I don't know if A1's still here. A1, you still here?
Yeah, Oli, man. I heard you asking for A1, but we'll wait on him to come. But man, I really enjoyed talking to you, bro. That was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, but really, I really though, Oli, next time, bro, I want to have a conversation with you and Brother Humble. We can have a conversation, bro. It's not that hard. You, me, and Humble, we can have a conversation. And I know we won't never, none of us will never get to none of these levels that I got with these niggas right here. Cause I done heard y'all brothers. That's why I want to talk to y'all. Cause I know y'all reasonable. And I just want to run some things by y'all. Cause y'all the youth and y'all the future. And if we can hit y'all with the right knowledge, then y'all can start helping us put out the right knowledge. I got a plan and a fucking agenda. I ain't just on here talking. No, I got plans and a purpose. I got a reason why I'm here. I got an agenda. I ain't just freestyling. I fucking care.
Got you. Now, I appreciate you every time you come up, give your points of view, man. And that's why I wanted to make sure I give you the stage. I didn't know that you had been blackballed from other places. I just thought you wasn't going over there because, once you go to play so many times and people treat you a certain way, you don't even want to deal with it. So I'm glad you got to come over here, man.
You right. Because that's what happened. I call it blackball, but it's really like a clash of personality. Like you see my personality and you see their personality. And I'm with, if you're going to say science, we're going to do and talk science. But if you're going to play around, I'm going to let them know that. And that's basically why they blackball me. But one of the main reasons why they blackball me is because of information, bro. It's because the amount of information that I be spitting out, they can't handle it. And most of the time, they don't even know what I'm talking about. But instead of just learning, they'll rather fight me on it. They'll rather argue with me on it. This is what I was trying to prevent over here on A1 show. And I wish he would have stayed, or I could have stayed in when we came in, because I heard him questioning me. But nevertheless, is that when we do these shows and stuff, man, it's certain people, man, I be watching them on every show they go to. They act and do the same thing. No matter what the forum is or the platform is, or no matter what the people trying to accomplish over there, they come in with the same thing every time. And they make the show the same way every time. People ain't never heard me talk, but these niggas say out here, hog the mic. My name on the banner for the show, but they saying I'm hogging the mic. You see what I'm saying? Like, they don't have no decorum and no respect. They don't even know what show they on. They just here talking. They don't even know. They ain't made the correlation between Babylundun on the title and Babylundun in the panel. Then that's who is doing the talking and answering the questions. Basically, we all talking and doing it, but he the focus because his name is on the banner. So that's where the focus should be. But rather than that, they'll rather argue about petty things and carry it on and on and on when it's so much other stuff we could have talked about and we can talk about. And so I want to have a progressive conversation with you, brother brother Oli, and the brother Humble Mystic.
I got you, Babylon. And like I said, I thank you for coming up today, man. Let me put your name up there so you can say some things. Next time we'll probably keep the panel closed for a little bit until later on. Max, you got anything you want to say before we get up out of here, man?
Yeah, I want to say I appreciate the conversation. I enjoyed it too, Babylon. Really enjoyed the your perspective on things too, Evolutionist. We had a conversation on here before as well, and I wish we could have talked some more. So I definitely am looking forward to catching you up here again so we could dig some more into a few of your theories and mine. And as always, I appreciate you, Oli, A1. Thanks for having me up here.
Appreciate you. We love it every time you come by, Max, when you ain't doing too much interrupting. Evolutionist, you got something you want to say? Nah, you wasn't doing no. I mean, you interrupted a couple of times at the very beginning. That was slight. It wasn't too much of nothing, man. You getting better. You know what I'm saying?
I'm like, man, I'm getting, accolated around here. But yeah, appreciate y'all having me up. I'm gonna get out of here and y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day.
Bet. It's down to look at. I might go live again after I finish eating, man. I think we all need to get something. We might be kind of hangry going on.
Yeah.
We've been
I
going
was
on for
thinking
8.5 hours.
only maybe needed a nap or something, but yeah, man, I'm not. If you do, I'm gonna be back. So yeah,
Yeah.
Yo,
got the
Max,
alerts.
we're gonna have a conversation one of these days, man. Like I did enjoy talking with you, bro. That was good. You know,
Yeah, likewise,
Oli,
man.
thanks for having me up here, bro. And you know, like the Titan Debate League family, thanks for having me with BABYLUNDun and Jay Snake. Shout out to Jay Snake. Overall, I'd say it was a good show, entertaining. I'm used to BABYLUNDun. I've seen him on multiple platforms. So we spoke before over the years. So I know what he comes with. He doesn't all come with pseudo information. He does have some good information at times, but y'all know he comes with the theatrics and the name calling and all that stuff. So I'm used to it. You know, whenever we have a chance to talk, we have conversation before we actually agree and stuff. But as far as it comes to evolution, we never really agreed, and consciousness, we never really agreed on certain things. But it's good to have like healthy debates, conversation, you know. OTK, I still have that debate for you, bro. Anytime you're ready, I'm here. No rush, though.
Yeah, man.
As I said, we're all tired now, bro. It's been 8 hours.
Yeah.
But great show overall, bro. And it got a little spirited sometimes, but you know, that's how it is. We're still gonna show respect to the platform. You know, shout out to A1. I'll catch you on the next one, bro.
Yeah, man. And we appreciate your evolutionist. You know, you kind of new, but we appreciate you coming up, giving your points of view, all of your contentions, and that's what we need, man. You know what I'm saying? Because if we're gonna get to answers, we're gonna get it going. I'd like to thank everybody who joined the panel today and everybody that was in the chat. The chat was jumping. I couldn't keep up with it. I've been moving around, but like I said, I know I done got hungry, and I think everybody who done been here, if you've been interactive on this, you kind of hungry. Shout out to my man J Snake 65. You know, that's one of my guys from when I first started that's been rocking with me. Shout out BABYLUNDun. I'm glad he got to get up and get some of his information, because ain't nothing like being able to sit down somewhere and start and give your views. I think he be getting a little heated sometimes, just like I do. I don't know. I put in a lot of work to form my view. It seems that he done put in a lot of work and research to form his view. And so when people say different things, I think he kind of shoots a man's intelligibility. And so everybody has the right to their own opinion and the right to say what they say. Before we get out of here, I'm gonna leave y'all with one song from my man's Oli. And we'll get up at this thing.
Opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filtered through the lies. Listen close, I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line. Drop the claim without a spine. I'm bringing your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. Recognize I can see the fallacy before the sentence finished. You confuse a strong opinion with a reason proposition. You keep reaching for conclusions, but your premises are missing. Then you hide behind your feelings when the logic need a mission. I don't argue with a person, I examine what was stated, define the terms, expose assumptions, then determine what was weighted. Is it valid? Is it grounded? Can the structure be defended? Or you built a house of cards and got offended when it ended? I don't need to raise my voice, I let the contradiction contradictions speak. Every claim has got a burden, every burden got a receipt. You can decorate confusion, you can dress it up in pride, but a polished contradiction is a contradiction every time. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cry, filter through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime. That's fine. You done crossed the line.
Debaters die.
Drop the claim without a spine. Bring your thoughts, I find the incoherence. Book you every time. I recognize the dodge when the question make you nervous. Changing subjects every minute doesn't make the answer surface. That's a straw man, that's a false choice. That's an argument from fear. That's a claim that keeps on shrinking every time the fact is near. You can quote 100 scholars, still authority ain't proof. Tell me why the argument is sound. Take me underneath the roof. Show the beam, show the frame, show the function of the claim. If the meaning keeps on changing, then the word is just a game. Recognition over belief, coherence over applause. I don't need a crowd behind me when the reasoning is flaws. Time reveals what can I stand, nature limits what can be. If your worldview breaks beneath this weight, don't put the blame on me. I just opened up my eyes, cause I heard the cries, filter through the lies, listen close. I don't believe in ghosts, even though I tried. I recognize the patterns when they form inside the mind. Ignorance ain't the crime, it's refusing truth when truth arrives. We got the topic, give the line, debate you anytime.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing, this isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here.